So, hiring the demon of Virantium was your suggestion.
It was a possible lead. Finding things and tracking Venatori. That's what I'm here for.
After all the jobs I did in Minrathis, the last thing I expected was a Tevinter mage to be involved in breaking me out. Never mind 2 of them.
Well, good. I'd hate for assassins to find me predictable. So, the demon of Virantium.
Ha ha! The name wasn't literal when I got it.
No, but the reputation that went with it.
I suppose I earned it.
And then some, assuming my sources are accurate.
Past reputation means nothing when your current contract's still open.
I know the feeling. You know, you're somewhat famous among the Shadow Dragons. At least the demon of Virantium is.
Famous or infamous?
Because you're a mage killer. You turned that title on the Venatori. That's a point in your favor.
I saw some of the Shadows work before. Well, anyway, their good opinion is worth having. So, you're not sure you can trust me, but it was your idea to hire me.
I made the suggestion. Rook made the call. Why? Are you worried I have ulterior motives? That I planted the idea in Rook's head for my own ends?
That wasn't where this was going.
Really? Because I'd have questions. A Tevinter mage breaks a demon-possessed assassin out of prison. What's her angle?
Mierda, and people say I'm overly suspicious. You're keeping an eye on me. Is it the demon or the mage killer name?
Maybe I want the secrets of your coffee supplier.
That's not...
Don't flatter yourself too much. I don't trust anyone on first meeting, and I keep an eye on everything.
Well, if you do want coffee, let me know. You know, you haven't asked as many questions about Spite as I thought you would.
I'll ask what I need to. Plus, you and the ossuary records have revealed a fair bit. So has Spite when he shows himself. Sorry.
That's all right.
Outside that, I won't poke at Venatori wounds. I know what those are like.
What now? What's that look?
Turns out you can smile. A real one, even. And more than once.
Of course I can. I'm guessing there's a point to your observations?
Only that Rook's good for you.
Straight to the point?
She's right, though.
See? Now, isn't that sweet?
What do you do when you finish a job?
I think, that's great. And maybe grab a bite to eat, then take notes on anything that feels like a loose end.
A short-lived celebration.
What can I say? The work doesn't always tie up when you think it does. I guess that's less true for you? When the target's dead.
The contract's done. Though sometimes they're not as dead as you think.
So you've had jobs where you killed your target, and then, surprise, they aren't dead.
I've had a demon possess the corpse immediately afterwards. Technically, the target was dead, but try explaining that to the person who hired you. And there was an incident with someone who'd been impersonating the real target for years. We had to renegotiate who that contract was actually for.
So the work's not so cut and dried.
They all wound up dead in the end.
All right. You asked what I do when I finish a job. What about you? How does the infamous crow celebrate a finished contract? Moody contemplation? The finest wine in crystal glasses at your villa?
I prefer my moody contemplation with a good Antivan coffee. Otherwise, yes, you must find that pretentious.
I find it honest. Lucanis, you knew you would be a crow when you were young, right?
Yes, and I wanted to be, most of the time.
Bet you never saw all this happening.
No, I thought I'd have a pet wyvern by now. What about you? Did young Neve solve mysteries in Minrathos?
I was always stubborn and asked too many questions. Maybe all this was meant to be.
Neve, if you didn't want to be a detective when you were young, what did you want?
Honestly, I didn't know, and I hated that.
You hated unanswered questions. That's not exactly a twist.
Maybe not. I picked up odd jobs and picked up a reputation for finding things. Then someone hired me to find her brother. It was much bigger than what I'd been doing, but I knew no one else would try.
And you never looked back.
And now I chase gods and live in the Fade. That's life for you. Lucanis, If I've traced blood spatter from a scene,
You want an assassin's opinion. What am I looking for?
I'm looking for an unbiased opinion. Let's leave it at that.
Neve, that blood spatter tracing you gave me? It looks like a dagger. The killer was shorter than the victim, and the burn marks. It's meant to look like a mage did it.
But it's a frame job.
That's the theory I'd follow first.
Looks like I need to speak with the Viper. And the Shadow Dragons thank you.
Neve, were you muttering at your coat earlier?
There were burrs on it. I don't even know when they got there.
Those little green ones? I swear if the gods blight the world, somehow those survive.
I'd put good coin on that.
You look distracted. Something on your mind?
You ever get a bad feeling you can't shake, but you don't know if it's for you or someone else?
With my job, it's usually both.
Yeah.
We had a tale the last time we were in Minrathos.
We had two, if you count the one that wasn't human.
Yes, Spite picked up on that too. Cause for concern or typical Minrathos curiosity?
The latter, for now. But I've got eyes on it. If it changes...
We both know how to lose a person. Neve, I meant to thank you for finding that spice shop in Dogtown. Why does it move every 3 nights?
Long story that involves a mage, a secret, and a cursed mortar and pestle.
Of course it does. I used to know Treviso as well as you know Minrathos. Some of it I still do. Some not as much anymore. I had Viago take a look at the coffee you made.
And how are the results?
Unsettling.
So I can teach a crow a thing or two.
The number of wisps that find you in the lighthouse is unnerving. Spite agrees.
The 3 of us on the same page. Well, isn't that something?
If by something, you mean also unnerving. How many of your cases trace back to the Venatori?
Too many, if you're hoping the cult's not a problem. Not enough if you want to blame them for every hurt the city suffers.
Of course.
If you want a less complicated answer, you won't find it in Minrathos, or anywhere else.
You're an independent? There's no detectives guild in Minrathos?
They're called city guards, usually, and they're useless.
There must be other detectives in the city, though. The weight of Minrathos does not sit solely on you.
Depends on which day of the week you're asking. Well, half of it's Rana's problem now.
Without a guild, who negotiates your contracts?
I do.
How do you keep track of the going rates for detectives all over Minrathos?
I don't.
Mierda. I should introduce you to my negotiator.
It's nice to get out of the lighthouse.
I've never met a mage who distrusts the Fade as much as you.
Source of magic, sure, but it's also made of tricks, dreams, and unanswered questions. It pays to be cautious.
You don't sleep much, do you?
More than you, but little enough. Still looking over everything on Aelia.
If you need fresh eyes, I'm awake anyway.
Maybe, if you don't mind the company. It comes with wisps.
Wisps are nothing. Besides, you're better company than Spite.
Really. Rumor has it I'm a pain in the ass, but that's if you ask Tarquin. I've got a case for a low-level magister. Still looking for leads. You were making coffee at 4 a.m. yesterday.
I like coffee.
At 4 a.m?
That still counts as morning.
I'm not complaining. It was nice to find it in the kitchen and not have to make my own.
I'm always happy to get you a refill.
You'll make a girl feel spoiled.
Neve, when we met, you didn't trust me.
It wasn't personal.
It was just good sense. I felt the same.
I knew it.
But I changed my mind.
Does this mean you trust me less, or you've fallen for my schemes?
Maybe I changed it too quickly.
Probably. But I changed mine, too.
Neve, do you have a favorite food?
Whatever you're cooking.
There must be something.
I might have a weakness for seafood and candlelight.
I'll see what I can do.
All right. Magister Asthea's on possession, and the dream journals of Sonorek. Bet I can get my hands on those.
A reading list?
Studies on demonic possession. Attempts at removing spirits, or both. Because you wouldn't try something completely reckless.
Not when I have such incentive to succeed.
I need to go through my notes later. See what the shadows might find useful.
Need company?
No. But I'd love yours all the same.
Then I'm yours.
How are the crows after the dragon attack?
We're assassins. What do we know about dragons? Thea and Viago are juggling the response to the dragon with the fight against the Antam. The other talents are scrambling. And I don't know what Ilario is doing.
That last part seems normal.
I suppose the world hasn't ended yet. Neve, those civil engineers you sent from Minrathis are a great help.
Who said that was me?
They went directly to Treviso's southern lock gates, which I remember mentioning to you the other day.
Well, necessary work deserves no fanfare.
But good people do.
Look, I was owed a favor, and I've got nothing for an engineer to do. Now everything's square.
Whatever the reason, thank you. How is Minrathis since the dragon attack?
After the dragon attack, after demons swarmed the streets, after the palace shot at everyone, we're having a ball. The shadow dragons are dealing with it. At least, we're trying to.
Ah, sorry.
What for? You didn't attack the city. I just worry about Asher. He rests as much as we do.
Neve, tell the shadow dragons to consider any supplies they need already paid for, and I'll cut down what Venatori I can.
You don't have to.
It could have been Treviso. Consider this done.
Has your friend tried another break for the Alluvian?
No, but if you see him, me.
You got it.
Neve, in the fade with Rook and Spite, you were there. I mean, not you, but you know what I mean. You helped Rook. Sort of.
Sort of? Well, isn't that flattering? At least I'm on your mind.
You are. And not just then.
Oh. Well, then. So you and Spite are friends now. Can't say my money was on that one.
I would have lost that bet too.
Well, fingers crossed for you both. I mean it. Unless this clears the way for new and different midnight brooding. If it lets you sleep at night.
I wouldn't put it past me.
Well, you ever need a hopeless wall of clues to stare at until far too late, you know where to find me. Well, find me at midnight and we'll test the theory. You know, when you were assassinating all those Venatori, it's too bad Aelia missed the list.
Say the word and I'll make up for it this time.
Careful. I might take you up on that. So, Ilario.
Let me guess. You don't trust him either.
There's no playing with blood magic.
I know, but his family. I'll deal with it.
All right.
His family. And I hope the cousin I knew is still there. You'd call that wishful thinking.
You got me there. But I hope I'm wrong. You won't know till you know.
What?
Nothing. You're just so serious.
So are you.
Cynical, sure. Married to the job, I'll give you that one too, but serious? Have I crossed that line? Well, what now? Do I brood to the middle distance? Speak in solemn tones?
All right. I take it back. Neve, if I asked what's bothering you, would I get an answer?
Aelia says Minrathis is broken, and I've called it the same, but I don't like it that way.
Are you worried about what some Venatori said? Don't let her get under your skin.
I know.
All right, just tell me what you're thinking. At the Chantry, Spite, you know what happened. I don't...
All right, you want to know what I'm thinking? It's less about the demon, more about the blood magic. There's something knotted up in there. And if you're waiting for me to look at you different, hate to disappoint. No, that's a lie. I enjoy it.
I think I want to say thank you, but I'm not sure.
I get that a lot. You're thinking about it again.
What?
Gillenane. Playing it over in your head won't change the ending.
I need to know what went wrong.
And the good of that game only lasts so long.
You're lecturing me about letting things go?
Oh, I'm awful at it. Of all my charming qualities, that's not the one to copy. You had quite the stack of letters. Intrigues from home?
It's the Via della Morte. There's upkeep, repairs. I'm being asked if I should redecorate the main dining room. I'm not sure what to do. I make a mistake, both Katerina and Thea will kill me.
My entire Minrathis apartment could fit in your main dining room. If you're looking for help, you've got the wrong address.
You know, the advertisement Rana made isn't bad.
Not you, too.
Your name's in the paper anyway. Why not use it to your advantage?
Trust a crow to see the bright side of fame. Do I leave calling cards next?
I mean, if they had a slick design. Wait, what's that look? You're thinking about it.
If it was something understated. First Talon, as if you weren't fancy already.
I try.
And Ilario.
He made his own decisions, and he'll pay for them.
Hopefully his information proves useful. It was your call to make. All things considered, he got off easy. You saw Katerina recently. How is she?
The same as always. She's been through too much. She should take some time. But will she listen to me? There's no arguing with her.
If you need a leg to stand on, I've got a spare.
Not even that could save me. So, you've managed to get leads on the Venatori from Elia.
She's not chatty, but she's smug. Couldn't resist hinting at a few unfinished plans that I can now chase down.
Then you don't regret letting her leave?
It wouldn't change the past. And maybe this will change our future.
If you change your mind, my knives are sharp, and no one would trace it to you. So the Shadow Dragons are poised to take power in Tevinter.
Dorian is. He'll strike quick, too. I'll stay focused on Ducktown, but if he needs a detective, he knows where to find me. The Minrathous elite isn't my crowd, but if he needs dirt on them, I know where to find it. Cross your fingers, because if he pulls this off now, that would be something. Mayvaris is, and she'll play it smart. She can take the elites. I'll stick to Ducktown. May actually cares about us. When she needs local news, I'll have it ready. I doubt she'll want help from the threads, but if she needs a detective, she knows where to find me. Damn, is this sap? I swear that's harder to wash out than blood.
You should see what the wetlands did to my boots. So, the threads.
You disapprove? Really?
Disapprove? No.
Then why are you making that face?
It's a lot of work.
I can handle it. It's not like I've never worked before.
That isn't it either. How much are they paying you? You should have a negotiator.
Are you seriously worried about how much a criminal syndicate is paying me?
Yes, and you should be too. Do you have any idea how much work they're asking of you?
Isn't the point of being the boss to do as little as possible?
Only if you're bad at your job.
All right, Mr. First Talon of the Crows. What does a good crime boss do?
It's called organized crime for a reason. Someone plans every job, coordinates every asset. That takes time, a lot of it. And time is money.
Fair point. Maybe I do need a negotiator.
Emmrich. Have I got this right? Manfred's a wisp?
A wisp of curiosity, to be precise. Even the simplest actions hold a fascination for them. Everything is a learning experience.
And this wisp was so curious about our world, it just couldn't wait to come here, animate a body, and serve you tea?
Manfred enjoys boiling the water. He's mesmerized by the steam.
I heard a strange thing, Emmrich.
It's simply not true that Manfred's doing my laundry. He's got tangled in a bedsheet, and Taash mistook that for...
Not that. I heard you're preparing for some big necromancy rite.
How did you know?
I didn't say anything.
I believe you, Rook. But how...
You talk out loud to yourself a lot, Emmrich.
Oh dear. The rite is a difficult, delicate thing. I promise to explain it, if I succeed.
I get you. Good luck.
This monster, the Gloom Howler, have you ever seen its like?
Never. No warden I've talked to has either. It's definitely blighted, but not darkspawn. Smart. Something special. Normally I'd relish a hunt like this, but now...
You'll find Asan's siblings, I'm certain.
So am I. I heard another rumor, Emmrich.
What does Taash think I'm having Manfred do now? Scrub the privies?
Wait, can he? Because Asan's litter really...
What is your latest hearsay?
That you and Rook are getting tight. Making eyes, warming the cockles of your heart, tugging at the old bone.
That's quite enough.
Sure, but if you need any tips on hand-to-bone combat...
My dear young Davrin, I know perfectly well what I'm doing.
Make that your next book.
How are you faring with Asan, Davrin?
It's all good. He's behaving, minding his manners, quiet as a mouse.
So, all the squawking from your room.
Must have been Taash throwing a temper tantrum. The lighthouse is drafty. Must have been the wind.
I distinctly heard a griffin shriek.
Okay, yeah. Sometimes he acts out.
You must instill some discipline. Manfred needed to be taught boundaries as well.
Uh-huh. Except Asan's a griffin.
And clever. That will only increase, believe me.
Emmrich, I think you've got to let Manfred learn some things on his own.
Such as?
You know, like any kid. Let him fall, scrape their knee.
That could dislodge his patella bone, hinder his ambulation.
Or he might learn to walk and not fall next time.
That's a harsh thing to wish on a spirit who yearns only to experience the world.
Falling down's a big part of the world.
Manfred's body is an intricate construction. There's no need to bruise it, or him, unnecessarily. Davrin, I found feathers clogging my alembic this morning.
You have a feather pillow in your room? Mine's just straw.
Don't deflect. You know it was Asan. He's unruly, messy.
He's still just a kid.
One who'll grow into an unruly, messy adult. How much damage might a full-grown griffin cause?
That's the idea. A darkspawn killer. I'm not raising a butler to serve me tea, Emmrich.
No, he'll need considerably more nurturing. The lighthouse has been wonderful for Manfred. He's progressing so quickly these days.
Maybe. But can he fly like Asan?
He can open a door.
Asan can track and kill darkspawn.
I'd rather Manfred learn to gather flowers.
Asan can eat those flowers. He can also dive underwater and catch fish.
Manfred can be quiet and well-mannered.
Yeah? Well, you know, Asan.
Go on.
You're raising your twin, Emmrich.
Well, I might say the same.
You ever clean your own dishes at the necropolis, Emmrich? Or is that a job for skeleton butlers?
I was an apprentice once.
How about now?
Well, I am perfectly capable of scrubbing a pot.
That's good. You're on cleanup tonight.
I've noticed Asan's been rather moody lately.
He's jealous.
Is it because you and Rook are spending more time in each other's company?
That obvious?
You heard?
There were signs, small glances, intakes of breath, though Harding also told me.
I wouldn't call the glances small. But she's right.
That's wonderful to hear.
It's an interesting line of work you're in, Emmrich.
Oh, exploring the Fade's hardly work. I could spend several lifetimes researching its mysteries.
But that's just it. It's too much.
I don't follow.
Mages never do. Here's what I don't get about the Fade, Emmrich. Somehow it's a source of creation and where spirits live, and the place we go when we dream, and...
And your own people, the Dalish, believed it the home of the gods.
And that, and some sort of kingdom for demons.
As well as the source of all magic.
And maybe where souls pass through after they die.
That's a rather simple summary.
Simple?
It wouldn't be worth studying if it were dull. Am I right in feeling that something deeper about the Fade troubles you, Davrin?
The whole thing does. Not sure it's real.
It's quite literally within reach of the lighthouse.
I know what I see out my window. And yeah, it's strange. But that could be just a weird patch of weather.
Weird weather? Oh, my dear man, the things I could teach you.
My Dalish clan already tried. It all boils down to believing in power you can't touch, from a place you can't see.
I assure you, the Fade is real, Davrin. It's the foundation for everything we experience.
You know what's real? A rotclaw terrorizing a village, eating their chickens, then their goats, then their children. So when the villagers hire someone like me to kill it, we all agree on the problem. But your Fade? Put a dozen Emmrichs in the same room, you'd get a dozen different opinions.
But that's its glory. Realities splintered across impossible lines. New discoveries each time we scry them.
Enjoy your nightmare.
I promise there's great beauty in the Fade, Davrin.
The light show's pretty, I guess.
Its virtues go so much further. Trickles of magic suddenly revealing great oceanic patterns, hidden pools of lost memory, and moments where we may break the bonds of time.
I don't doubt you, Emmrich, but
But
it's a good thing you're on our side.
how is that book you found the other day, Davrin?
Terrible. Made up facts, imaginary monsters, and writers who never left their armchairs.
No competition for your bestiary, then?
Only if I wanted people to get eaten.
Can I ask, Davrin, what drew you to the Grey Wardens?
I was wondering when you would.
Well, you and Rook are the first wardens I've met, if the question was indelicate.
Not in my case. Some wardens join up because they were blighted. Others to protect their homes. Me, I came for the challenge.
Do you ever mull over the path you've chosen, Davrin?
You mean becoming a warden?
It's an act of great courage, but to know you'll be called to an early grave in the deep roads.
We all go sometime.
Death may not seem quite real to the young.
More reason to enjoy what I do now, then. What you said about wardens' early graves inspired me to make a will, Emmrich.
Very admirable.
And I'm leaving you a son.
You're what?
He'll need attention. 4 or 5 hours a day. Stock up on worms.
Well, then allow me to entrust Manfred to you if I pass on.
Hold on.
Firstly, you'll need to check the rotation of his joints every 2 days. Secondly, well, then if anything ever happens to me, please keep an eye on Johanna.
That talking skull?
You'll need to prime the ether seals, watch she doesn't find a way to decay her wards, and never let her...
I'm redoing the will. So, Emmrich, what do you actually do down in that necropolis of yours?
tend to the steady procession of death. There's rites to perform and bodies to prepare, mourners to comfort and students to teach.
What about fighting undead monsters?
Surely everyone knows about that.
There's also a lot of tomb cleaning if you're an apprentice.
Come on, Emmrich. Give me something good. Tell me about your necropolis fights.
There was one creature.
Yeah?
Twice as tall as you, it possessed the limbs of a spider, but strode like a man. The cunning beast picked off our expedition until we contained and beheaded it.
Not bad. Was it undead?
Oh, yes. Someone had prepared its body with great care. It whispered in a language no one recognized, except when it spoke our names.
Any more monster stories from the necropolis?
I must stress that the vast majority of our undead are model citizens.
Come on.
Myrna did once discover something unique. A thing of spined and fused bones sprung from a stream that couldn't have contained it.
Where'd it come from?
It could have been some cruel mage's experiment, though occasionally other entities slip in, drawn by sympathy with the dead.
Love to try my blade on a few.
Those wooden carvings of yours are perfectly charming, Davrin.
Thanks. Thought they might be too rustic for your tastes.
Artistry should be appreciated wherever it's found, though I'm surprised you let a son chew on that lovely Hulla statue.
He did what now?
How do you choose what subject to carve next, Davrin?
Pattern of the grain, flow of the wood. You need to feel out a shape. Hack away, and it's blood everywhere.
Oh, the last thing we need is a haunted carving.
Just from some blood? If that nug I just carved starts dancing, I'll call you.
It's rare, but the lighthouse attracts droves of spirits.
You know, with 2 necromancers, we could try out a harmless possession.
Rook, no one wants that.
Thank you again for the carving, Davrin. It made the perfect gift.
You're welcome. Tell that librarian friend of yours to treasure it. I don't normally do little statues with skulls for faces.
When you landed the killing blow on the archdemon at Weishaupt, I'm glad we didn't lose another good soul, Davrin.
In death, sacrifice. There's some irony.
It can be its own bravery to go with the living.
I suppose. Least I'd have been missed. Well, the only Grey Warden left would have been Rook.
Disaster.
What a terrible form of immortality fell upon Isaiah.
Gloomhowler, Isaiah. Should have died ages ago, warden or not.
Why does the blight kill most people it touches, yet infuse a few with this dreadful vitality?
No idea. If I ever go bad like that, have Taash breathe on me, go out in a blaze.
So, you had another encounter with the first warden of Weishaupt.
Didn't expect it. He had the same look in his eyes as when Rook talked him down at the siege.
A man before an abyss.
He drew back. Neither Gillenane nor Gloomhowler broke him. First warden gets full honors for that. Sure did. I'd swear he remembered Rook punching him, too.
In my defense, he was angry before that happened.
Blighted, bruised, and still obsessed with making history. When I first joined, the commander seemed stone solid. A Grey Warden's warden.
Clutching to that gallant image was his undoing. Tell me, how are the Griffins faring with the Grey Wardens? With warden training, I suppose the Griffins will eventually have riders?
A few are starting to listen. Usually when Evka talks.
She'll have them reciting our warden oaths any day now.
And Antoine's been muttering about crafting more Griffin armor. Tried taking measurements.
I thought I spotted him bandaging his arm.
You should see his leg. The man's dedicated.
Are the Griffins content with their new home in Arlathan?
It's more like their old nest. I think part of them remembers, deep down, they once patrolled that forest. Eldrin swears one griffin screams its head off when old artifacts flare up.
Intriguing. Perhaps you could teach Hassan to sense elven magic.
I don't know. That's just another excuse for him to make a racket.
With your friend's assistance, we'll surely see flocks of griffins above Arlathan.
That's the plan.
Imagine it. A full flight of griffins across the sky.
Didn't think you'd get dewy-eyed over that.
Well, as a boy, I always admired a statue of wardens flying in the third blight.
What would young Emmrich make of a real-life griffin squawking at him?
Davrin, I was a most timid child. I've wanted to say, Davrin, Hassan performed magnificently last fight.
He did, didn't he?
You were almost of one mind, perfectly focused.
Well, maybe Hassan needed a little guidance. Bit of discipline. By the way, was Manfred exploring on his own in the courtyard?
Not too far out, I hope. But, yes, he'll need some independence now, as a mage.
What have we signed up for?
Love, I think.
You were holding her hand the whole time?
I'd no idea Johanna was involved when we found the Hand of Glory. Performing self-surgery. I pray she was already undead by then.
And now you've got a rogue hand on the loose causing trouble.
Well, that raises a question of independent will.
You mean, does Hazenkas's hand have a mind of its own?
The diabolical mind that spawned it is my main worry. We'll stop Johanna. We must. I've wondered, Davrin. Of all our friends, you seemed the least fazed when I revealed I'd entered Lichdom.
Well, when I took the vow to be a warden, I had to sip darkspawn blood.
That's fascinating.
It's a know-your-enemy thing. Point is, it changed me. Death won't be the same for me as most people, and I accept that. Part of the greater good.
I see. There's nobility in that.
I think Lichdom's the same for you. Emmrich, I think Hassan misses Manfred. I caught him in your room sniffing around looking for him.
He's always in there searching for crumbs.
No, he was whimpering. Sad.
Oh, poor thing.
When I was there looking for him, I thought I heard someone else crying too.
Ah.
I miss him too. Don't know what I'd do if I lost Hassan. Emmrich, just putting it out there.
Yes?
You and me, a monster hunting team. Warden and Lich. From darkspawn to demons, we've got you covered.
Corporeal and ethereal enemies alike?
See? You're getting it. Imagine the coin we could rake in.
Lichdom isn't about wealth.
It could be.
I was not expecting to see Morrigan with the Veil Jumpers.
She shows up now and again, sometimes with news or a warning.
That sounds like Morrigan.
Some of the others swear she watches out for us in the form of a raven. And she once swooped down to save a couple of Veil Jumpers from a rampaging demon. as a spider, a really large one, wagon-sized.
Well, I'd rather have the wagon-sized spider on my side, I suppose.
There are a few Dalish clans in Ferelden, aren't there? New Venice, I think. Oh, and maybe Sabre?
Oh, yeah. The Sabre clan would show up occasionally to trade in my village. My ma would take me to see the Hala.
Hala are great. They can find their own way and everything. So, if you need someone, just give them a holla!
Oh.
Like holler, you know? Holla.
Bellara, please.
So what was he like? Before all of this, I mean.
What was who like?
Oh, sorry. Solus. You were in the Inquisition together.
Our paths didn't cross much. I was a scout and he was, well, Solus. Very much the same Solus. Nice enough. Never would have guessed what he was planning.
You met Morgan when she was an advisor to the Orlesian Empress, didn't you? I've read stories about how tricky it is to navigate the royal court in Orlais, you know, socially. And Morgan's so comfortable in the forests, it's hard to imagine her at court.
She didn't present herself as a wagon-sized spider, so that probably helped her fit in. You know, even as a spider, she wouldn't have been the most venomous person there.
How do you know literally everyone?
I don't know literally everyone.
Almost. Every time we meet someone, you already know them. Morgan, the crows, the wardens, and the chantry lady with the big hat. Not to mention the Dreadwolf himself.
How is that everyone? You didn't even list 10 people.
It feels like a lot of people.
Do a lot of elven ruins float like that? I've never seen anything like it. And I've been all around Thedas several times.
Not until recently, Solus changed something with this ritual. I know an elf who camped in some ruins, woke up and found that they'd ended up in the clouds.
How'd they get down?
Oh, they haven't. Too far up, but we send them food and water.
Ah, thank you for that new nightmare.
Why does everyone call you Harding and not Lace? Is that a Ferelden thing?
Oh, that's just a me thing. Charter called me Scout Harding, and it just stuck.
Huh. But I can call you Lace, right? It's such a pretty name and unusual. Pretty unusual. Ooh, or unusually pretty. One of the two. Or both.
Yeah, you can call me Lace.
Oh, good. I just wanted to check, in case you hated it.
The veil jumpers would have been really useful around the time the Inquisition got started.
Because of the breach, right? We weren't a thing then, though.
But why veil jumper?
I mean, because that's what we do. We jump the veil. We could have come up with a name in Elven, 14 syllables, 12 apostrophes. Who has time for that, though? There are veil anomalies to deal with. Did I hear you right? You've been to Halam Sharal, the Winter Palace?
Only for one night, and I saw mostly the gardens and the stables.
Oh, that must have been grand.
Gardens, yes. Stables? Fancy horses don't make grander shits.
Did I ever tell you about the leg tree? I mean, it had legs. Not roots, but branches that kind of looked like legs. Big ones, knees and feet and all.
What?
Well, sometimes the veil's extra thin, then real things start to behave like things in the Fade. We used to avoid the tree, then Strife started putting socks on the feet.
I would have used gloves.
The point is to make it less creepy. You've met Strife in Ireland before, right?
Varric and I did. We passed through Arlithan Forest while we were searching for Solus. Strife and Ireland helped us navigate the Fade.
Oh, I heard about that. Spatial anomalies and time loops. I wish I could have seen it.
Varric hated it so much, being outdoors and all. And when the outdoors is upside down and lost in time and you're harassed by spirits wearing your face, well...
Oh, that would be a nightmare for anyone, I think.
How did you get so good at fixing illuvians?
Oh, it's mostly a survival thing. Accidentally release a couple demons or rile up the local wildlife with misdirected magic a few times and you learn what not to do.
Oh.
So, you and Taash, at least, that's what I've heard.
Are you waggling your eyebrows at me?
Trying to. I read that it's conspiratorial.
It's definitely something. And yeah, we're together.
Well, congratulations. You both seem pretty happy about it. Or, well, you seem happy. Taash seems less annoyed. So, tell me, what's Taash like? I mean, when you're together.
Together? Like, together? Together? Are you asking me what Taash is like in private?
I think so. Isn't that what we're supposed to do when one of us is in a relationship?
Supposed to. Says who?
Well, that's what people do in the serials. The really steamy ones, at least.
Can you imagine if everyone acted like they were in a serial?
Did you get it?
Get what?
The gift basket, as an apology for prying, about you and Taash.
What exactly was in the basket?
Oh, things. I can't remember now that you ask.
Bellara.
Well, oils, mostly. And chocolate.
I would have remembered an oil and chocolate basket.
Harding, I'm sorry for prying. I'm just happy, for you and Taash.
Thanks. And don't worry about it. You weren't prying.
Oh, good. In that case, I have another basket for you.
Oh, that's so sweet, but I'm still not sure I got the last one.
I heard about you and Brooke. Congratulations.
Bellara.
I have some questions for you, whenever you've got a minute.
What kind of questions exactly?
Just, general romance questions for my stories. Oh, not questions about that. I know all about that.
Oh, okay. That I can do. Romance looks good on you.
Oh, no. I thought I washed up. I was so careful. Did I miss a spot?
Bellara, no. I was just trying to be nice.
Oh no. Lace, I was just thinking about this old elven lullaby. It goes, Irsatel mithalas matheneras.
Did you say Isatuno?
I didn't, but it sounded like that, didn't it? I knew you'd catch that.
That's Elven. What does it mean?
We don't really know. It's an old lullaby with old words. Irsatel might mean I'm empty, full of nothing, if I had to guess. I don't know why I brought it up. It just came to me.
Bellara, what if Irsa Telnal was never Elven but a mispronunciation of Isatunal? Maybe they knew it had something to do with the Titans and tried to write it down.
And got it wrong. Then over time the sounds shifted. That's brilliant. The lullaby's full of words that don't make sense in Elven. If this is why... I have to go look at it again. I found another line in the lullaby that I think started as Dwarven and then became Bad Elven.
Oh, go on.
Irsana Emma. In Elven, it could mean I'm filled with nothing. But what if it's actually Isana?
The Dwarven word for lyrium?
Isn't lyrium Titan blood? The next line's about the elven gods. Your lyrium brings pride to the gods. They did use lyrium, we know that much.
Wow.
Is this difficult for you? I don't have to keep going.
No, keep going. I'm invested now.
Irsa Telnal, Mithalas Matheneras. We thought it meant Mythal gives you dreams. It wasn't that. It was Mythal took your dreams all along. Isatunal, Mythal took your dreams. Your lyrium brings pride to our gods. Little dwarves, never yours the sun. Forever, forever. That's it. That was it the whole time. They knew.
And then they forgot.
We won't let them forget. Not this time. What does Isatunal mean, actually?
It's a word that describes a feeling or a concept, like bliss or hope or love. How do you explain love?
I'm sure I could, given time, a lot of time, and maybe a diagram.
Isatunal just describes the feeling of the Titans being united, together, yet distinct. I'm sorry, Bellara.
It's okay. Sorry about what exactly?
Your brother. Him coming back but working with the bad guys. I'd say something like, I know how it feels, but I don't.
Oh, thank you.
I'm here to listen, if you want to talk. Okay?
Okay. Lace, you grew up among humans, right? Do you believe in the Maker?
Come to think of it, I don't know anymore. But I don't think an indifferent god is better than an evil one. I didn't know archdemons could turn into, well, whatever Gilnena's dragon became.
She was known for making monsters, though, so not completely unexpected.
You expected a 3-headed blight serpent monster thing?
Well, maybe not exactly that.
I wonder what Elgernon's archdemon will be like.
Different from Gilnena's, that's for sure. She was the goddess of monsters.
And Elgernon's the god of what, again?
The sun, the moon, and, well, vengeance.
Great. Can't wait to meet that dragon. Oh, Bellara! Next time you need help moving furniture around your room, let me know.
Oh, I wasn't moving anything around. Not since I moved in, at least.
But there was clanging and some grunting. I was gonna come check, but then the noises stopped.
Oh, right. I was exercising. Trying to, at least. Everything in my room is so cumbersome, though, or much too light.
Want some stones? They'll be awkward, but we could make sure they're just the right weight.
Thank you. That'd be very helpful.
How's the exercise going?
Well, okay, but I'm still struggling with the bigger rocks, no matter what I try.
Raw strength's important, but so is technique. Want me to show ya?
Really? I appreciate it, and I'll owe you big time.
No, I owe you. You and Lucanis taking over the cooking have made the meals better. And safer, probably.
Oh, Harding, did you see? I was able to lift the bigger rocks today.
Did my tips help?
They did, and so did what Taash said.
What did they say?
Get really angry at the rocks and yell at them while you're lifting.
Yep, that's our Taash.
So if you'd known who Solus was, that he was actually Fen'Harel, what would you have done?
That's a tricky question.
All of this is because of him, at least most of it. So, would you have stopped him? I mean, however you had to?
I was thinking about Solus, and about trying to stop him.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean for you to dwell on it.
No, it was a good question, and I think I wouldn't have stopped him, even if I knew. He's the bad guy now, but back then, he was helping save the world. You can't kill someone for something they might do, right?
People change, sometimes for the worse, and sometimes they change for the better.
Yeah, you get it.
What's it like, being able to feel the other dwarves?
Right now? Not great. It's like a painful itch I can't soothe.
I'm sorry. We'll get to them, I promise.
If I concentrate, I can sense them, even where they are sometimes. It's almost like being able to scratch your nose without looking in the mirror.
That must be distracting.
Is your nose normally distracting?
Not really. Not unless there's a lot of pollen.
There you go. Could you ever support Solus? He does want to restore the elves, after all.
And kill a bunch of people to do it. Plus, those are his elves, not elves like me. I mean, would you be happy with the Titans coming back if it meant everyone you know would die?
No, absolutely not.
Right. The world might be a little broken, but you can't just erase it to start over. Not when erasing it means destroying people. Lace, I'm sorry for what the elves did to the Titans.
But you're not your ancestors, any more than I'm really a Titan. Maybe things would have been better if they hadn't fought. But we don't know that. I'm here now, and you're here now. And the best thing we can do is learn from the past.
I suppose so, but the elven gods were still dirtbags.
Not arguing with that. Don't apologize for the Evanuris. You're not them, even if you came from the same place. The elven gods ruled as tyrants. They would have hurt you too.
I know, it's just...
Be kind to yourself, Bellara. They won't be. How are you holding up, after all that's happened with your brother?
I'm okay, which is better than I thought I'd be. Syrian died doing the right thing. It's sad, and I'll miss him.
I get it. He was family.
Right. But this time, I got to say goodbye.
Tell me about your story. The one you're in the middle of writing.
Oh, it's nothing special.
Still, I want to hear about it. Spare no details. Tell me everything.
Thanks, Lace.
For what?
For trying to make me feel better.
When Algernon talks in my head, what exactly is he doing?
It's more than talking. It's a compulsion, meant to influence your behavior.
Fun. So he can control people just by talking at them?
Only the weak-minded, which none of us are, luckily.
Oh yeah, real lucky. You know, I briefly managed to link myself, Stalgard, and Dura together the last time I met them. I don't even know how I did it or what it means.
You get to figure that out, maybe?
I don't really know what to do with that.
You know, I always thought it was impossible for land corrupted by blight to nurture life. But there are flowers in Hosberg again. Nature doesn't give up.
Ah, that's why you're smiling.
It just gives me hope for life and everything. That even when it all falls apart, it doesn't have to be the end. We don't have to give up.
My ma likes to say that there's always a path forward, even if you have to dig for it.
Oh, I like that. I'll try to remember. Your ma's smart.
I heard the oracle again when I went back to Asana Nagat. Destruction is change, she said. We're still changing.
Sometimes there are fires in the forest and everything gets wiped out. Life comes back, but it's different always. When Solus made the veil, it changed my people. And when we learned what the Ebenuris were, it changed how we saw ourselves. We can wish that it didn't happen, but it did. And we had to decide what that means and where we go. That could be freeing, in a way. I don't know where I'm going with this. Sorry.
I think I understand. That helps, Bellara.
So, Lucanis, you're an Antivan crow.
Yes?
Do all crows have demons in them?
What? No.
It's fine if they do. I'm Rivani. Our seers let spirits possess them for ceremonies.
Well, Antivan crows don't. Spite was put into me by the Venatori.
Oh, that's messed up.
From what I hear, your mother is intense.
Yep.
It can be hard, trying to live up to that.
Is your mother like that?
My mother died when I was young. I was raised by my grandmother, Katerina. She was very intense as well.
Right. The Venatori got her. And you're gonna kill the ones that did.
Yes, I am.
Hey, you and the crows fought a dragon in Treviso?
Yes, while the others dealt with one in Minrathos.
Fighting in the city had to be rough. All the people. All the stuff to catch fire.
We drove it away. Barely.
That's more than a lot could do. And next time, you'll have me.
Taash, those things the Antam are becoming, rivers, what do you know about them?
Nothing. Normal Qunari don't do crap like that. But I can kinda see it for the Antam.
How?
Antam only care about being bigger and stronger. Of course they'd serve the gods and turn into monsters.
It's going to make clearing them out of Treviso a challenge.
Good thing the crows are there. Hey, Lucanis. How's Spite?
In a killing mood. Though, after the latest casualty reports from home, so am I.
You were frying things in the kitchen last night.
I needed something to do.
At 4 a.m?
Sorry if I woke you up.
You got any more of those fried things?
I'll make another batch.
Hey, Lucanis. When we were at that market, the lady selling ribbons was into you.
Smelled like strawberries and blood.
Hey, Spite. Eyes on me. That is a no. We do not talk about what other people smell like without their permission. Okay?
Fine. You're not scared of Spite?
I'm Rivani. We got all kinds of spirits.
What makes you think the ribbon seller was interested in me?
Caught her scent.
Not fair! You just said! Taash, Harding keeps asking me what your favorite foods are.
Why is she asking you?
I think she wants to surprise you with something.
But you told me. It's not a surprise now.
I'm pretty sure whatever Harding makes will be surprising no matter what.
So you and Rook are a thing?
Why?
You should pop out the wings while you're with him. Maybe take him flying. Guys love flying.
You like flying. It's more of your thing about dragons.
Your call. Lucanis, you keep making stuff Rook likes to eat. How do I do that?
You want to learn how to cook, or you just want to make something special for Rook?
The second one.
Rook likes tea. I'll show you how to make it. I'll show you how to brew a decent cup of coffee then. I'll show you how to make chocolate calda, Rook's favorite drink.
Hey, Lucanis,
Yes.
you and Neve?
Yes.
Nice catch.
Thanks.
And Spite's good with her?
No talking. When her hat comes off, go play with wisps.
Okay.
Taash, that dragon's lair the lords were searching when we met you. Who hired you for that?
Nobody.
No one? Then why did you do the job?
Loot.
Huh. What if there's no loot? When you do a job, I mean. What then?
Then you went into a dragon's lair and lived. Those make for good stories.
Stories?
Don't crows tell stories?
I suppose we do.
Our motto is gold and glory. You can pay for your drinks with either.
Huh. How do the Lords of Fortune pick their jobs? If no one hires you and you don't know if you'll get paid.
Isabella throws daggers at a map.
And that works?
Or we race nugs. Winner picks the job.
The winning nug? Or the person who owned it?
Either. Depends on how much fun the nug was having.
Taash, these are better stories than some of your jobs.
Huh.
How else have the Lords picked their jobs?
We used to blindfold Mateo and spin him around in circles.
How did that work?
He tripped on a map to an old Ravani tomb.
Was there loot?
Yeah. He was our lucky charm for a while. Kept spinning him around and making pick jobs for us.
But you don't do that anymore.
No. Village seer told us to stop. It was giving Mateo headaches. I heard crows can strangle a Kunari with their own darsam.
With their what?
The ropes Kunari wear. You can strangle us with them. But only if they're tied wrong.
Why would we strangle you with your arm ropes? Why wouldn't we just stab you?
Doing it with the darsam makes it look like an accident.
We're professional assassins. Most of the time, when we kill someone, we want people to know it was us.
Oh, okay. But you could strangle a Kunari with their darsam if you wanted to.
Of course.
I heard crows can slow down their breathing until they become invisible.
Why would slowing down your breathing make you turn invisible?
That's what I was going to ask. So, can you?
No.
Oh. Okay. I heard crows coat the beaks of actual crows with poison so that the crows can kill people by pecking.
That would probably kill the birds.
Oh. Okay. Then don't do that.
I do have a pet snake, though.
Huh. I heard crows can do a special move that stops their enemy's heart.
Yes, it's called stabbing.
No! Like with a finger. Poking someone to disrupt the rhythm of their blood flow.
That sounds far more complicated than using a dagger. Who told you all these stories about Antivan crows, Taash?
My mother. She told stories about everything the crows did when the Kunari invaded Antiva. The crows got a reputation for killing Kunari.
That was hundreds of years ago.
And now the Antam invaded Antiva again. Aren't the crows doing the same thing?
I suppose we are. We're not strangling them with their own arm ropes, though.
They probably tied him right.
So what other kinds of stories did your mother tell you about the crows?
Let's see. Crows would come through the house at night and kill children who weren't in bed.
Of course.
And they would poison cookies in the jar. But only some of them. That's why you had to ask your mother before getting one.
I'm sensing a theme here. So, Taash, are you nervous around me?
What? No.
But what about all the frightening stories your mother told you?
She stopped telling me those stories after she found me up on our roof. I had a butter knife in each hand and the tablecloth tied around my neck.
You wanted to be a crow after all your mother did to make them sound terrifying.
The crows sounded amazing. Also, you had capes.
This explains so much about you.
Hey, could you teach me how to be a crow?
Why would you want to be a crow?
Crows are great. You have flashy outfits, you do flips and stuff.
We kill people. You already know how to do that.
You have capes.
We train in acrobatic work from the time we're children. It's brutal, punishing.
Whoa.
I suppose I could give you a few pointers on killing with flair. Right. First lesson on flair. When you take down an enemy, you call out something casual.
Why casual?
Because it's unnerving. It makes anyone nearby think that for you, killing this person meant nothing.
So you just say something casual, like, hey.
That's too casual. You need the veneer of formality.
You said to be casual.
But you have to show them good manners to contrast with the fact that you've just killed someone.
This is complicated.
It isn't usually this hard to explain. All right, Taash. New plan on killing with flair. I'll tell you what to say.
Okay. I'm ready.
You've taken down an enemy. You smile at him, making sure that you're making eye contact with his allies as you do. And then you say, the crows send their regards. Go on, try it.
The crows axe their regards.
Por la sangre del hacedor.
Wait, I think I said axe.
I know.
Maybe because I was thinking about how I just hit the guy in the face with an axe.
I know, Taash.
Hey. I'm sorry I'm a bad crow.
You're not a bad crow. I'm a bad teacher. The goal of the clever line is to unnerve your enemies, so they don't swarm you while you're vulnerable after your strike.
And to look good.
And to look good, yes. But you don't need a clever line to unnerve your enemies. Try your growl. Perfect! Your enemy's morale will be shattered. I will have Teya order you a cape.
Yes. Stuff still rough with spite?
Yes.
That's Vashadan.
Agreed.
Have you ever taken an assassin job to kill a former lover?
One of my former lovers or the former lover of the person who hired me?
The second one.
Yes. Those are popular in Antiva, mostly early in my career, before I made a name killing mages. We made those contracts rigorous so that people didn't change their minds when we were in the middle of a job.
Oof. Harsh. Dragons are simpler. Nobody changes their minds about having you fight a dragon.
The axes. You make them look effortless, but don't they get stuck all the time?
They come out if you pull hard enough.
Knives seem so much easier. Why did you choose axes?
Axes can lodge between a dragon's scales. Gives me a good handle to climb up and get to the brain. And they look cool. Would you lose your wings if you got rid of spite?
I assume so.
That's a lot to give up.
You're right. I should accept a life of eroding self-identity in favor of being able to make a dramatic entrance.
But flying!
1, 2, fly like a dragon.
Do you think you could? Hey, Lucanis. You ever wanted to learn to fight dragons?
We have you for the dragon fights.
Oh, sorry. I thought you might want to hear about how to kill them.
I assumed you just hacked at them until they stopped moving.
What? No, it's a dance. There's a whole thing.
All right. I'm intrigued. Next time we're free, I await your explanation.
Okay, so, fighting a dragon. You start by finding her weakness.
The neck, I assume. Or the eyes?
Right. A dragon can always fly away, or use her breath on you. You have to make her want to come to you.
All right. How?
Sometimes it's a challenge. I make her see me as a rival. She'll lunge in to show dominance. Other times I make her see me as prey. Something she'll want to eat. That'll make her pounce.
And then?
Avoid the attack and climb onto her back. The muscles for her wings are vulnerable from behind.
To remove the possibility of escape. Interesting. So, dragons. Once you've crippled their wings to prevent escape...
Underbelly's the easy target. But her claws will shred you, so you hit them first. Always pisses her off. She gets frustrated. Comes in with the bite. Then it's like you said. Eyes and throat.
Interesting. That isn't how I go after most targets, but it's very close to how I go after mages. Create a distraction, then hinder their escape, hurt them to break their concentration, and finish them off. It is like a dance. Or a seduction, I suppose. You're fighting like a crow.
So do I get a cape?
I'll see what I can do.
Hey, what's going on with Spite?
He's throwing a tantrum. He wanted to kill Zara, but Ilario got there first.
She was mine.
Hey, no interrupting. You talk when it's your turn.
Never my turn.
It's fine. I'm dealing with it.
The Venatori stuck the two of you together? Neither of you got a say in it?
No.
That's messed up. The butcher was messed up.
He turned himself inside out. That is not right.
No, I mean... It's on-tom crap. The butcher was out from under the Cune. He had all this freedom. And he loved Treviso. He could have moved there like how my mother came to Ravane. He could have started a new life and been happy.
Antam are trained from childhood, yes? The butcher would have grown up only ever learning how to be a warrior, a conqueror.
So he invaded the city and turned into a monster, because his Tama never taught him how to do anything else.
He still had a choice. There is always a choice. What's going on?
People keep asking me about my feelings.
I know how that is.
How does it feel using they? Have you told your mother? When are you telling your mother?
Always when you're trying not to think about your feelings.
Right? Talking just makes me more sad.
Too much talking. Kill instead.
Yes, exactly. Wait, was that you or Spite?
I think in this case, he speaks for both of us.
Hey, I'm glad you got her back. Katerina.
About your mother.
Hey, don't. You helped your grandmother. She's proud of you.
Not that she'd ever show it. Your mother was proud of you too.
She knew who I am. Hey, Lucanis, are there non-binary crows?
Sure. Lots of them.
Do they still get capes?
Of course. Why wouldn't they get capes?
I don't know. People do stupid gender stuff. Only men can wear this, only women wear that.
Not in Antiva. The only rule is that you must have style.
Good.
You call Manfred Fred?
Sure. He walked into my office. I said, Fred, can I call you Fred? He nodded. Seemed happy about it. If he doesn't like it...
Oh, Manfred doesn't mind. He quite likes you. Does the diminutive imply a certain level of comfort with the necromantic arts?
It shows a certain level of comfort with your friend. The rest of it, well, that depends.
On what?
On what the mage using it is up to. So, necromancy's your calling.
Like most Navaran mages. I hope it's not a concern.
We'll find out.
Your own practice. Your work must find you in dangerous corners. Your experience with blood magic.
Do you want to know if I've tried it myself?
Well, in so many words.
Never have, never would. You know, Emmrich, when a necromancer moves in, I thought we might get undead bursting through the floor. But you keep things quiet, and Fred's a good neighbor.
You'll have to forgive my own worries. All I've read of Tevinter...
I can respect the wariness.
What is it like, Neve, using your magic to uncover wrongs in Minrathous?
You don't need magic for that. Just turn over a rock.
It all sounds so thrilling. Bellara was showing me some articles about your work.
Those rags?
Yes, let's see. There was the Cordellan Caper, the mystery of the heir of Voldorma.
You can only trust one word in 5 in those papers. Emmrich, you and Rook visit the necropolis lately?
Yes, I've been showing Rook around. Yes, I thought Rook might like to see home again.
That have anything to do with the fancy dinner menu Manfred showed me?
He took... of course, those gilded edges.
The dinner was very romantic.
That's sweet. You two have fun.
Neve, I recently inspected a few charms I picked up in Minrathous. Half of them were imitations.
Let me guess. Lency? Red booth, plaque with a black snake.
That's the man. I'd have noticed if I'd looked right away, but, well, I thought mages were respected in Tevinter.
Sorry, Emmrich. Someone's always willing to take a chance.
How can peddling fake charms be allowed in Minrathous, Neve?
Who's going to stop it?
But no one can sell enchantments in Navarra without a license and strict inspections from the mage circles.
Huh. A whole system of paying attention.
You mean Tevinter doesn't regulate? But the danger to the public!
And you wonder why I'm busy. So, Emmrich, I dropped in on that merchant who sold you fake charms.
Oh,
Funny thing is, Lindsay's a wreck. Says he's been seeing and hearing things. Skeletal faces at the window, spirits whispering his false goods endanger lives.
doubtless nightmares of a guilty conscience.
Sure. If I can make it stop, he'll go back to selling linen.
Then I'm sure it shall.
About my question earlier, Emmrich. You can't tell how long a body's been dead by how cold it is.
There's too many interfering factors and variables.
So that journal I showed you.
The time of death couldn't be pinpointed based on temperature. No.
Thanks. There's a shadow dragon I want you to meet. Questioning spirits. Does it matter how long the corpse has been a corpse?
Time is a factor, but not necessarily a limiting one.
Right. And condition?
Another factor. Are you interested in the theory?
No, the practical.
Who do you have in mind?
There's a case. I've got a lead. I'm not sure yet, but I'll get back to you.
Any time. Neve, you're well connected in Minrathous.
I'm connected. Whether it's well connected depends on who you ask.
Of course. It's just that I'm running low on a few key reagents, and Myrna's had trouble procuring them as well.
I probably know someone.
Wonderful. Thank you.
The smuggling fees might even be fair. So, Veilguard.
Yes?
Quite the character.
Some abuses of magic are so cruel, the people must be reassured that transgressions will never be tolerated. Veilguard tends to these matters.
That'd do the trick.
Neve, your notes on Tevinter protection ward rituals were enlightening, although I imagine there must be a step between initialization and overlaying the secondary wards.
Sure, but that step's a formality. You can shortcut it.
There's intrinsic mimetic value in the formality.
There's value in finishing a job quickly before the blood mage kills you.
Well, yes, I suppose.
If my version scares you, you should ask Bellara for hers. I read that book you lent me, Emmrich. Seemed more like poetry than spell instructions.
Well, that's the aim of the Litany of the Buried, to induce a meditation and manifestation of the soul. In practical terms, it better aligns oneself with the Fade before casting.
Well, the magic I tried afterward did flow pretty quick.
A package of Brynlaw curled leaf arrived for me in Navarra the other day.
Some kind of tea?
Oh, it has a wonderful fragrance. Crisp and cool, silver rain on a mountainside. If you'd ever like to try a cup.
Nothing's wrong with how I make coffee.
I didn't say so.
Right, never.
Some mortal pleasures are lost on me now. It'd be a pity to let them go to waste. What was that fruit we had yesterday, Neve? I've never tasted anything like it.
Pineapple? You can get it anywhere in Minrathous.
Delicious, and such a sun-bright yellow. The lights in Minrathous, the level of enchantment for such casual applications, it's a wonder.
It's a party trick.
Those outside the Imperium beg to differ. That quality and duration. I've never seen anything quite like the turquoise light in that one market. Perhaps the owner...
Don't go after the turquoise.
I'm sorry?
The owner's got the only turquoise hue in the city. You start asking around, he'll make sure you stop. Permanently.
Ah, I'll admire from afar.
Emmrich, that Venatori recruiter we stopped in Navarra City. Can't get over people cheering in the street after we took down her demons.
They'd do the same for you in Docktown.
Not a cheering sort of place. And forget about them bowing. How mages treat people in Navarra sounds too good to be true.
We've our own tragedies. Mages who instigate trouble for their own profit, but they're often found out. And seen to.
Can't see that into Vinter's future.
The Shadow Dragons do, and you've joined them.
I'm a sucker, that's all.
You? Come on.
We'll see.
You mean we're suckers?
Right.
That's not true.
Well, count on you for the sweet talk, right? Emmrich, how familiar are you with Tevinter swear words?
I wouldn't say I'm fluent.
Right. So if Fred says, Venhidas, I didn't teach him that. I just spilled my damn coffee.
Oh dear. Do you hail from Minrathous, Neve?
Born and raised.
I've a question for you about Minrathous, Neve.
Do you?
I've heard its mage circles are the strongest in Tevinter.
So they claim.
One does hear things, boasts about particular methods and so on.
Funny. We hear the same about Navarra. So, Emmrich, you want to know about Minratha's funeral feasts?
Specifically Docktowns. The Watchers know what Minratha's nobility would prepare, but we're less informed about how common folk fate their dead.
I'll take notes at the next funeral. Another day, another dozen problems.
Or opportunities to brighten things.
6 of 1, Professor.
I'm going to regret not doing my morning stretches.
Never skip stretching.
I've been meaning to ask if you've ever seen that extraordinary statue of Faustina in Minrathous.
Someone's been visiting the fancy part of town.
My dear Neve, I had to see it. Faustina's song is one of the greatest romantic epics of the Steel Age.
People read that outside Tevinter.
More than one epitaph in the necropolis bears a phrase from the poem.
Still can't figure why that Tevinter poem's so popular in Navarra.
Faustina's song is a beautiful ode not only to romance, but all shades and forms of love.
Flip side of death.
The measure by which we hold things dear against it.
Hezenkos. I've seen the type. Dangerous and damn slippery about it.
You're right. She held such promise. I only wish, but wishing for the alternative, you'd find that naive.
Can't say it changes things. Can't change that you were friends once, either. And for that, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Neve.
Emmrich, when you catch up to Hezenkos, just know where your exits are. Sometimes you think you've got someone backed into a corner, and you find yourself there instead.
Speaking from experience?
Too much of it.
I'm sorry. And the advice is well taken. I wanted to ask, Neve, you had your concerns about me at first.
A few.
But not Manfred?
What can I say? He's a good egg.
Quite right.
What can I say? He was a good egg.
Yes, he was, and still is. Just not with us. How goes your search for Alia, Neve?
She knows how to stay out of sight.
Caution is paramount when hunting down a blood mage.
Alia's not the first I've dealt with, but she's the nastiest.
In all Minrathous? If I can help.
I'll let you know. Thanks.
You seem surprised Navarra holds mages to different standards than Tevinter, Neve.
We don't hold mages to much at all.
Our people respect us for keeping malign spirits at bay and tending to the dead. A mage's conduct must honour that respect.
Sure. But who's got an eye on you?
Those who came before us.
Right. Should have guessed. Funny thing about Navarra's mages. You have a lot of influence, but don't run things directly like Tevinter mages.
Politicking happens nonetheless. How anyone untangles that procession of nobles and favours is beyond me.
Must be intimidating if you grew up on the poor side.
What? How did you...
You've done well for yourself since.
However did you deduce I came from poor circumstances as a child, Neve?
You always finish your plate, always first to meals. You're covered in gold, but save all your candle stubs. You give more money than a noble would to beggars and street urchins. And you look them in the eye. A nice word, no flinching. Poor's familiar.
Not for quite some time, but yes.
Look, Emmrich, I wasn't trying to pry before about where you came from.
I don't speak of it often, but I'd never deny it. Besides, I asked about your methods. You've quite an eye for detail.
I just notice things. This girl I was sweet on in Ducktown always saved her candles like you do. I bought her a little oil lamp.
How lovely.
Didn't burn forever, but it was nice while it did.
Where is that song from, Neve?
Oh, for one of Cedar Siconia's. Must have liked it more than I thought.
I'll never become accustomed to how quickly the weather changes outside Navarra.
Seems normal to me. But then the necropolis doesn't see much sky.
Oh, the travel's been delightful, but also a touch damper than I'd anticipated. Solus's records on the Fade. It's the most extensive collection I've seen on the topic. But when it comes to the inner depths, it's still theory. There's nothing concrete. It's fascinating.
I'll take your word for it.
You're not curious?
I've got enough mysteries on our side of the veil. I found Fred staring at a wall yesterday.
Oh, that's nothing to worry about. The dead often occupy themselves with contemplation.
Maybe. Or something caught his interest.
We may never know all the lighthouse's mysteries.
For all we know, this place fabricates new ones just to spite us.
Wouldn't that be fascinating?
That's one word for it. So, Hezenkos, a weight off your conscience.
Oh, a great relief. That plan of hers to scourge Navarra.
A real charmer.
And Alia? Is she a weight off yours?
It's getting there.
I'm sure you'll find a way to rout Alia.
Yeah, that's the job. But we know how those go.
Docktown feels brighter these days.
With Alia gone, the place got a weight off its shoulders.
That man down there with the fish stall offered me a meal the other day.
So you charmed Halos?
Not exactly. His words were, "For any friend of Neve's."
Well, nice of him.
I thought so too.
You try his fish?
I took a plate of fried leeks and potatoes. Quite good, actually.
You read the papers? There's already gossip about Rana and I on a case.
Well, you have been running all those advertisements.
Rana's idea.
And has her assistance lightened your burdens?
We're splitting scandalous mentions in the papers.
Ah.
All right. A few things got a bit easier. Got some news following our chat with the skull.
Good news?
The Shadow Dragons made contact with Rufus, that mage trying to escape his family. He's safe, and the family's tangled up in scandal and accusation. Funny how that happened.
What a relief.
Isn't it? Might even get some sleep tonight.
Neve, I read an article about the Varanus family scandal.
Minratha's paper's just getting that now?
Yes. And they called you a Docktown dirt chaser and only referred to me as a sinister foreign necromancer.
We got off easy.
Sinister? Really?
Nev's right. The Minratha's Herald called the Shadow Dragons traitors to the Empire.
And that was on a good day. One time, the Minratha's Herald said I should be exiled.
The nerve!
Didn't stick.
Your friend Rana actually left the Templars?
Doesn't happen as much in Navarra.
Not at all. I'm sure Rana's assistance in handling your cases will be most helpful.
I've got a system for sorting all my papers, Emmrich.
You have?
Now you sound like Rana.
So, young Lord Parvis will be leading the charge in Minrathous. You'll need a clear heart for what comes next.
He'll need sharp wits. Of course, he has those too, and he'll tell you so himself.
As I recall. You seem apprehensive about my lichdom, Neve. Can I alleviate any particular concerns?
All right. It took a lot of power to grant you this. How much power will 2 lifetimes give you? What about 10?
Aha. So it's my inevitable corruption you fear.
Some avoid it. But for eternity?
Lichdom's privileges demand dedication and service in return. I would not be as I am were my devotion less than absolute.
You say that now.
Will I ever convince you, Neve, that lichdom can be a force for good?
Emmrich, you'll give it your best shot. And if you ever decide to become an evil, undead immortal, just wait until after I'm dead. So, Emmrich, since you became a lich, you can cast the same spell, but the signature, the energy to it. It's subtle, but it's changed.
Has it? How fascinating!
Thought you'd like that. Don't say I never get you anything.
There's a paper in this. We should discuss the theory further.
Don't make me regret telling you.
If we begin now, we might have something for next spring.
All right, Emmrich. Let's hear it.
Beg pardon?
That particular worried look? It started when I took over the threads.
A temporary alliance was one thing, but taking over leadership of those criminals?
You've seen what the law is worth in Minrathous.
It's not their legality that worries me.
You're still bothered about the threads.
I don't doubt you've imposed limits, or that some threads are trustworthy. But what of the future?
You mean what happens when I tell someone no, when there's profit to be made from a yes? It's a tightrope, but the threads are loyal to Docktown, including its safety. Nothing shakes that. It's the only reason I'd take the risk, but it's a damn good one.
So it is.
I've heard of keeping enemies close, but Hezencast.
It seemed best she not disturb the others. Where she is must do. What power Elganon displayed at Arlathan! How smoothly he commanded the will of hundreds at once!
If Alia's been kissing up to a god, it's that one. Venatori in his pocket and now an archdemon. Can't say I like where this is going.
You and Bellara cut through his enchantment.
Yeah. Lucky he didn't know we were there. Can't count on it twice.
We'll find something new.
Harding, is it true you can control rocks now?
Control? That's funny. I'm still trying not to drop things on my own feet. And I still don't know why this happened.
Best not to question a gift.
Is it, though? A gift?
You saved someone's life.
I know. I just wonder what's next.
Not to pry, Harding, but I hear you're hearing things. Voices.
Well, it's just one voice, really.
Join the club. Grey Wardens hear weird things when an archdemon shows up.
What's that like?
A fever dream. Muddy. Dark. Can't quite grasp it, but something's talking to you.
My voice says I should seek her out.
I don't see you have a choice. Best way to come to terms with it is to face it.
Thanks.
Harding, how bad was Demetis Crossing?
I've seen plenty of blight before, but nothing like that.
Is it true about the mayor?
I don't know what happened. It's like the gods are tempting him, seeing how weak people can be.
And Rook spared him, huh?
Bellara wasn't happy about it.
I wouldn't be either. I'd have left him to die. Well, he won't get any sympathy at Weishaupt. Hope he enjoys freezing his ass off cleaning latrines. Then he got what he deserved.
Neve wasn't so sure.
Well, I am. Rook was right to leave him out there. Harding, are you friends with this Morrigan?
Me? Friends? With Morrigan?
Then how do you know her?
I'm not sure anyone knows Morrigan. She just pops up whenever things get weird.
Can she be trusted?
Maybe. She knows things and seems to want to stop Gillenane and Elgarnon.
But
we'll probably never know why.
Harding, what can you grow in that garden of yours?
Pretty much anything. The Fade doesn't care about what's possible.
What about worryweed? Ever cultivate that?
Is that for anxiety?
It causes it. Paranoia. Wardens slip it into each other's ale for kicks.
Why?
Don't know. We bore easily. What about Smuggler's Rose? Ever grow that?
Isn't that for thieves and pickpockets?
So they say. You wear it like perfume. Supposedly it clouds a person's mind so they don't notice you're nipping their wallet.
Planning a career change?
Wondering if it'll help me sneak up on Darkspawn.
And then pick their pockets?
Maybe they've got good stuff. Harding, how do alchemists know which ingredients to combine? How did someone figure out sagebane mixed with troll moss cures toenail fungus?
Eat a bit of this, a bit of that, and see what happens.
See what happens? That's a great way to poison yourself.
That's when you eat a little bit of something else and hope it's an antidote.
What happens if you combine thistle milk, dragon root, and swamp nettle?
I'm supposed to just know that?
Just checking.
You'd turn purple? Swamp nettle affects pigmentation. Thistle milk absorbs it into the blood, and dragon root buds are naturally violet.
That's specific.
Don't ask.
Do you ever create your own remedies from the garden?
Sometimes. I like to experiment.
What about invisibility? You have anything that'll do that?
You want a plant that turns you invisible?
There must be a flower or something.
It's not blood magic. Flowers don't make you invisible.
Oh.
Why do you need it?
To hide from Hassan. I could finally catch a nap. Harding, how'd you know those plants would turn someone purple?
I, read it somewhere.
You tried it, didn't you? You turned yourself purple.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did.
No. It was more of an indigo.
Sorry about Hassan just showing up in your room this morning.
Oh, don't worry about it. He was just investigating the plants. Looking for a snack, I bet.
Did he ruin anything? There was dirt between his talons.
He dug up a couple things, but really, it's fine. They'll bounce back in a couple hours.
Couple hours?
Don't ask me to explain it. I think it's a fade thing. It makes them grow faster. Emmrich thinks it's because they aren't real plants, just fade stuff pretending to be plants.
I'll take your word for it. Harding, you think we could grow gingerwort truffles in that fade garden of yours?
Truffles? Do you know how hard it is to grow truffles? That's why mushroom hunters keep their foraging spots secret. Anyway, we could give it a go, but we'd need some to start for the spores. Do they prefer oak trees or some other tree?
What?
Truffles grow under roots, don't they?
Maybe. Hassan just follows the squirrels.
Did you see the truffles I left in the pantry?
Barely. They disappeared straight into Hassan's mouth.
Oh, good. He liked them.
I thought you said they were hard to grow.
Not on the borders of the fade, apparently. I put the truffles you gave me on top of the soil. Then I gently suggested we could use more. 2 nights later, more.
If Hassan grows another head, I'm coming for you.
Hassan's really going through those truffles, huh? Even the fade's having trouble keeping up.
It's more than that. I found his secret stash. He thought I'd never know.
Oh, our Mabari Contessa was really attached to an older dog that lived next door. She'd share treats with Hafter and kept saving them for him, even after he passed. Just waiting for him to come back.
Huh. So Hassan's saving them for his brothers and sisters.
He'll get to share his truffles, Davrin. We'll save his family. When I was little, the Chantry sisters told us stories about griffins. Grey wardens in their bright armor flying into battle atop those majestic creatures. And then, in our kitchen, I find a griffin on his back, legs in the air, wrestling with a burlap sack.
I like to think the sack is Darkspawn and he's role-playing.
I'm sure he was.
I'm not. Odds are he was trying to eat a burlap sack. Still got a bad feeling, Harding?
I try to ignore it, but something's out there, in the stone.
I can relate. Wardens sense when Darkspawn are around. My skin crawls.
What do you do?
The only thing I can. Go hunt Darkspawn.
Well, I think I'm ready for my own hunt.
You enjoy camping, Harding?
Love it. I grew up exploring the hinterlands.
You must be some kind of expert. A person could spend a lifetime wandering those woods.
Made me the scout I am today.
You ever get lost on a scouting mission?
All the time.
Thought you were an expert.
I am. I'm alive. An amateur would get lost in the woods and die. I made it out.
Good point. Harding, what's the longest you've been lost scouting?
2 weeks.
How'd you survive?
I ate lots of berries, found a freshwater spring, and slept in a tree canopy.
Sounds like a vacation.
It was. At one point, I recognized a valley, and then I went the other way.
That was your way out.
I like being lost. That's true exploration. What about you, Davrin? Your monster hunts must lead you to out-of-the-way places.
I once trekked a Swinefoot for a week. Deep into a ravine, then a cave, then ended up in a grotto smugglers had turned into a wine cellar. Rows and rows of rare vintages, all stolen.
Wow.
Clever beast, leading me there. I couldn't resist drinking the Silent Plains Piquette. I ended up drunk and it got away.
You and Lucanis sure don't get along.
He's a killer, with a demon inside him.
I don't like the demon either, but he seems careful. As for being a killer, well, you kill monsters.
I like to think there's some honor in that. Keeps the world safe.
Maybe Lucanis just kills a different sort of monster.
And maybe he doesn't. Someone pays him, then someone else dies. It's just a transaction.
Davrin, can't you find a way to work with Lucanis?
If he keeps it professional, so will I.
I suppose that's progress.
Yeah, well, I'm not sure spite plays by the same rules. Your stone magic's pretty powerful from the sounds of it.
Yep, it's exciting, but also terrifying.
Nothing to be afraid of till something bites you.
Is that a Monster Hunter motto?
No, a Raising Griffins motto. At least you're getting closer to your answer, Harding.
After what the Oracle said, I don't know if I want to. It's scary.
The unknown always is.
But this unknown involves titans.
At least it won't be boring.
You've got a lot of trophies. It's a little ghoulish.
Says the person who has a detailed and decorated scrapbook of kills.
My scrapbook contains practical information about potential threats.
And doodles.
Pictures are helpful.
Oh yeah? The massive spider with the giant eyes and lashes? Very helpful.
Those draw attention to a vulnerable spot.
You ever slay a giant?
Uh-huh. There were some aggressive ones in the Dales during my Inquisition scouting. And we once discovered a giant fighting a dragon.
Ooh. Who won?
Everyone watching.
Did you actually encounter an envy demon? I heard they were rare.
Oh, I didn't. Some Inquisition members did, though.
Do they really look like that sketch in your scrapbook?
I couldn't tell ya. Someone else drew that picture. She described it as all but with some mouth.
Lovely.
Ogres are the worst darkspawn to fight, by far.
No arguments there. The first wardens I fought with had a great system for dealing with them. Someone was always the cheese.
The cheese?
The cheese had one job: get the ogre's attention.
Oh, you mean bait.
If the cheese did their job, the rest of us could pelt the ogre with arrows. Easy.
And if the cheese failed?
Well...
I guess you got creamed cheese, huh?
Oh, Harding.
Did I just see you throwing Griffin waste off the balcony? Just dumping it into the raw fade?
Where else would it go?
What if there's side effects?
Side effects? Like what? It's poop.
Maybe with everything that happened at Weishaupt, you and Lucanis could shake hands and make up?
Yeah, it kind of puts things in perspective.
You need to kill gods and archdemons, not each other.
Lucanis never could have taken me.
Have you fought lots of demons?
Try not to. Flesh and blood monsters are more my thing. But I know enough to shut them down.
Same here. I still don't like him, though.
Does anyone?
You ever fight a Gamardun Stormrider?
The lightning dragons? That's more of Taash's line of work.
Don't stand in a puddle. That's what I learned.
You were in Ferelden during the Fifth Blight, weren't you?
Yes, but I was just little. I didn't really understand what it meant. When Darkspawn were spotted, the village would take shelter in the Chantry, and my ma would make up stories about why we were there. Like, the sisters are lonely, so everyone is here to keep them company. Things like that. How old does a griffin have to be before you can ride him?
They don't put such things in the stories about the wardens. It's less about age and more about size and discipline.
Of course. Discipline. Being thrown by a flying griffin would be pretty bad, huh?
So hold on. The Blight was the severed...
Dreams.
Right. Dreams of the Titans. And they were driven mad by imprisonment?
Yep.
How do you wrap your head around that?
The same way you wrap your head around the elven gods talking to mortals as the Tevinter old gods who were really their dragon thralls. Reality is wild. Just go with it.
How many of these dead Titans underground are we talking?
Many. I don't know exactly. Why?
I knew some older wardens that said they'd seen parts of them in the deep roads, but no one was really sure.
They'd look like part of the rock. It's hard to see unless you know what you're looking for.
Which is...
I don't know. I just know it feels different.
Fair enough. Grey Wardens go through the same thing sensing Darkspawn.
How long did it take you to get used to it?
I never did.
Do you ever think about your calling?
Wardens will claim they don't, but of course we do.
Everything the wardens do for us. And their final reward is just one more sacrifice.
When the time comes, the calling's almost a release. The nightmares and the voices are too much. It's when wardens refuse death that the problems start.
I wish there was something else we could do for them. For you.
We know what we sign up for.
I wish I could breathe fire. I don't know, it just feels like the kind of thing that could be useful, you know?
Sometimes it helps to burn through stuff.
I wonder if we could make it go further or hotter. How long can you hold your breath?
Not long. Healers say it's because breathing fire hurts my lungs.
Oh, never mind then. So, Taash, Lords of Fortune. You're treasure hunters, right?
Yep.
And that includes ruins? Elven ruins?
Yep.
I see. Okay. Sure.
Okay?
So, those artifacts you find, you sell them?
Some of them. The rest go to Shiv.
Who's Shiv?
Elven guy. He's from a Dalish clan that works with us.
A clan works with you?
Yeah. Shiv makes sure we don't sell anything sacred to your people.
Huh. So, about Shiv, he examines ancient elven artifacts you find?
Yeah. Tells us what not to sell because it's cultural, or because it might blow up.
How does he know?
He's the thing. What's the word? Like my mother, but for elf stuff.
He's the keeper for the Dalish clan? And the Lords of Fortune listen to him?
Yeah. He pays us a finder's fee on stuff that should stay with his people. He also gives us a heads up about which floor tiles will set off fire traps or something.
Most treasure hunters I run into aren't like you. The Lords of Fortune, I mean. It's surprising.
Oh. You thought we were assholes.
No. Well, maybe a bit. Before, but not now. Most treasure hunters don't care. They take whatever's shiny to try and sell it, no matter how important it is.
Right. Assholes. The lords like treasure, but we do it right. We have Shiv for elf stuff and my mother for Kunari stuff.
That's surprisingly respectful.
Also keeps us from getting cursed and crap.
That Dalish clan you worked with really has a keeper named Shiv?
Yeah, that sounds right. His full name is longer. Shibari, Shivara.
Shivanis? That's Elven for dedication to duty. That's more like it. Elfier, I mean. And you call him Shiv, for short.
And because he once stabbed a Venatori in the face. Were you writing in your book a bit ago?
A little bit. I've been trying to get this story going, but it's been hard. So I'm taking it with me, writing a little bit every time I have a chance.
Gotta be hard to concentrate with Rook talking all the time.
Hey. Also fair.
It's easier, actually. Helps me focus to have some background noise.
Again. Hey.
I get that. I like to think by the ocean. The sound of the waves washes away all the little stuff.
Hey, Taash. How are you doing? I know you were unhappy after, what happened at Weishaupt?
It's fine. I'm fine.
Okay. It's just that you seemed kind of not fine.
We lost at Weishaupt. I didn't want to talk about feelings. I wanted to go punch some darkspawn so we could stop losing.
I guess I understand that. But your feelings are worth talking about.
I know, but it's work. I didn't want to do work. I wanted to punch darkspawn. That's what makes me feel better.
I'm sure we'll have the chance to punch more darkspawn soon.
Thanks. Hey, Bellara, why did ancient elves put traps everywhere?
Oh, did they? Oh, I mean traps? What kind of traps?
The kind that set you on fire.
Oh, that's interesting. Oh, it's the magic. It's gotten all confused. The original spells probably weren't even meant for defense. Oh, they'd be helpful, like showing you a map or shining your boots. But the magic is old. You're new, so it doesn't recognize you. Then the magic only halfway works and whoosh.
So I have to dodge fire bolts because some old magic wanted to shine my boots? Magic is stupid. What about elven traps that summon spirits to attack you?
In ruins? Well, it depends on the spirits. Sometimes energy from malfunctioning enchantments damages the veil and draws demons through.
Really? Ugh.
Why, ugh? I know it's disappointing, but runes and enchantments degrade over time. The elves did their best.
It's not that. It's... Ugh, I thought it was a puzzle. I thought the elves left the traps to test us, so only the best people could get their stuff. But it's just broken down magic.
Well, the randomly placed spinning blades? Those are absolutely traps.
Okay. Not something.
Taash, if you're looking for traps, there's a place on Drool's Gauntlet.
Yeah?
Yes, it's really ancient, old, Elvenon ancient. It's supposed to test hunters who want to wield the mightiest weapons. It's filled with traps. No one has made it through in ages. Well, not in one piece anyways.
And these are real traps. Not broken down magic?
Made by Andrul's own priest to test the greatest warriors of Arlathan. I saw a hunter go in years ago. A few minutes later, big flash of light and his head shot back out. On fire.
Okay, yeah. That sounds pretty great.
Hey, Bellara. Thanks for the advice on cooking dinner for my mother. Worked great.
Oh, I'm so relieved. I thought you said the dinner didn't go well, though.
Wasn't the food's fault.
Say the word and we can go punch some demons.
Right. Thanks. Hey, Bellara. I wanted to ask you something about your cooking.
Sure. Wait, was there something wrong with the last meal? I told myself that cheese smells a little funny, and then I thought maybe it's supposed to smell funny.
Nah, it's Orlesian cheese. They all smell like that. That wasn't my question. How did you make the stir-fry? It was good. I thought all we had left were greens.
Oh, you can make a meal out of anything if you know how. Just takes a little creativity and some good spices. Have you ever tried to cook food with your fire breath?
Once. I melted through the pot.
Oh.
And set the kitchen floor on fire.
Oh, dear.
Hey, where'd you learn to cook?
I had to. We all did, kind of. All of my clan, I mean. If it's winter and the hunts aren't going well, you learn to make a meal out of anything.
Couldn't you just buy food? That's what we did. My mother didn't know how to garden.
Didn't always have the coin. We're not exactly known for our wealth. And, even with the money, people wouldn't always sell to us.
That's messed up. You were talking about money stuff before. Took me a long time to realize we grew up poor.
Oh? Why?
My mother made sure I had enough to eat. We even got herbs to help me with the fire breath. She always ate less than I did. Said the Ravani food was too rich for her.
She wanted to be sure you'd eaten and wouldn't feel bad about it.
Yeah. My mother wore the same dress for years, until it was thin enough to read through. Said it was all she needed. I bought her a new dress with my share from my first job with the Lords of Fortune. It was all shiny and covered with ribbons. She said the dress was wasteful, that I should have spent it on new boots for myself.
She's still worried about you.
Ugh. It was the first time I had gold in my purse. Why couldn't she let me get her something nice?
Old habits die hard, I guess. She wanted to be sure you had enough. What did Shathan do for holidays? The big gift-giving ones.
She'd get grumpy. They weren't holidays she knew anything about under the Cune. But she'd always get me something. Not something big, but something.
We got group gifts. Usually made by hand, and always something Syrian and I were meant to play with together.
One year I wanted a pair of fancy daggers like the Antivan crows used. She got me hatchets instead. They were just little kindling choppers. But she helped me decorate them with ropes to make traditional Kunari weapons.
Right, and you got to spend time together, which made them special. Is that why you use axes now?
Well...
It's weird. Besides, our entire lives right now.
What?
We've got an alluvian that goes anywhere, and we've taken it all over Thedas to fight evil. But a spice I've been missing for a week, that would take me 5 minutes to get. Still can't find the time to do it, and it's one of the good ones.
Hey, that thing you said? About not being able to make yourself do the little things? I thought everyone did that. Is that not normal?
For me, yes, definitely. It's always been like that. Little things are hard, but big things? I don't know, I guess I know I need to do them so they get done.
Right. The big stuff makes you do it. The little stuff disappears when you're not looking at it. Huh. Hey, Bellara, where'd you learn to fix that old elven stuff?
Learned through trying, mostly. Luckily, the first ones I broke weren't the explodey kind.
You're better at it than most of the veil jumpers.
It was interesting, so it kind of became my whole life. It was also part of why Ireland and I broke up. Cooking is the same thing for me. I find it interesting, so I read about it whenever I can.
Yeah, it's your thing. So all those things you told me about, do they bother you? The focusing and forgetting other stuff?
They did, for a while at least. But I've learned to work with them, not against them. I could try and make myself change, probably fail and get mad, that kind of thing. Or I can try to lean into them, Really embrace the things that make me the way I am.
I'm glad you're doing the second one.
Right back at ya.
You don't gotta say it. I believe you.
It wasn't me, but why is that bad? You sound like it's bad.
It damages the spine. It's disrespectful to the elders who left this knowledge for us.
Oh, right. Yes.
Also hurts the resale value. You don't seem happy about your brother.
Well, sort of, but also not. It's complicated.
You thought he was dead. Now he's alive.
Which is good, that he's not dead, I mean. But it's not him. Well, it is, but he's working with Anaris. It was easier before. I could think of the good things. Now he's back and I have to, I don't know, fix him?
He's alive. That's a start.
I hope so.
I'm sorry your brother has an elven god in his head.
Sort of. Thanks. I'm sorry. I shouldn't make it anyone else's problem.
That's Vashadan.
What?
It means garbage.
Okay. Yes, context clues help there. But what do you mean garbage?
He's your brother. He's family. Nobody twists you up like family. Your head's twisted up enough already. So don't do it alone. Let us help with your brother.
Thank you. I don't know what to say. It's very nice. Twisted up. Yeah.
I thought you'd be happy your brother was being controlled by the elven god.
He's not. Well, sort of. Anaris is a forgotten one. They're bad. Why would I be happy?
Because it's not his fault. He's not evil. Anaris is evil. Anaris is the one to blame.
I mean, he still made those choices, still allied with Anaris, put that mask on willingly.
Okay. But now you know who to punch. He saved you. He came back and saved you. That's what matters.
I know. But I still wish he was here.
I'm sorry about Syrian.
Thanks. He's at peace now, which is good.
Hey, Bellara. You okay? You look sad.
Oh, sorry. I was thinking about my brother.
Yeah. Sometimes I see stuff that reminds me of my mother.
What do you do? When it hits you, I mean.
I don't know. I ask someone how they're doing. Then I'm thinking about them and not me.
Oh. I'm sorry, Taash.
Nah. It's a good hurt. Mostly.
I'm sorry, Taash. About your mom.
She never made it easy, but she knew who I was.
I'd ask how you're feeling, but, well, I think I know.
Thanks.
Sometimes, when I can't stop thinking about Syrian, I like to remember something nice about him. Or funny. So, could you tell me something funny about Shathan?
She hated apples.
Apples?
Skin always got caught in her teeth. She'd spend all day trying to get it out. Avatosh, this fruit is stupid.
Syrian hated spiders. I mean, more than most people do. Climbed a tree to get away from a big one once.
Yeah?
Well, the nest was up that tree, away from a spider, into more spiders. He refused to leave camp for a week.
Nice. And thanks.
Back at you. So that tablet you found, what did it end up saying anyway?
Lots of stuff about adversaries, about mixing our blood with dragons.
What do you mean? Oh. Okay. Yep.
Yep. Whatever that means.
That tablet, it said something about the devouring storm, right? Just before he died, or, well, whatever happened to him, Anar said something about the storm.
Huh. And he was old. Think he might have known about it?
Could be. I don't know. Feels worth looking into. I've never heard that phrase before. I wonder if the archive would know. I'll have to ask. Whenever I'm ready to be insulted by it again. So, I looked into it a little bit. The devouring storm, I mean.
What did you find?
Nothing. Dead end after dead end. I tried everything. Libraries, circles, even Myrna and Borgoth.
That's weird. You'd think some group of mages would know something.
Right. Here's hoping it ends up being nothing.
Hey, Bellara, You know those elven power crystals we plug in to make bridges and open doors and stuff? Is there an elven word we're supposed to call them? To be more respectful?
Oh, well, yes, but no. The elven word for them is June Suledin Belinaris Ina Gilan Lassa Shiral.
Oof.
But mostly we just call them power crystals.
No kidding. That's even bigger than Canary words.
The elven word for the sockets is even longer.
So, Emmrich, you're a mortalitasi.
Mortalitasi is a general term. I belong to the Morn Watch.
But you are a necromancer.
Yes, certainly. You don't think highly of spirit magic, Lucanis, because of your experiences with a Venatori, I suppose.
Partly.
I assure you that performed with care, necromancy is no more harmful than any other magecraft.
There is a difference. Fire and ice spells kill people. They don't bring them back again.
What's so objectionable about a simple reanimation?
It's a waste of hard work. As a spirit mage, Emmrich, you must sense spite.
I'm sorry that you two came together under such unjust circumstances. Ah, my sympathies.
You can hear spite? Even when he doesn't take me over?
This close, yes.
I am so sorry.
So, Rook, you and Lucanis both come from the Crows?
Yes, but I was never as famous as the demon of Virantium.
Rook?
However did you come by that name before you met Spite?
The Tevinter news sheets, but I think Viago started it. Please stop staring, Emmrich.
I don't mean to be intrusive. In times of stress, the possessed often experience intense emotional shifts. Given recent events...
Is this sympathy or a field study?
I'm sorry about Treviso, and I intend to look out for you and Spite as best I can.
Can I ask you about necromancy, Emmrich?
Yes, of course.
Why do it?
I'm sorry?
What's the point of bringing back corpses?
Why, all sorts of reasons. To preserve history, to keep faith with our dead.
Antifa's dead don't make deals.
Oh, I don't know.
You also use skeletons to fight stuff?
Rook, only in self-defense. How many crow houses are there, Lucanis?
A few dozen. Only 5 I'd recommend.
You've all such a fierce reputation outside Antiva.
Doing a job is different from doing it well. My grandmother knew what that took. Ilario never accepted what that takes.
Another question about the crows, Lucanis.
Go ahead.
I'm also a crow.
Have you told Viago that?
Do you have any say in your targets?
You want to know if my victims deserved it.
Forgive me, I shouldn't have asked.
Everyone wonders. I've never killed an innocent by my count. I cannot say if yours would agree.
Lucanis, it's your turn to cook tonight, isn't it?
It is. Did you need something?
If it's possible to make a side dish without meat or seafood in it, perhaps?
I'll make a run to the markets. It won't be a problem. How do you feel about cheese?
I've been known to indulge now and then.
What is following?
Spite's noticed Manfred.
You're happy about that?
As examples of good behavior go.
It has hands.
That's not what he's getting. Trust me. Emmrich, I hope I didn't offend you yesterday.
You mean when you compared my raising the deceased to Antivan puppetry?
I don't understand why you dress up your dead.
To remind us of their stories. We clothe them as they were.
Not to tell the skeletons apart?
That as well, yes.
It seems like a lot of work, making corpses walk around.
The effort involved varies, depending on the deceased.
I meant that it creates work. People to watch the undead, people to build the necropolis, gardeners to tend to the grounds, tailors to make all the fancy clothes for skeletons, jewelers. The grand necropolis. It keeps Navarra afloat, doesn't it? Through wars and blights and disasters.
It's been our bulwark for... Oh, you mean fiscally? Yes, I suppose.
Like Antiva and the crows. You start where we leave off. You'd be surprised how often the crows visit Navarra, Emmrich.
Our nobility will have its contests.
And the deepest pockets in Thedas. You know how much it costs to put a contract on a king?
I'd rather not, if you please.
Have you thought about what I asked yet?
My dear Lucanis, I can't simply tell Navarra's nobility, please stop hiring crows to assassinate our king.
20 contracts. It's becoming a problem.
King Marcus is spry for his age.
Poisoned 7 times.
And blessed with a robust constitution.
You don't seem fond of Navarra's nobility, Emmrich.
Oh, the demands of the great houses are endless.
Yet, you love all those tombs they build in the Grand Necropolis.
Oh, the gentry are perfectly fine once they've passed on.
Into the hands of necromancers.
Death plays no favourites. Besides, the nobility are much quieter once interred in their crypt palaces. Wonderful dinner last night, Lucanis.
Thank you.
But I can't persuade you to try pairing with something from the mark.
Can it beat an Antivan red?
You must let me bring you some.
I'll try it, just to see what the Watchers keep in their cellars.
More a tomb, but it shouldn't be hard to persuade the late Lord Vanderstern to spare one bottle.
Ah,
Where did you learn to cook, Lucanis?
I used to help the kitchen staff in the villa when I was a boy. It gave me something to do between lessons with Katerina.
So it's not a crow skill for hiding poisons in food?
It's good for that too, but I mostly just wanted to know how to make churros.
I worry Strife and I don't have much in common. We come from such different places.
You're not that different. You both enjoy finding the strangest magical thing you can and poking it.
True, we share the thrill of discovery, but is that enough?
You actually like being around each other. That's already better than any of my cousin's romances.
Ilario didn't strike me as a romantic, no. What of your own relationships?
There's just the one. I don't know what he sees in me, but I'm happy around him. All none of them? If Ilario doesn't count as a romantic, Emmrich, I count as even less of one. All one of them? I'll let you know. But we do enjoy dark alleys and talking about murders, so we have that in common.
Lucanis, were you really spurned once for gifting someone a knife?
Not spurned so much as ignored. I just don't have Ilario's gift for flirting.
Well, we all approach things in our own way. Who was it, if I might ask, the recipient of your gift?
A crow from another house. It was a long time ago.
I'm surprised that the gift wasn't better received then.
You've met him. He's very particular. Did you tell Strife yet about your decision?
Lichdom? Not yet. I have to speak with him soon, though. And that will be the end of it.
The sooner you tell him, the sooner you'll know for certain.
There's little to be uncertain about. Why would Strife remain interested in a lich?
People find all sorts of things attractive. None of it makes sense to me. Just talk to him about it. How did it go?
Very well, thank you.
I knew Rook would give you good advice.
Actually, as it turns out, Strife does indeed collect knives. So your suggestion was excellent as well.
Really? That has never worked for me. I can give you the name of my blacksmith.
Again, I'm so sorry Manfred keeps wandering in while you're asleep, Lucanis.
I think he wonders about spite.
Curiosity has feet.
We have enough feet already.
It has feet.
Spite, you've your own body. To share.
I'm right here, you know. Do all the Watchers wear a small fortune in gold, Emmrich?
It's a grave dowry. Mementos to catch the eye or stir the heart.
Don't thieves go after it?
Certainly not in Navarra. I did encounter bandits in the Anderfels recently, but a few minor shades put them off.
Of course.
I didn't want to reveal my ignorance earlier, Lucanis, but is that an authentic Rossoletto in Viago's quarters?
He'll be thrilled you noticed.
I used to see an Orlesian woman, an art appraiser. She taught me a few things that summer.
Did you?
Decades ago, dearest. But one picks up things.
Including why Orlais dips everything in gold.
They seem to reserve their opulence for the living in the south.
Spite tried walking me out of my room again.
I'll set new wards.
And you want us to bond?
You two met under duress of death. The hope lies in that you overcame it. Two souls live, thanks to each other. And, may I add, spite, gratitude must go both ways.
Now he's sulking. But thanks. Emmrich, Viago said a painting you asked for came in.
Ah, thank you. Veilguard will be pleased.
That tall, faceless Mornwatcher?
They've quite a collection, especially landscapes. Veilguard is selective about who they show it to, but if you'd like me to inquire...
No thanks. But Viago might risk it. Emmrich, I need to ask, can you separate spite from me?
Your bond cannot be undone, Lucanis. Not while you live.
Then that's it.
Forcing this possession upon you and spite was a travesty. But with patience, you two might reach an accord.
With spite?
Consider it, please, for your own futures. Have you considered my suggestion?
Reading to spite, to bring us closer.
Might I suggest some classic tragedies? Or perhaps you're in the mood for the old epic poems?
I think I'll let spite pick.
Are you still determined to separate yourself from spite?
Somehow. Preferably without killing either of us in the process.
Oh, well, then I ask you to consider the dangers to yourself and to him should you pursue it. You wouldn't mind keeping detailed notes, would you? For the sake of knowledge.
But if I die, you can raise my corpse and ask where I went wrong.
Oh, the newly raised dead aren't always so cognizant of what laid them low. Life is ever precious, but good documentation, priceless.
I notice you never say demon around me.
Watchers avoid the word. It begets unfortunate expectations.
With just a name?
Spirits are mirrors of our emotions, and we, the unconscious creators of their environments. This discord between you and spite, Lucanis, may lie in that phenomenon.
I need to control him, that's all.
But you've seen that firsthand.
There are so many worlds.
This one's enough. I do not understand why Nevarans are so obsessed with turning dead.
Undead.
Which is different from regular dead how?
The hope that one's soul can return to visit this world.
But you don't need to be dead for that. Your soul is here now.
Not forever. I'd like to further explain about the undead, if I may.
I do not understand necromancy even a little bit, Emmrich, but the undead are still dead.
Say, for the sake of theory, we imagine an undead being that could transcend death. They might pass through it just as we would walk through a doorway to the room beyond.
Passing through the doorway of death is still death, Emmrich.
Perhaps.
So it's immortality you want?
The idea appeals.
Why?
Well, Wait, what?
Everything dies. People, cities, empires, fashions, your favorite song. Things fade and are forgotten. Why would you want to outlast everything you love? Sounds like a terrible fate.
Well, there's always something to discover in this world. A fresh marvel, a new friend. I think I should never grow tired of that.
Emmrich, can you make the dead speak?
They cannot be compelled. I can converse with the dead, but only if they have something they wish to say.
But someone who wanted to speak right before they died, you might be able to get them to talk.
Very likely, yes. Did you have someone in mind?
I'll make some arrangements for you to meet.
Have you learned more of what Ilario's planning, Lucanis?
Not yet. He's hidden it well. Katerina would be proud.
But Ilario had her killed.
We're assassins. She'd be proud of that, too.
Lucanis, do the implications of your work never trouble you?
Everyone on this team has killed before. I'm hardly unique.
Yes, of course. But in your case, it's a profession, rather than an act of necessity.
I'm not sure the Venatori or the Antam see the distinction as you do.
I find it extremely interesting, Lucanis, that you consider the point of view of your enemies in battle.
I have to. It's much more difficult to find and kill them otherwise.
Exactly. A utilitarian attitude towards death, and yet you extend empathy to your victims.
Not that much empathy.
Well, enough to wonder how the Venatori and Antam view your actions.
Death comes to everyone, in time. I get paid to deliver it, like a letter not everyone wants to read. Emmrich, did you know Spite thought you were still in the ossuary?
That private sphere of conception was inviolate.
So no?
Could Spite have described your dream prison until you faced it together?
You're kidding. I barely understood. Is this why we stopped sleepwalking? Spite understands space now?
Slowly, but it will come. You and Spite have reached a new equilibrium, Lucanis.
He's less noisy.
We have an agreement and coffee.
And the magic around you has much finer etheric transfusion.
Thank you.
It's so good to see you smooth over these little entanglements.
Emmrich, I'm sorry. About Manfred.
Thank you, Lucanis. But he may not be lost to us yet.
Losing someone you love, even temporarily, still hurts. That's a hard place to be. Between grief and hope. For what it's worth, Spite seems to miss him.
Does he?
Sort of like a cat when you shatter the windows and stop him from watching birds. Your skeleton's back.
Yes, Manfred's made a full recovery.
And he can summon fire.
We do too.
Give me fire.
No.
I want fire.
And the rigorous training to cast it? Pardon me, Spite, I didn't catch all of that. While I don't wish to dissuade you, I can't recommend that course. Oh. Oh. Well, it's a sign of considerable growth, asking for guidance. You should be proud.
Emmrich, stop encouraging him. Spite does not need to learn fire.
Curiosity. Where is it?
I'm afraid Manfred's gone.
Bring it back. I want.
Spite, leave it.
Thank you, Lucanis. It's all right. Spirits are often confused by death, especially amongst their own.
It should be here.
Yes, I know. Now that I'm a lich, I've been divesting myself of some possessions. Would you care for a case of Velforet port bottled in 28, Lucanis?
A 28? You had to ask?
I wanted it to go to someone who'll appreciate it. Unlike Taash, who described my 39 Cellini as smelling like a 2-week-old towel.
They don't even know what wine is in Ravane. Will you hold the funeral?
The Morn Watch honours spirits that return to the other side of the veil, but not usually with funeral rites.
I have only attended a few, myself, but I think they're for the living rather than the dead. Having just planned Katarina's funeral, they're mostly an excuse to vent sorrows together. Perhaps Antivan funerals are different from Nevarin ones, but we just get together and weep and throw things. Having just planned a perfectly good funeral we don't need, the Crows could loan you a venue.
A small service would ease things. Yes, Spite? No. No, you and Lucanis most definitely need to keep your skin. It doesn't matter that my own is gone now. His is perfectly healthy.
So, your worst enemy, you're going to keep her around, in the lighthouse.
She's strongly warded. It'd be disastrous if we loosed Johanna's spirit by destroying her remains. I know what she's done, what she's capable of, but...
Losing her would have been worse.
Yes, perhaps you're right.
No, I understand. I've still got Ilario.
We must trust in mercy.
The alluvian's working. We're finding help. It's not a bad start.
This started with us failing to finish the last job.
Okay, it's not a bad second start.
Maybe the third will be perfect. Track down Solus, help stop a ritual. Then I was supposed to go home.
You're not leaving, are you?
If the job's not done, then I'm not either. Consider yourself stuck with me. With the alluvian working, I can keep an eye on my other cases too. It all pays the rent.
You still have your place in Minrathous?
The place is a hatbox, but with the deal I got, you don't let that go. You set up in the conservatory.
Oh, did you want to be there? I don't have to be there. I can go somewhere else.
I was just saying it suits you.
Oh, oh good.
I'm good where I am. Lots of wall space. You joined the Inquisition early.
Yeah, I volunteered because Lost Inquisition soldiers kept showing up and spooking my sheep. They had really old maps. The lighthouse. I can see why Solus loved it. At least, I think he did. We talked a few times, but I didn't know him well. After Arlethan, I wonder if I knew him at all.
People can surprise you.
That's an understatement.
That's the truth. I know it was a while ago, but you and Solus were both in the Inquisition. If there's anything you can remember, it might prove useful.
How long have you known Dorian?
By reputation, a while. In person, when I joined the Shadows.
He's really found a place with the Shadow Dragons. It's nice to see. He had more sympathy for the institution of slavery when I first met him.
He credits the Inquisition for breaking that. Started fighting for change when he got back. Overdue reflection, as he put it.
Dorian? Engaged in reflection? That doesn't involve mirrors?
We don't know it didn't involve mirrors.
Does it bother you staying in Solus's old hideout?
It is what it is, and maybe we can learn something. You?
It doesn't. That's the problem. Shouldn't it? You know the funny thing. Skyhold, the Inquisition fortress, was another of Solus's old hideouts. It's like he owns property all over Thedas.
Being alive before the rest of the world has its perks. Were Varric and Solus close?
I thought they were friends. They seemed to get along, but maybe...
Maybe they weren't actually friendly.
It's hard to accept that someone you know could lash out at a friend. Maybe I'm being silly. People do horrible things to their friends, don't they?
All the time. But, well, look. Nothing silly with wanting people to be nicer.
Neve, I've been thinking. If Solus is in Rook's head, wouldn't he know more about him than me?
Rook knows Solus now. You knew him at a different time. It's another angle.
I'm not sure what else I can tell you. He doesn't like tea? That can't be useful.
You'd be surprised.
Sometimes I remember the things Solus said, and it finally dawns that he was talking about being the Dread Wolf.
Go on.
He'd make offhand comments about Arlethan's court and the rebellion against the elven gods, and it never occurred to me that he was actually there. Why would we think he was there? He couldn't have been there. But he was.
You're saying he slipped up.
Or got cocky.
Interesting.
Hey, Neve, you ever been to the Cinder Vault?
How did you learn about the vault? Have you been to the vault?
Listen, when I heard they were organizing an offering of flesh, I thought to myself, Lace, that sounds like some Venatori plot. It wasn't a Venatori plot. I apologized. A lot. With my eyes shut. They were very nice about it.
At least a half dozen shadow dragons share that story.
Have they thought about renaming things?
You'd think they would.
Do you know the giant ginger cat that hangs around Halos's fish stand?
Ferdinand.
That's a good name for him. He looks like a Ferdinand. Anyway, he reminds me of this cat that used to come in our windows looking for bread.
Bread?
He'd come in like he owned the place and tore chunks from our loaves. It made for some odd-looking sandwiches. All right, you're trapped on a deserted island. You can bring 3 things. What are they?
An experienced sailor, a boat, and coin to bribe passage off the island.
That's not how this works.
All right. Your deserted island scheme.
It's not a scheme. It's supposed to be a fun question.
What 3 things would you bring?
Easy. My bow, clean socks, and a spoon.
The bow I get, socks, and a spoon.
Clean, dry socks are priceless when you're outdoors. And try eating soup without a spoon.
Where are you getting soup on a desert island?
I'm going to make it with my spoon. Fried fish or coffee, if you had to pick.
Am I hungry or working?
If you could only have one of these things for the rest of your life.
Why can I only get one? Has something happened to the fish? To the coffee?
No, they just want you to pick which one you like better.
Who's they? And why the ultimatum? What's their angle?
Ugh, you are so bad at this game.
You're close to Charter, the Inquisition spy master.
Is anyone close to Charter? Really? You know, I once saw her make a Marquis weep just by greeting him.
Must have been some greeting.
Did we ever tell you about the time Varric and I had to wade through a sewer?
Let me guess. He hated it and wouldn't stop telling you how much.
Yup, and I wouldn't change it for the world.
So, are you getting used to your new abilities?
I'll be getting used to them forever.
Fair enough. We can't be sure you're even mortal anymore.
What? I was just exaggerating. What do you mean I might not be mortal? Neve? Neve!
Your warden contacts, Efka and Antoine, you think they'll come through?
They'll try.
Well, it's more than we've gotten from the first warden. Where'd you meet them anyway?
It was the Deep Roads. They were there on warden business. Varric and I were after Solus. We didn't tell them at the time, of course. But you survive a Deep Stalker attack together, and you make fast friends.
So after crossing paths in the Deep Roads, you kept in touch with Efka and Antoine?
Yeah, we trade letters every few months. One time, Antoine sent a diagram for some kind of automatic door he was developing based on springs. It chimed when it closed, so you wouldn't get stuck. He can be a little unorthodox.
Aren't we all?
I'm sorry Bataris got away.
You win some, you lose some.
Would you like me to get you something? Tea, cake, arrow in his temple, whatever you need. So, Neve, I know our powers are different.
This should be interesting.
It's nothing interesting. Just, please tell me you messed up sometimes.
Still do. Sometimes it's even magic-related.
That's good to hear. Thanks.
Sure. And there's no reason you asked.
Not anymore. Would you like a berry? I found them last week, but they're still good.
Found where?
There was a whole patch in that Minrathous square.
In the... Mages throw out used components there.
Oh. Oh no.
If you grow a tail, don't come to me.
You spend a lot of time reading case notes.
I'm never short on material.
Okay, but you must... I mean, that's not how you relax.
Get me fried fish, bad coffee, and you're not far wrong.
There's always something happening in Minrathous.
News to me.
I mean, there's a nightlife, music, dancing, shows. We didn't have that in my village. We should go to something like that. It would be fun.
You mean when there's not some murder or intrigue to follow?
Yes.
Well, wouldn't that be something?
Okay, listen. I've made a list of things to do in Minrathous. First, there's the Moonlight Bazaar.
Overpriced trinkets and the tonics are half water.
Fine, but what about the new play, Bitter Wine, Bitter Blood?
Bad reviews. And the playwright might be a Venatori.
Plumeria? It's a restaurant.
That only serves mages.
That's allowed?
No, but the food's served in orbs that only dissolve with magical touch. It's part of the experience. They call it gourmeturgy.
Let's just go to Halos's and throw stones off a dock.
You got it.
So, how well do you know the Viper? Because I've heard things.
Oh? What things?
Like, no one really knows who he is.
Is that right?
That maybe he used to be a slave and now fights slavers?
That would make sense.
Or that he's the Archon or a Magister in disguise.
Decent theory.
You know, don't you? You know!
What makes you say that?
You totally know. I have friends in Minrathous. Do you know...
I don't know everyone in the city.
You know the Viper, and everyone thinks he's a myth.
Sure.
And Dorian.
Oh, he's not quiet. And he's one of ours.
What about the elf who makes tiny cakes?
Dartara.
I made that one up.
You should meet her. It's damn good cake.
Do Templars really not have authority over mages in Tevinter? What happens if there's blood magic? What do they do?
Depends on the Templar. Depends on who's bought their loyalty.
What do you do when the authorities can't be trusted to do the right thing?
That's how I keep busy.
I've been learning more about the Lords of Fortune.
Have you?
What? They're our allies, and it's good to make friends.
There's not a lord of fortune I know who wouldn't like you.
I dreamed about strawberry tarts last night.
Fun. And you're telling me this because...
Because the whole dream thing's still new to me. Also, you were there. You stole my tarts.
Are you mad at me for something I did in a dream?
No. Apparently, if one dreams of cake, tarts, or sweets, it symbolizes celebration or togetherness. And if someone takes your cake or tart, it's a warning of separation.
This is about that dream where I took your strawberry tart.
Tarts. You definitely stole more than one.
So, you bought that book we saw in Minrathous about the ancient wisdom of dreams or similar bunk?
Maybe. You're a mage. Do dreams actually mean anything?
Maybe. It's all tied to emotion, thoughts, secrets. Our minds go places in the Fade that resonate for one reason or another. Fear, anger, hope. The Fade responds to these things.
So they do mean something.
Sure, but they only make sense to the dreamer. There are no rules. That letter you carry, from someone important.
That? Oh, it's from my ma. We write a lot, but this one's the first one she sent me after I joined the Inquisition. It reminds me that people love me, and maybe that love keeps me safe. I know it doesn't really. It's silly.
Funny the things you hang on to, and the things you lose.
Oh, I won't lose it. I spilled tea on it once, and there might be a small bloodstain in the corner, but I'd never lose it. You're watching me.
I watch everyone.
You're worried about what I heard through the stone, aren't you?
Yes.
Me too. Ugh. Minrathous is so bright.
Right.
The magical lights, they're on all the time. How do you sleep?
With my eyes shut.
I miss the stars. It's strange to see what the Templar Order's like here. Mages controlling Templars.
Templars controlling mages, like they do in the South, it's not much better.
Oh, I know. None of it is good. So the mayor of Demeda's Crossing is just out there? He might go back to working for the gods. He could do something worse.
It's something to keep an eye on.
We should have...
There was a blighted village and potential mind control from the gods. That's a lot of unknowns for a snap decision. Deciding someone dies in that case. Can't say it's bad we went the other way. I just hope we don't regret it.
The mayor of Demeda's Crossing, or I guess it's Warden Julius now, he really seems to be trying with the Grey Wardens.
Guilt can be a strong motivator in all sorts of directions.
I was so mad, and I really wanted to... I suppose people can change with a second chance, if someone gives them one.
Lace, are you all right?
Huh? Yeah. I'm okay.
You were just staring. There's something on your mind.
It's just... everything. Sometimes it doesn't feel real, you know?
Yeah, I know. You read the notes on the Circle Road case?
The murdered Magister's aide? Killed with an arrow instead of magic. Hard to get an angle like that.
It is. Where would you take it from?
I don't know the place that well, but there's a tower not far that would get a clean shot. And good cover.
But if you were angry and in a hurry, if the shot were more lucky than planned.
Well, there's that bridge. Wait. Why are you asking me?
You're getting the hang of those powers.
Really? I'm trying. It's all... honestly, I don't know yet.
Fair enough. What you're drawing from, it's not like my magic.
Which means no one can tell if I'm doing this right.
Or it means you make the rules.
That's even more pressure. I thought after Corypheus, the Venatori would disappear. Oh, naive little Lace.
They lost ground. For a bit. But the Venatori don't follow a leader. They follow an ideology. And that's hardest to kill.
Ugh, I'm such a mess. How do you come out of battle looking so perfect?
Perfect?
You know what I mean. Once the smoke clears, there you are. Not a single hair out of place. Every time.
Well, I have no idea. It must be magic. Coin for your thoughts.
I'm fine.
Oh, there's an act for the road.
I'm just a little worried about everything. But we're gonna be fine, right?
We don't know that.
Very comforting.
We'll manage something. Might even make it out alive.
Slightly better.
I try.
Gillenane's archdemon was... I just didn't expect that many heads.
No kidding. The statues back home don't look like whatever that was.
With Algernon and Gillenane being... I mean, is it hard to...
If you ask the question, maybe I can answer it.
They're Tevinter gods, or they were, or something. Does that bother you?
Only if they get their way.
Now I understand why you didn't want me rushing into things. After Brahm.
It got him killed.
I'm sorry if I was dismissive before.
You didn't know, and look, I say we put it behind us.
I can do that. Even now, part of me doesn't believe it. About him being gone, I mean.
Yeah. Funny how that works, isn't it?
It never seemed like Rook wanted to talk about it. And I didn't either, so we never said it.
Saying it out loud makes it real.
So, Neve, if you want to make a visit to Ferelden, my mom makes this terrific soup.
You heard my apartment burn down.
I'm just saying, if you need somewhere to go that's not the lighthouse, the door's open. My ma gives great hugs. You could even drop by without me. My ma loves company, and she'd enjoy your stories. Wait, do the threads take orders from you now?
Well...
Do they call you mistress?
They call me Neve. Or Gallus.
Do they have to kiss your ring? Can you have someone killed with just a look? Will you get a whole new wardrobe of silks and furs?
Where did this come from?
Maker. I wish I were a crime boss. Those people by the docks were talking about the new thread boss. That's you.
Why don't we shout it from the rooftops?
I'm sorry. It's exciting.
So I lead a crime syndicate and you're on board.
Your law says it's okay to own other people, so I don't trust what it defines as criminal.
Taash, I was thinking.
Congratulations.
Yeah. Anyway, this fire breath of yours.
Yeah?
You've got a bit of the dragon in you. Well, I've got darkspawn in me.
Really?
Happens when you join the Wardens. Drink some darkspawn blood.
Spilling our secrets, Davrin.
It's just the three of us. Who's Taash gonna tell?
Depends on who's paying.
The only ones who'd care are darkspawn.
I bet their money smells bad. So, darkspawn blood. Does that mean you can breathe blight?
No, I can sense darkspawn, or hear the call of an archdemon.
Oh, those are kind of crappy powers.
Fire's a lot cooler. I'm surprised you wear all those coins, Taash. I'd expect you to focus on stealth.
Dragon will smell me long before she hears me. She'll also see the glitter from the coins. They catch her attention.
So you wear them to lure the dragon closer?
I wear them because they look good.
Can't argue with that. So, Taash, you're the dragon hunter of this outfit.
Yep. And you do monsters.
Seems our work's going to overlap.
Oh, it's not. I handle dragons. You kill monsters. And darkspawn.
Dragons are monsters.
What? No, dragons are natural. Been around longer than we have. Darkspawn and monsters are just Vashidon that came later.
Fair enough, but I'll handle any archdemons we meet.
Hey, Davrin. The Gloomhowler wants to blight all the griffins?
Looks that way.
That's messed up.
Yeah, it is.
We're gonna get him back.
Thanks, Taash.
Hey, you had any luck tracking that thing that took your griffins?
The Gloomhowler? Not yet. Why?
You want help? We could go back to where it took him. Maybe I could catch its tracks.
I've been over the spot a dozen times. If there were tracks, I'd have found them already.
All right. Still no luck on your griffins?
Do you hear a bunch of squawking? No. Why do you keep asking anyway?
Because they deserve to be safe. It's not the griffins' fault the monster took them. They're just caught up in some Vashidon between the monster and the Grey Wardens.
I'll be sure to bring that up with the Gloomhowler next time I see it.
Nothing on the griffins?
Will you stop asking? No! I swear, it's like you care more about the missing griffins than the dead Grey Wardens.
Kinda?
What?
Grey Wardens are people. They joined on purpose. They know what's going on. Griffins are animals. They don't have grudges or anything. They didn't do anything wrong. So they don't deserve to have a monster take them.
Well, when I do find them, you'll be the first to know.
So you're Dalish.
That a question?
I thought the Dalish stuck together. Why aren't you with your clan?
Blunt and to the point.
You piss them off?
Well, a little.
Yep, that fits.
And I can see a day coming when you and I smack the crap out of each other.
I'm free tomorrow. Hey, Davrin. I'm sorry your clan kicked you out.
I never said they did.
Did they not?
Since you're so nosy, I'm the one who left.
'Cause they were pissed at you?
Because I didn't see a future with them. Not the kind of future I wanted.
I don't get it.
Neither did they. They acted like I rejected them.
'Cause you did?
I wanted to go my own way, not their way. Something more than doing the same thing all the time because it was tradition.
So that's how you pissed him off. The Dalish don't have hunters?
What? Of course they do.
Then you didn't have to leave to be a monster hunter.
Being a hunter in a Dalish clan wouldn't have been the same. They spent all their time talking about the past. And when you're a kid, daily history lessons are the opposite of a good time. Same old lore repeated to the next generation and the next, and I didn't like where I fit into that.
Like me having to learn Kunari stuff.
What?
My mother made me learn Kunari history. Old books and clay pots and stuff. Smelled like dust.
Right? I was a kid. I wanted to have adventures, fighting evil in exotic lands. Wasn't much chance of that in my clan. They kept talking about honoring the hunt, the sacred connection to the forest, unity in nature.
That's not so bad.
I didn't say I was the brightest kid.
Hey, Davrin. We gonna talk about Weishaupt?
Not by choice.
What the crap was that archdemon? You all said it was a dragon.
I don't know.
I joined up to fight dragons, not whatever that was. It had too many heads.
I don't know what it was. I don't know what the gods are doing. All I know is that Gillenane is still alive, and a lot of wardens aren't.
Oh, we'll kick her ass next time.
Thanks, Taash. Heard you took Rook to see your mom.
What? No, she just showed up.
Awkward. You're trying to be badass for the boss and save the world, and there's Mom.
Correcting your posture.
And how I pronounce words.
Oh, it gets even better.
Don't you have griffin crap to clean up around here? Ugh, stupid. Whatever. Ugh. Hey. We need to talk about Hassan.
What'd he do now?
It's what you did. You're not feeding him right.
What are you talking about? That griffin eats better than I do. He had steak last night.
Yes. You're giving him too much meat. He needs more fiber.
And what makes you an expert on griffin dietary needs?
His poop smells wrong.
Never mind. Forget I asked. Okay, Taash. I can't believe I'm asking this, but what's wrong with Hassan's spoor?
They're watery and smell sour. He needs fiber to soak up water and keep his gut clean.
And you know how griffin spoor should smell because...
I've smelled it in dragons who got injured and couldn't eat right.
Huh. Say you're right. What would you give him?
Apples, carrots, sweet potatoes, maybe pumpkin.
Hassan goes for meat and gingerwort truffles. Doesn't matter how hard I try, he doesn't like vegetables.
Nobody likes vegetables. He's still got to eat them.
Hey, I think you were right about Hassan's gut issues. I got him to start eating carrots. He seems to have more energy.
Good.
He also crapped out some orange spoor the size of a dinner plate in Emmrich's room.
Nice! Good, Griffin.
Hassan's eating a lot better. Point to the dragon hunter, I guess. Still turns his nose up at apples, though. I thought he'd love them.
You could try putting flax seeds on his meat.
Flax seeds?
Yeah, lots of fiber. Good for your gut. You could try some yourself.
My gut is fine, thanks.
Let me know if you change your mind. I know a guy. Hey, Davrin. We gotta talk about Solas's magic memory thing.
What? Why?
Why didn't you tell me you were a spirit?
Because I'm not.
I thought we were friends.
I'm not a spirit, Taash.
Is that because people might think you're a demon? Because I'm from Ravane. We're okay with spirits.
But apparently not with listening. I am not a spirit.
Hey, you don't have to be ashamed of who you are.
Never said I was, but thank you, Taash.
Are you gonna ride Hassan when he grows up?
If we both last that long. Why?
Flying sounds fun.
You get to breathe fire. Save some draconic powers for the rest of us.
How are your arms? You up for another workout?
Still sore from last time. How about you?
Same. Grey Wardens go hard. Your Gloom Howler. Does it howl?
Yeah, you can hear it from miles.
Does it only howl in the gloom?
Seems to howl whenever it wants.
So where'd Gloom Howler come from?
Doesn't matter. The name's stuck. Scary enough for me.
That name is weak. Dragons have better names.
Yeah? Like what?
Wind Shiver Mistral.
Wind Shiver Mistral? That's some cheap ale? Gives you a headache instead of a buzz?
Wind Shiver's breath gives you a headache. Like when you drink something cold too fast. Makes it a pain to hunt.
No. Thanks, but I'll stick to archdemons.
Worst dragon I saw was a pumice harrier.
What? You're on the trail of the deadliest dragon that ever stalked the skies of Thetis, and it's called,
Pumice harrier. Look it up.
Isn't that a kind of soap?
And a dragon. They live near volcanoes. Carve out lairs in the pumice.
Not the brimstone harrier, or the inferno harrier. No, you want to medal for hunting the pumice harrier.
You wanted a medal for catching the thunder roach.
Thunder worm, with a Y. There's a big difference.
Sandy howler. Like your Gloom Howler. But it's a dragon. Tufted leaf scale.
Are you for real?
Hey! They're one of the meanest forest dragons. I tracked one last year.
Tracked it where? A tea party? Which one of you brought the cucumber sandwiches? Sorry, Taash. Try a thunderworm on for size.
What the crap is that?
I hunted one for 3 weeks.
Sounds like a snack for Hassan. They pop out of the ground when it rains.
You kidding? They're the size of a...
Rialto Greentide would scoop him up in her gullet and not even notice. Heard Hassan was nice to the Hala.
Yeah, it seemed like they brought out a protective instinct in him.
Good. You've been raising him right.
Well, thanks.
He still needs to eat more fiber.
You and fiber.
See? I told you it wasn't the Griffin's fault.
What?
They got blighted by the Wardens. Then almost all of them got killed. By the Wardens.
I know.
This is why animals are better than people. People do crap like this.
I know, damn it.
Are the Wardens angry that you sent the Griffins to the Dalish?
They're not happy, but given why the Griffins almost went extinct, the Wardens didn't have a leg to stand on.
And the Dalish are happy?
So far. Griffins are natural protectors. They fit with the Dalish like they always belong there.
Huh.
What?
The Dalish clans lost you, but they got the Griffins.
I suppose they did.
The Dalish feeding the Griffins all right?
Last time we visited, the kids had invented a new game where they throw apples for the Griffins to catch in midair.
Good. Whatever helps him get enough fiber. And I'm glad you take Hassan to visit him.
He deserves some time with his brothers and sisters.
And a chance to compete with the other boys to impress one of the girls.
Oh, wow. I'm not sure I'm ready to think about Hassan having a lady friend.
Or a guy friend. You never know. You sure the Griffins will be safe with the Wardens?
It's not like the old days. The Griffins have a good home with Evka, Antoine, and the rest of them.
They won't try blighting him again?
No. Evka said there'll be no forgetting that ugly bit of history. And if anyone thinks blighting them is a good idea, they'll have to go through me to do it.
I'll have your back.
Thanks, Taash.
The Wardens feeding the Griffins all right?
Last time we visited, they had a pumpkin patch, so the Griffins should get enough fiber.
Good. And I'm glad Hassan gets to visit them. Hey, about Elgernon's dragon.
Yeah?
You have to do the final strike.
I know. Same deal as Weiss helped.
Dragon that size means a lot of climbing. You gonna be okay?
You think I can't climb?
I don't know. Grey Wardens wear a lot of armor. The Lords of Fortune climb through old ruins all the time. I can show you some exercises.
I'll think about it. How are you doing with weights?
Finding heavy stuff to lift is easy. But sometimes I want a really specific weight and don't have it.
We need 2 buckets.
Yeah?
Yeah. Fill them with water and sand to get just the right weight. Lift them by the handles.
Oh, that's good. That's real good.
You try the trick with using water buckets as weights?
Ugh, yeah, spilled water everywhere when my arms got wobbly.
That's what happens.
Could've warned me. Took 20 minutes to wipe it all up.
You were probably overdue to mop the floor anyway. From the sounds of it, Taash, you're hunting Antam now.
What? The Dragon King?
We know he's full of himself, declares himself a king. At least you took down the actual dragon.
Yep. The Fang Scorcher.
Well, it's no Meadow Runner, but I'll give you that one. You win.
You see the size of Elgernon's dragon?
Kind of hard to miss.
She's pretty big.
He, the archdemon Lucanis, is a he.
Male dragons don't have wings.
Elgernon used magic to make the archdemons bigger. Maybe he added wings, too.
Ugh. And he screwed with her horns. What kind of asshole does that?
The kind we kill. Taash, I could say I'm sorry about your mom. And I am, but...
They're just words.
And I know you've never been much for them. But what you're doing, exploring the Ravani side of you, that's more than words. She'd be proud. But what you're doing, exploring the Kunari side of you, that's more than words. She'd be proud.
Huh. She better be. Hey. Thanks.
Taash, I want to get this right. They told me you use they now?
Who's they?
You. Or do you mean them, the ones who told me?
Oh, wait, I get it. Ugh, the stuff is such a pain.
Hey, if I messed it up...
No, you're fine. It's just... You know the first couple days in a new suit of armor? It's good. It's better than the old stuff. But you're still clunking around trying to figure out how to walk again?
Or take a piss in the woods?
At least that hasn't changed.
An underwater prison? That's still pretty amazing.
Amazing? I suppose it is. Do you think the elves made it? It didn't seem to winter.
I think so. I wonder what it was built for. Originally, I mean.
Whatever it was meant for, it's a bit of misery now.
Right.
So I heard we're on a rotation for cooking?
Supposed to be, and used to be, but, well...
What is it?
Well, some of it's an acquired taste. So I tend to do most of the cooking, a lot of the time. Lucanis, how long has it been since you've slept? You look terrible.
A few days, I think.
How many?
I don't know. I need a calendar.
What you need is sleep, and coming from me, that's saying something.
Bellara, you left the book you were reading in the kitchen. I found it in a basket of onions.
Oh, I wondered where that was. I looked everywhere for it, except in the onions, I guess.
I put it in your room for you. How many books are in that serial?
I don't know. It's not finished yet. I think it's up to 8 so far.
You don't have book 1, do you?
I'll get it for you later. Lucanis, I was wondering something.
What's on your mind?
How many people could you assassinate in a row without sleeping, and how would you do it?
I'm sorry?
Oh, I'm not asking for myself, just, general knowledge.
How is that general?
Oh, Lucanis, what did you think of the 3rd book?
That Thieves' Guild is so unprofessional. There is simply no way it could ever work.
Too much backstabbing? Murder? Betrayal?
No. That part's fine. How do they get anything done without a schedule? I noticed you weren't at the supper table last night. Are you not feeling well?
Oh, you noticed? I wasn't hungry.
Harding made her potato stew.
Oh, I had no idea that she was cooking.
I didn't know that could happen to potatoes. It was a learning experience.
It usually is.
Bellara, the ending of Book 5.
I know!
It was a bit like being stabbed in the gut.
But in a good way.
I've had worse.
Lucanis, now that you've caught up, Book 8.
I do not understand what the guild could be thinking. Kidnapping a prince?
Well, there aren't kidnappers' guilds, are there? I mean, I've never heard of any.
Not guilds, exactly, but you can hire professionals for anything.
Okay, that's creepy. But the point is, the cliffhanger.
When is the next one supposed to be published?
Not soon enough. Thanks again for dinner last night, Lucanis. That cream sauce.
A little mustard makes the difference. Though my supplier in Treviso is...
Oh, so Hey, what's the best thing you've ever eaten? Something fancy?
We ate a prisoner's nightmare. He dreamed a bloodthirsty tree with 10,000 branches.
Hi, she was asking me, Spite.
Oh, Lucanis, I wanted to ask you something.
Ask away.
Are you and Neve dating? Sorry, I'm bad at being subtle.
We're seeing how things go. You know, testing the waters.
Well, that's good. I'm glad for both of you. I like it when my friends are happy.
I thought you were going to threaten me if I heard Neve.
Sorry?
Before, when you asked if we were seeing each other.
Oh, definitely not. Neve could wipe the floor with you if she had to. So no need for me to threaten you too.
True.
What did you call that dish? The one you made last night?
Grilled treviso with citrus bagna cauda. The fish is named after the city, you see?
Oh, wow. Well, I liked it a lot.
I'm glad. It was one of my favorites growing up.
I think, well, maybe only you and I should be cooking from now on.
I spoke to the others about taking over the cooking rotation, just the two of us.
Oh, how'd it go? Did anyone seem upset?
Except for Harding, they were all dreading any meal not prepared by us.
Oh, that's great. Well, not the dread, but that they're okay with not cooking.
They had some requests, but none that seemed unreasonable.
Hey, Lucanis, did you see this week's meal requests?
Not yet. Was there anything notable?
Taash had one that was, well, a little weird.
How weird?
They want to eat a demon. Not Spite, but a demon.
Of course they do. Let's just say no to that one.
Agreed. Why crows, specifically?
Sorry, what was that?
I mean, why choose that animal? Why not the Antivan wolves or the Antivan tigers? Oh, or the Antivan dragons?
Someone couldn't resist the wordplay, you know? A group of crows is called a murder.
Oh, that's clever.
Bellara, you've spent a lot of time in Arlathan Forest.
Sure, I know it better than most. The bits that don't change every time you come back, at least.
Are there any wyverns out there?
Oh, I don't think so. Not anymore, at least. There used to be some along the eastern edge of the forest, but they've left when things got weird.
So this dreadwolf chased them away. Another reason to deal with him. Where did you get those whetstones you gave me?
I get them from Ireland. Why?
Where does Ireland get them?
I don't know. Somewhere in Arlathan, I guess.
Maybe that explains it. Spite keeps playing with them whenever I clean my knives.
So you and Spite, how do you decide on things like where to walk or who gets to do what?
When I figure that out, I'll let you know.
Lucanis, you work with your grandmother and cousin, right? So is a crow house usually all family?
Not entirely, but yes. Most of a house's leaders will be family, either by blood or by adoption.
Most? But not everyone?
Houses recruit all the time, from armies or the trades, and we steal promising crows from each other, too. Stay with a house long enough, and you'll get a family name, though.
So you're like Dalish clans, but with murder.
Assassination, please. We get paid. Murderers are hobbyists.
Why is it only Katerina and Ilario in your house? What does the rest of your family do?
Nothing. They're all dead.
Oh, sorry. I shouldn't have...
They were all crows, too. Death is the Della Morte family business.
Lucanis, about before...
Don't apologize, Bellara. If anyone knows that people die, it's an assassin. It was a long time ago, and everyone responsible has been ash and dust for years. You're not upset about taking a contract on your goddess? Even just a little bit. If I'd lived my whole life revering Gilanain, I'd be upset.
No. Whatever we were worshipping, it wasn't her. It's what we were told she was. The Evanuris oppressed our people. Now we get to fight back. I feel pretty good about that. Is it weird I was cheering you on?
Sorry? Cheering me on when?
Oh, when you almost got Gilanain, I was thinking, go, Lucanis! I hope he stabs her.
Huh. I don't think anyone cheers for assassins, usually.
Right. and she's technically still one of my gods, so, weird.
That's probably not what makes it weird.
Bathing in blood? Using it to restore your life force? That's pretty bad, even for a magister.
That's just being a Venatori. To them, the only difference between a vial of lyrium and a living person is that lyrium is valuable.
Right. Like I said, pretty bad, even for a magister.
Yeah.
I can't believe it. Your own cousin tried to kill you. It's just like one of my stories. Danger, intrigue, family drama.
They put that in stories? In Antiva, that's just a regular afternoon.
Do you think he'll ever escape and come after you and then duel you on top of a chandelier above a...
Bellara.
Right. Sorry. Do you think someday someone else will try to kill you and you'll suspect Ilario, but at the last minute he'll sacrifice himself to...
Bellara.
You and Ilario were close?
Yes.
And then he turned out to be...
Ilario. Yes.
And that doesn't make you want to take some artifact apart?
I don't know how to do that, Bellara. I can only solve my problems with knives.
Oh, I could show you how, if you want.
What about your family, Bellara? Did they all study artifacts?
My mother's a woodworker, sells furniture in Orlais, and my father's an herbalist. Really, really good at it, too.
Huh. Not so many lessons around the table about poisons, then.
You'd be surprised. My father taught me about every deadly plant, mostly to keep me from eating them, I think.
That's surprisingly wholesome. For poisons. Have you told them about Syrian? What happened?
No. They already know he died a hero. They don't need to hear about all the other stuff.
You and Syrian were close before.
He was the one person I could always count on, who always had my back.
You thought he was dead, and then he turned up alive and a monster. Was it the same for Ilario, I wonder? Or was he just angry I didn't die when I was supposed to? Sorry, I shouldn't have said that. Your brother isn't a real monster.
So, you and Spite, you two are okay now?
We've come to an understanding. We fight our enemies together, and we both get coffee afterward. And we have the opportunity to kill a god together. That's something no other crow can say.
So, what happens after? Once you've dealt with your and Spite's enemies, I mean. He's not going to keep hurting you? Or making you do things you don't want to?
That's what the coffee is for. Bellara, why are they called veil jumpers? What are they jumping over?
It's more that we're jumping into problem spots and less that we're jumping things, in general.
I wouldn't want the crows to start being called death climbers, is all I'm saying.
Oh, okay. But what about death jumpers, right?
So when the veil jumpers deal with a relic, who hires you?
Nobody? Who in a forest would hire us?
That's exactly what I was wondering. How do you get your jobs?
We figure out where reality's collapsing and go there.
So, how do you get paid?
We don't. At least, I've never gotten paid.
You're performing a service, Bellara. Veil jumpers should get paid for that.
Well, sure, but who's gonna pay?
Dalish clans, towns and villages around the edge of Arlethin Forest.
Maybe the towns... Dalish don't have much money generally, but how would it work?
I'll loan you my contract negotiator. How did you learn to fix ancient elven things?
Trial and error, mostly. Take something apart, then try to put it back together again, you know?
It cannot be easy to know if you've done it right, when it never worked in the first place.
Sometimes it's less important to know what it was intended to do, and more about getting it to do what you want instead.
What kind of weapons were the veil jumpers using? I've never seen that before.
Whatever they could find. We've recovered hundreds of artifacts now. Some of them are weapons.
So why not use them more often? They seemed useful.
You can only use them once. Then you have to charge them up again, which we don't know how to do.
Not that useful, then.
You don't have to answer this if you don't want to, Lucanis, but how did the Venatori stick you with Spite?
They fed me something. Like he was a parasite in uncooked meat.
You know, I've spent lots of time around demons, but I've never heard of them being used that way.
Zara said she got the idea from some cult in Orlais. They used it on seekers, who are immune to demons.
The Venatori were growing demons in people? That's what was happening in the ossuary?
Zara was trying to get certain types of demons. Some are harder to summon than others, I guess. They were waiting for Spite to break out of my body like I was a cocoon for a moth.
I mean, I'm glad he didn't, but why didn't he?
We made a deal. So Spite doesn't worry you.
Well, a little bit. But Rook trusts you, and so I do too.
What if Rook's wrong about me, though? I am an assassin, a paid killer.
Well, no one's paying you to kill me, so I figure I'm probably safe.
True.
I'm pleased to travel with you, Scout Harding.
Just call me Harding. Should I call you Professor Volcarin?
Oh no, Emmrich will do. This doesn't seem a group to insist on formality.
I'm surprised some of us still wear pants.
You're so widely travelled for one so young.
Traveling seems to happen when you're a scout for a semi-political cross-border organization.
I'd been offered opportunities when I was younger. I just never took them.
Emmrich, the world's still out there. You're already seeing it. As my ma likes to say, a Mabari's not worth coppers till he stops chasing his tail.
I'm sorry.
Just means youth's not everything.
So, young Lord Parvis joined the Shadow Dragons. What a small world we live in.
You know Dorian?
To Winter Mage's visit, young Parvis was sent over for a term by his father. Tremendous potential, but appallingly flippant towards the dead. And most other things.
Do you have family back home, Emmrich?
Close family? No. How time goes. I always thought I'd get married one day.
Really?
I was younger once.
But necromancers are just so dusty.
I've found companionship amongst the ladies and gentlemen of my circles, thank you. No one for a while, however. Until Rook.
Ah.
Ah, you sweet talker.
I never thought the necropolis was a place for romance.
Oh, when I was a student, there was another boy I quite fancied. How I wanted to impress.
Of course.
So I showed him a corpse I'd been permitted to practice dissection on.
Sure.
Things were promising until the deceased sat up. A passing wisp wanted the body. Utterly destroyed the mood.
I bet. Emmrich, if you liked someone, what would you do? To show them you liked them, I mean.
Strangely enough, I might have found myself in that situation recently.
You mean you and Rook?
You noticed?
Emmrich, everyone noticed.
Well, it began when we spent some time together in the Memorial Gardens.
Don't, spirits hang around there?
Oh, a few, certainly.
Emmrich, that rune you enchanted for me doesn't seem to do anything.
Well, that shouldn't. Oh, I never aligned the etheric flows. How did I must have been distracted.
You have been a little lately. I mean, what with you and Rook becoming...
You noticed?
I'm sure you two getting together is... Only Rook's kind of younger, so...
It's not... What are you getting at, Harding?
You two are sort of moving quickly.
May we change topics?
Emmrich? About earlier, when I brought up you and Rook being together?
Yes?
Look, you were in a crypt with all your dusty books, and then suddenly Rook burst into your unlife, and...
I keep my books pristine.
I get it. Rook's Rook. Wild and eager, just whisking you away, and now it's all candles and showers of ghost petals. It's great. But you've also been, kinda preoccupied? Mopey.
Mopey? I am not mopey, Harding.
Yeah, you are. You're so mopey, you misaligned the spirit ether, it's twice this week, and your skull thing is crooked.
My collar pin is perfectly straight. Oh, I do worry sometimes. What people might think about Rook and myself, given our ages. Not to mention the spectre of acting like a besotted fool.
You're not that bad. My ma always says, It's fun to go at full gallop, but you still have to keep your eyes open. Tree branches and stuff.
I will. Thank you, Lace. Your power is quite unlike other magic I've seen, Harding. Has coaxing it forth been difficult?
It's actually easy. Maybe too easy? Actually, do you have tips on holding magic back?
I know mental exercises to calm the mind, but if the issue runs deeper than...
Great, I'll take 'em.
Tell me if I'm prying, Harding, but do you feel any remnant of the Titan's shade?
Oh, no. Well, maybe. Yes? It's complicated.
Would you care to talk about it?
I think the shade was a splinter of the Titans that recognized me as home. She brought the horrors of our past. But the anger was mine. And now I know and feel things I didn't before.
But not as a separate entity.
Exactly. And hey, thanks for asking. Are all curiosity wisps as friendly as Manfred?
Yes, indeed. But there is some danger if they become more sophisticated. There's the curiosity that leads one over a hill, and the curiosity that kindles a house fire.
Is that where demons come from?
Only one of their many origins, I'm afraid.
Emmrich, what are dreams usually like?
Well, there's no usual with dreams.
But are they ever where you're in a dream with someone else and,
Well, other people do frequently feature in dreams.
But what's it mean when you're together?
What do you... together.
This is all new for me.
The sleeping mind wanders. Intimate dreams are perfectly normal.
Oh, thank the ancestors.
What has dreaming for the first time been like, Harding?
It is so confusing. Sometimes I'll be in a place I know, but mixed up, or somewhere I've only read about in books, and I'll be doing something, and then time skips back and I have to do it again, but it goes different or wrong.
No matter how hard you try to cleave to the original path?
Yes. Why? It's so weird.
Do you hail from Ferelden, Harding?
Born and raised near Redcliffe.
Ferelden's a storied kingdom. Its heroes have shaped the path of our age.
That's the nicest thing anyone up here has said about Ferelden. Most people talk about how Ferelden's just dogs and mud.
Terrible. You mustn't pay them any mind. Have I mentioned how much I love your conservatory and the lighthouse? What a tranquil space. You've done wonderful things with the plants. I'd thought their magic was dormant. The heart speaks across all things.
I didn't actually do anything with them. They just appeared. When I first set up, they were, all dead, or something. I left to go make a sandwich, and when I came back, they were everywhere.
Ah, a confluence between a shift in the fade and your subconscious?
I'm gonna ask them, very gently, not to turn into demons and kill me. Emmrich, why are the fade plants acting like real plants?
I'm afraid you've lost me.
They were wilting. I had to give them water.
Ah, they may have sensed your expectations and adjusted their behavior accordingly.
They... what? I'm gonna need a moment. So, Emmrich, you're saying that my fade plants aren't actual plants?
Well, no.
So, what are they?
More the idea of plants. And if my suspicions are correct, they're undergoing a very interesting fluctuation. Completely harmless, certainly.
I got some real plants for the conservatory. Should I go slow introducing them to the fade plants? Keep them on opposite sides of the room for a bit?
But why?
That's how you do it with cats.
I can't help but feel I should better explain the situation.
Let's see if the plants like each other first.
But they're not... Oh, you're incorrigible.
Emmrich, my plants look the same, but feel more solid today.
Aha! I'd read theories, but actual proof?
Emmrich.
The ancient elves could permanently alter the fade. I believe your thoughts revived some of their magic.
So, I believed in plants, and the lighthouse gave me plants?
And through your care, you've tipped them from a dream to self-sustaining reality.
Ah, they like me.
More or less, yes.
Emmrich, can a spirit possess an inanimate object?
Certainly, if drawn to it for a reason.
Can a person possess an inanimate object?
A person isn't a spirit. The souls of people are infinitely more inscrutable.
So someone can't die inside a cursed suit of armor that traps their soul?
The convolutions for that to happen would... Why do you ask?
So I'm reading this story.
Oh dear. You mustn't believe everything novelists put in their books, Harding.
Were you reading The Gore Knight of Bloodhaven too?
It's rife with misinformation on magic, a complete fantasy.
It's just a story.
And what if a child reads it? People misunderstand spirits already.
Right, but did you like the part with the possessed exploding eyeballs?
I must have put it down before that.
Ah, that was the best part!
Harding, I found the perfect book for you. Spirits and Possession, a primer. Also, I threw in a delightful selection of supplementary materials that elaborate on several concepts. I highly recommend Igmar Trettenhoff's Projected Being on the metaphysical nature of objects perceived in the Fade.
What?
Well, I'd love to discuss what you think of his arguments.
Will there be a test?
Oh, would you like there to be?
Emmrich. No. Okay, Emmrich, did you like the new book more than the Gore Knight novels?
I fear the revered mothers of massacre was a bit much for me.
Really? I thought you'd be used to gruesome.
In real life, there's a chance to bring dignity to the dead and comfort to their families. Also, these novels grasp of anatomy.
A half-spirit goat man might have 3 hearts. I've actually never been to Navarra. I've heard so much about the,
Grand Necropolis?
Cumberland Summer Exhibition?
The market?
The Cumberland Summer Exhibition isn't just a market.
Fine market and horse show. You know, there are some fine examples of horses on display in the Grand Necropolis.
I traveled with someone from Navarra once.
I'd heard. One of the Pentagast family, wasn't it?
Did you know her?
Navarra's not a small kingdom, Harding.
I know, but with a name like Volcarin, I figured you're also nobility.
You thought...
No?
I'm afraid not.
You're really not a noble or something? Volcarin just sounds so fancy.
It's a commoner's name. My father was a butcher, my mother a cook.
No offense, but you don't talk like it.
Oh, yes. Without my magic, my schooling with the Watchers, it's education that makes the man, Harding, no matter what anyone claims.
I, didn't say anything?
I'm sorry. I've had to argue the matter before back home.
If you weren't a Watcher, where do you think you'd be?
I admit I haven't given it much thought. And you? What if you hadn't joined the Inquisition?
Oh, I don't know. Might have gotten married, maybe. Children, vegetable garden, goats.
Do you regret not having those things?
How do you regret something you don't have? Don't know enough about it to regret it, right?
Excellent point. A botanist!
What?
I considered your earlier question, and if I weren't a Watcher, I should like to become one of the great botanists. Is that funny?
It's funny because it's perfect. I can totally see it. You tending to your garden, sniffing the dirt, discovering new plants, gently asking the slugs to leave your roses alone.
I should think so. I would have spent a lot of time on those roses.
Emmrich, does magic ever make you feel itchy?
Where are you experiencing the sensation, Harding?
It's all over. Maybe more prickling than itchy?
Like thin sheets of lightning below the skin?
That's it.
Lyrium, activating in your blood. Does it ever last longer than a few seconds?
Way more. I wish I'd asked the Oracle about it before she turned back into a rock.
I've a question, Harding, if you don't mind my asking. As your de facto physician, have you and Rook had any more difficulties with touch?
The skin thing? It's been going good. I'm gaining more control every day.
Wonderful to hear.
And there's loads of ways around it anyway, with a little imagination.
You've put thought into that?
You don't spend summers hanging around Ferelden Barns without learning some tricks.
How informative.
Emmrich, I'm not a child. I'm just short.
Besides, our relationship is more than just physical.
I miss having a dog. Not sure the lighthouse would be right for one, though.
Why not something smaller, like a nug?
A nug? They're basically tiny pigs that breed like rabbits.
My pig Lucy was the sweetest and cleverest creature.
You had a pet pig?
Well, she was the neighbour's pig. I was 4 or 5. She'd always let me hug her around her neck.
I'd give anything to see that.
Please compliment your mother on those apple dumplings you brought back for us, Harding.
I'm telling you, Ferelden has the best apples.
The ones Navarra imports from Orlais are quite good.
Orlais? It's so warm there, their apple trees grow easy. Ferelden's have character. You know the first thing I'm going to eat tomorrow?
Almost certainly a sandwich.
They're just so good. What's your favorite?
Cheese toast.
That's not a sandwich.
When I was a student, we'd make pots of rarebit and toast slices over the fire and talk all night.
Okay, but toast in cheese sauce isn't...
Harding, I'm not entering into an argument on the taxonomy of foodstuffs. Again.
They're the best, aren't they? You try a pork one?
They looked delicious, but I abstained from meat.
Oh, so vegetables only? Sounds real healthy. I couldn't give up bacon, though. It's so good.
Every watcher must decide where their balance of death falls, what they will and will not take a life for.
You're so strong. So you don't eat meat, Emmrich, but can you eat insects? Are those meat?
Even they breathe and drink and dream. I can prepare my own meals. I don't wish to be a bother.
But it's fun to share meals, and apple cheesy butter noodles are meat-free. Don't worry, I wasn't going to make you bug cakes. You're making something later tonight, Emmrich?
Just spiced porridge with currants and apricots.
Breakfast for supper? I'll be there. So, you and Hezenkos used to know each other?
We were students together, then partners in work.
It's always sad when friends become enemies.
In Johanna's mind, the Watchers betrayed her first by reining in her experiments.
The Morn Watch has rules about doing experiments?
We hold ourselves to the highest of conduct.
So, how's being a lich?
Things that pressed give way to understanding. The fade runs even deeper than I'd known. But it's different now, moving through this world.
I felt the same when I touched the stone. But what I eventually realized? Everything I felt was always there. It was just me who'd changed.
Very sagacious. And true. I do have official robes to mark my lichdom, but they're reserved for formal occasions.
What's more formal than being a lich?
I wouldn't want to seem ostentatious.
You're literally wearing a crown.
Lace? I've noticed that you look different to me now as a lich.
Yeah, you mentioned how everything looks different now.
No, I meant you look different from other dwarves. There's something about your aura, though it comes and goes.
What, really? Is it the Titan thing?
It must be. There's such a fascinating texture to it. I've wondered something, Harding. Might your lifespan be extended, bound to the Titans as you now are?
Neve said the same thing. Do you really think so?
If it's true, You've a good name among the Watchers if you need company in eternity.
Thanks. And if I'm an immortal rock lady, I promise I'll check in on Manfred.
Oh, would you? Well, thank you. Well, if it's true, and you find yourself wondering about the years ahead, I was hoping...
Since you're a lich, we'd be friends forever.
I'd like that very much.
There's other liches in the necropolis, right? Do you meet? Do you have, lich lunches?
They've welcomed me into their company, shared secrets that would have taken decades to master. Yet they keep calling me young Volcaran and informing me I needn't rush things so much.
You've gone from senior professor to junior lich.
It's taken some adjustment.
Okay, Emmrich. What if you go to a party with your mortal illusion on and someone hands you wine?
I'd politely decline.
Refusing the nice gesture? Your host is hurt. You think they might cry.
I suppose I could pretend to sip it. I'm not sure the glamour would...
See? You have to think this through now. Manfred showed me his magic the other day.
Ah, how did it go?
I was practicing lifting stones, and he kept saying, rock. Then he tried to set one on fire?
I'll need to go over the list of approved combustibles with him again.
I don't know. Fire rocks seem promising.
Manfred was very pleased to see you the other day, Harding.
I missed him too. One day, I bet he'll even be able to cast something other than fire. Can Manfred eat?
Well, where would it go?
But can he?
He doesn't need to.
Neve, what do you make of Rook?
New to the game in some ways, but seems to know what he's doing.
Or good at pretending he knows what he's doing.
Are you testing whether I'm hard of hearing?
Don't mind us, just seeing if the boss is a good listener.
I am now.
I saw Bellara poking at something in the Alluvian room. Should we be worried?
I want to say no.
Good.
I said I want to. Can I? That's a different story. You know, I've seen Bellara poking at a lot of things. Doors, floors, keyholes, mirrors. Asan.
What now?
She said she wanted to make sure he was real.
What else would he be?
A clever mechanical contraption. She wasn't convinced his wings weren't just complicated gears.
Well, I've seen the poop that comes out of him. Nothing clever about that. I'm still trying to wrap my head around this whole thing. We've got literal gods walking around trying to end the world.
Does it bother you they're elven gods?
It won't help our reputation, that's for sure. But me, I never gave our gods much thought. They were just a myth.
Not anymore. You've spent time in the Anderfels. The place has quite the atmosphere.
I'd say the unblighted regions are less haunted. But if you're telling scary stories around the fire, there's a reason you set them in the Anderfels.
Because half of them are true.
And you can't be sure which ones.
Davrin, the spooky stories from the Anderfels, do they always start with, I heard it from a friend of a friend's cousin?
Pretty much. You've got to make them sound possible.
Fair enough. I've had similar sources. Evka and Antoine, they seem like the types to enjoy a spooky story or two.
They are. If you can get Evka to tell one, you'd almost think it's real.
So when they say Antoine was bitten by a werewolf?
Oh no, that really happened. They broke the curse before he turned, though. That's the key with werewolves.
I see.
It's been a while since I was in Tevinter, but I remember you. I was chasing a rageling, and you were after
The Voldorma job?
Is that what you call it? I call it a mess.
Then joining this team, it'll be just like old times. So the wardens uncover a journal, it leads to a clutch of griffin eggs, and the damn things hatch.
Is there a question in there?
Usually there would be. Guess I'm still stunned.
Come on, you must have seen Stranger.
Sure, but I wish I'd seen that.
I heard you almost had a demon outbreak in Minrathous.
Almost.
Way I hear it, the city sleeps better for you in it.
Maybe, but the Venatori don't sleep.
Maybe I should give it a go hunting them instead.
No shortage of work there. I heard you and Lucanis arguing.
Had a difference of opinion.
Is that all? Sounded like you were ready to kill each other.
If spite starts trouble, it might come to that.
A bit early to jump there.
We're talking about a demon. Neve, on that Voldorma job, what exactly was the mime doing?
You ran into him.
Yeah.
What mimes do, annoy people. Though he had some real talent.
But why were you staking him out?
Because the dwarf, Furious Butch, he was going to make contact.
Furious Butch?
Meanest pie maker I ever met.
I'm still trying to work out the Voldorma job.
Which part? Not short on options.
You said the dwarf, Furious Butch, was a pie maker?
His elderberry, now there's a treat. But it was also a front.
The pie shop?
The product. He smuggled lyrium through the rhubarb pie.
Makes sense. Nobody likes rhubarb. Who'd find out?
And that's where the mime comes into play.
As they always do.
What I still can't work out, Davrin, on the Voldorma job, that rageling you were hunting.
Teeth like razors. Temper to match.
What was it doing in the middle of a crowded market?
I asked Sulky Willie the same question.
Sulky Willie?
Guy who hired me. Sad old dwarf. Said the rageling was a curse sent to kill him.
Huh. Rumor, red herring, both. Where's the truth start and the rest begin? Now that's the question. Davrin, about Sulky Willie, the guy who hired you in Voldorma. He thought a rageling was sent to kill him. What did he say when you stopped the monster?
Nothing. When I went to meet him, there was just a box. A poetry book inside, with the third page missing, and a slice of pie.
The poetry, was it Odes to Seven Antevans?
That's the one.
The third page was pushed under my door. That's how the whole job started. You ever been back to Voldorma?
No. You?
Once or twice. Wasn't the same.
Seems we both spend our days hunting things most people don't want to know about.
Nights, too.
Nights are even worse.
But it's easier to hide.
For them or us.
A stakeout's easier in the dark.
So's getting jumped by an ogre.
Davrin, look. I get why you're worried about Lucanis. But you're the one who kills archdemons, and he takes out the gods. We need both sides of the coin to have a shot at this.
Problem is, you left out spite. He could take us all out. So the Minratha's palace, it doesn't just fly. It can fire on the city, too.
It doesn't fly. It floats. And yes, it can.
But that's their own people under there. Doesn't that bother anyone?
Can't say it's fun. At least they don't use it for kicks.
Harding said they fired broadly into the streets, hoping to hit a demon.
According to the official story, they succeeded, and everyone moves on. Was Asan guarding my door earlier?
I think he was after one of your wisps. He's curious about them.
That will just attract more.
So, Neve. Out late with Rook, I hear.
Oh, yeah. Just skipping stones.
That all?
Why, you hear something different?
Don't need to. Rook had a bounce in his step. Wasn't just from tossing rocks.
Well, you know Rook. Probably sprained an ankle.
Right.
I heard that.
Davrin, Asan likes truffles.
Yeah. I'm just happy he's eating. Something other than the treats you give him.
So the bird squawked.
Repeatedly. Give me more. Does it ever get to you? Dealing with the worst of the world?
Sure, but someone has to, and for some reason I decided it was me. You?
Monster hunting's like training. The heavier the weight today, the more you can lift tomorrow.
And how much does an archdemon weigh?
Don't know, but I'm working my way up to it.
Well, you killed an archdemon.
Explains why I need a nap.
Davrin, if a person is blighted and doesn't go through whatever wardens go through, how long?
Depends on the person. With the changes to the blight, the answer's even more uncertain.
Right. Well, another thing we can't predict. What about it, Davrin? Is fighting monsters about the hunt or the victory?
The hunt. The thrill of the chase gets me out of bed.
So not the actual catch?
That part's fleeting. But tracking it down, that can go on for weeks, sometimes months.
You've got a funny idea of fun.
I'm enjoying it.
Let's say we beat the archdemon, the gods, all of them. Where do you go next?
The easy answer is I move to the next job. keep looking after Docktown.
And the truth?
I don't know what comes next on a good day. And we're fighting gods. All right, say we take down Elganon's archdemon.
Hold on. You're talking about winning? Aren't you more glass half empty?
It's hypothetical. But say we win. Last archdemon, isn't it? And a monster that big. Where do you go after that?
Rook and I have business to attend to.
Good answer.
Davrin, if you're just in it for the thrill of the hunt, how do you get by?
Easy. You want to hire me, then it's coin up front, paid in full.
People agree to that?
When a clawmonger is eating all your goats and eyeing your children, you don't haggle over price.
Well, nice gig you've got there. Your monster hunting manual. It's seen some progress.
Between the beasts already out there, the gods twist on things, and what's happening in Arlethan, I'm not short on material.
Or carving supplies. You sure you've got space for all the new figures?
I might need to build a few more shelves before I'm done. You think the lighthouse will remain stable?
Emmrich and Bellara seem to think so.
I guess that's comforting.
Just don't ask about their alternate theories.
Oh?
The odds of getting pulled into an endless dream maze are low, but they aren't zero.
Waiting for another shoe to drop?
Always.
You've got a knack for fighting demons.
Pit yourself against blood mages, and you'll get more practice at it than you asked for.
I'll keep that in mind. I was talking to some shadow dragons. They were curious about fighting monsters. Training in the city must focus on demons and blood magic. Less call for monstrosities.
For the most part, but the know-how can't hurt. One time some creature crawled out of a sewer and wiped out a garden in the fancy part of town. And I swear there's something in the water at the docks sometimes.
You ever get stiffed by a client, Neve?
Happens. One time the client was a stiff.
What?
She hired me through a letter. Turns out she was killed right after she mailed it.
Damn. Hard to collect from a corpse.
Oh, I collected. Her killer stole all her money, so I tracked them down and took it back.
How are we not in business together? I keep thinking, Neve, when this is all over, you and I set up shop.
Are we going to sell flowers?
Minrathous, monsters, and murders. If it's claws and fangs stirring up trouble, we've got it covered. You handle the murders, missing people, and magical mayhem.
In Minrathous there's going to be a lot of overlap. Maybe Emmrich could join our detective monster agency.
There's an idea. He could handle the Fade and Undead.
Lich for hire. Now there's an angle. Only shop in town that could question murder victims.
And Manfred. He could serve food while clients wait in the lobby.
Will Asan be part of Minrathous monsters and murders?
He comes with the deluxe package. We can charge extra for griffin tracking.
What if customers just want to pet him?
They'll have to work that out with him.
Feed him a truffle? He lets you pat him on the head.
If it's gingerwort, he'll let you scratch his butt.
So, Davrin, are you and Lucanis still planning to kill each other?
I think we put that on hold for now.
Weishaupt changed things.
Yeah, we both have bigger problems. So the gods gave the Venatori control over Darkspawn, and the cult just bought it?
Trust me, they're that arrogant. But it's low, even for them, and my expectations were already rock bottom.
Do they really think they'll have pet Darkspawn forever? Better set them in the deep roads.
The Gloom Howler. You have something to follow.
The more I learn, the closer I get.
There's some confidence.
You chase your share of targets.
I never know how it will end, not for sure.
The Griffins are at stake. This ends when we save them. More troubles in Minrathous, huh?
This particular trouble has a name. Aelia.
Sounds more pleasant than the Gloom Howler.
Until we meet her.
We could swap. The Gloom Howler for her.
Now there's a deal. Throw in Asan and you might have a deal.
You'll never get a good night's rest again. Sounds like Aelia is in league with Elgarnon.
Could be. Picked up some of his tricks, at least.
It's like tracking a ghoul back to the nest and finding an archdemon. Your day just got a lot harder.
And then tracking the archdemon to a god.
Wherever Asan takes us, let him lead for a while.
So the Gloom Howler turns out to be an inside job?
Hard to believe. She was a warden, and she blighted all the Griffins.
For the greater good, I'm sure.
Except no one bothered to ask the Griffins.
You would have let Asan walk.
If that's what he wanted, didn't seem right to make the decision for him.
Not sorry he stayed, though.
I would have been miserable if he left. You must be happy about it, too. Who would you spoil without Asan around?
Spoil? That bird's spreading rumors about me again.
Docktown's safe at last.
For another day at least. A week if we're lucky.
There's the old Neve, expecting trouble.
I'm never disappointed.
And never unemployed.
But stopping Alia, we did good.
Savor it. A hunt that ends well is rare enough. Neve, one of the wardens at Weishaupt, Ariana, she was from Minrathous. Still wrote to her family. Not every warden does. Anyway, Antoine and Evka want to send word, but if Ariana had anything written down...
Get me a name and what they know. I'll see what I can do.
Thanks.
I'm excited to travel together, Taash. I've heard such stories about the Lords of Fortune.
Don't touch me if I die.
I beg your pardon?
Don't do weird magic to my corpse.
I assure you, a watcher always... Wait, what do you mean by weird?
No death magic. Rook gets my body if I die.
What now?
If that's what you wish.
Wait, death mage. You eat?
Why wouldn't I?
Death mage stuff?
I had jam and toast only an hour ago. I understand that your mother is quite the scholar, Taash.
Yep.
It must have been wonderful growing up learning from her.
Yeah, it was great.
I've rarely spoken with Kunari scholars, as you can imagine. I'm curious about how your mother categorizes her areas of study.
Then go ask her.
What, do you think she'd be interested in a cultural exchange?
Sure, bring Manfred. She'll be thrilled.
There's no need to mock. Oh, that's interesting.
What is?
That chill, just now. Someone, yes, a death nearby, some ages ago. What an extraordinary flux of emotions to create such an imprint.
Are you doing death mage stuff?
If I found the right parts, I could ask how they died.
What? Why? Hey, corpse guy.
It's Emmrich, please.
I heard Navarra has lots of dragons. You ever see a Wildervale spitter?
I can't say that I have.
You know it can breathe fire or poison gas.
It's not really my area of expertise.
The fire breath is actually just the poison gas. It burns when the dragon breathes.
Ah.
Most dragons always ignite their breath. The spitter's special for being able to choose whether to light it up.
Yes, Taash?
You smell like a lot of stuff.
I bathed just before we set out.
Yeah. The stuff you shave with smells like potash. Also moss perfume with flowers. It's nice, but also tree sap, dust, and blood. Human.
Ah. I did visit the necropolis earlier to assist with a friend's embalming.
Ugh. Listen. Death mage.
It's Emmrich Taash.
Did you leave papers on the table by my room?
Just some gazetteers on death magic. If you've time, they might dispel some misconceptions you have about necromancy.
Ugh, your gross dead people stuff?
If you've any questions...
Nope.
You know, I once had the opportunity to study an ancient Kunari burial site.
Ugh.
Well, surely your mother explained some of the significance...
Yes, all the time, like when I wanted to go swimming. And I didn't get to go until I could tell the difference between two crappy pottery shards.
Ah, I'm sorry to hear it. You know, Taash, I discovered a large jar inlaid with a golden flame pattern at that Kunari burial site I examined. I presume it was for storing specific organs after death?
No, the asolitar doesn't hold anything. It stays empty. Like the body is empty now that the spirit is gone.
Ah, it seems you know something about ancient Kunari customs after all.
What? No, that's... Everybody knows that. You don't get it. About the Kunari stuff. That's my mother's crap.
But you know so much more than you give yourself credit for.
But never as much as her.
Ah.
Don't me. She's the expert.
Of course she is. She has decades of experience. But a proper teacher never makes a student feel inadequate.
Maybe in Navarra.
Taash, about our previous conversations, I can't help but think you perceive something unsavory about the art of necromancy.
I don't want to know about your corpse touching.
There! Again! There's nothing a Morn Watcher takes more seriously than the sanctity of the dead.
So talk to them about it.
Well, perhaps I shall. Another question about dragons, Taash. Are they like dog breeds?
No. Dogs are smaller.
What I mean is, a Ferelden Mabari and an Anderfell's giant schnauzer look quite different, but could still mate.
Oh, yeah. Different breeds of dragons mate all the time. That's how we got the ones that breathe lightning or ice. What's a giant schnauzer?
A very large dog. Anderfell's farmers use them to protect livestock from darkspawn. There was a lovely children's book about one, Hugo the Warden Schnauzer.
Huh. Nice.
Harding's looking well.
Yep.
I thought I detected a new spring in her step.
Huh. Good. We're together.
Ah, so that's why Harding's been humming your name to herself.
She has? That's good. If she wants to, it's fine.
Enjoy yourselves, Taash. Truly. Mm-hmm.
What?
I saw a spirit of devotion flickering for a moment.
Like a demon?
Not at all. Spirits of devotion are kindly. One sees them around new couples from time to time.
Like me and Rook?
Ah, for me and Taash.
Oh, it's a harmless spirit. It only wishes to observe your happiness.
Okay, as long as it stays a spirit. Tell it to stay out of corpses.
Devotion would never use a corpse.
But you will tell it.
If you wish.
So you're with Rook now?
We're exploring the matter, yes.
Good. I hope you two do good stuff.
Ah, thanks, Taash.
Thank you, Taash.
Just don't do corpse stuff in bed.
What?
No, sorry, you're right. It's not my stuff. Do corpse stuff in bed if you want to. Emmrich, can you tell me about skeletons?
Very good.
How do you fight the blue ones?
Blue ones?
Yeah, blue fire, backwards heads, claws have sparks like lightning.
Backwards? I've never encountered undead like that.
Huh. They're all over this one island off the Ravani coast.
Then once we're back at the lighthouse, we'll pack at once.
What? I didn't say we should... Fine. Hey, Emmrich, you wear a lot of jewelry. What does it mean?
Oh, this is my grave gold.
It's always the death stuff with you.
Not always. Though, yes, it's Navaran custom to wear precious objects we'd like to take to our graves.
Well, yeah. That's normal.
It is.
Everyone likes treasure.
I was talking to a Lord of Fortune the other day, Taash. He told me the most incredible tale about where he'd found the necklace he was wearing.
Must have been Mateo's.
Was it true? A monster formed from snakes? Caverns of green ice?
Gold's not worth wearing without a story. Hey, your helmet.
Yes. What of it?
I like it.
Really? I thought you might disapprove of the skull motif.
What? No, it's on fire. Skulls are fine if they're on fire. Why are the flames green?
Oh, on my helmet? Did you know certain types of alchemically treated metals produce different colors of flame?
Copper? Copper burns green.
So it does. A wonderful shade of emerald. Utterly poisonous, however. I turned to something safer. Veil fire, pulled from the fade.
Yeah, looks good on you. You ever use your helmet fire in a fight? Or is it just pretty?
I attempted such a spell once. The flames ended up rather blinding me.
Yep, gotta shut your eyes. Dragons have an extra eyelid. Slides shut when they breathe fire to protect their eyes.
Really? Well, perhaps I could try something similar with plates under the visor.
Let me know if you need help. I can get you a deal with a guy in the Lords.
I've a question for you, Taash.
Sure.
If I were to add gemstones or a tasteful inlay to my helmet, what do you think would complement the fire?
Okay, so, you don't want strong colors. No emerald, no ruby. They'd just look black against the flames. Amethyst or sapphire would fight with it. Diamonds would feel cold. Might want mother of pearl or green opal. Something that catches the flames and makes them pop.
I must compliment your taste.
Lords of Fortune know how to make sparkle look good. Emmrich, got any stories about your jewelry?
Every piece. This bracelet was presented to me on becoming a full watcher. The ring with the large stone was my father's, his last gift.
How about the little skull pin?
Oh, I just enjoy the look of it.
Looking good can be a story.
You've a remarkable sense of smell, Taash.
It's because I'm a fire breather. Comes with the dragon blood.
Do no other Kunari have the gift?
Not like Adari do. But still better than humans. You all can't smell for crap.
Hey, really?
Hey, you do other stuff well. Like getting under things. Almost as good as dwarves. No offense.
Quite all right.
All right. I said we could talk about death magic. So fine. Death magic.
Wonderful. What can I illuminate for you?
Ugh, I don't know. I usually try not to think about it.
Take your time.
We're talking about dragons after this. Emmrich, I have a death question.
Go on.
Why doesn't every spirit take over every corpse?
Normally, only a small trickle of spirits escape the fade, and not all of them possess the desire, the hunger for a body.
That's weird. Why not?
The mortal world is just as off-putting to some spirits as the fade is to you, Taash.
Fade's fine. At least the spirits there don't get into bodies. Your old necromancer friend, Hezenkas. She's a lich?
In some respects, her attempt to achieve lichdom was only partially successful.
So there are different kinds? Which kind are you? A good lich or a bad lich?
I'm not a lich.
Oh, okay, but Hezenkas is bad? We're okay to kill her? Or re-kill her?
Yes, if we must.
Okay. Sorry we have to re-kill your friend.
Oh, as am I, Taash. Thank you. To think Morrigan was the transposition of Mythol.
The what?
The carrier of the spirit. Not as a full possession, but gaining memories of the past.
Oh, okay.
Rumour has it that Morrigan helped the Inquisitor, possibly by turning into a dragon to...
She what? How'd she do it? What kind of dragon?
Well, I wasn't there.
We have to ask her next time.
I find it fascinating that you've discovered ways to deal with dragons peacefully, Taash. In Navarra, I grew up hearing they were so hostile they all had to be slain.
Like demons?
Spirits twisted into the form referred to as demons are largely misunderstood. Ah, yes, like demons, I suppose. A pity Navarra drove most of its dragons to extinction.
They'll be back. Dragons don't die that easy.
You've chosen to perform the Ebkatara, Taash?
Yeah. You know about the Kunari horn grafting thing?
Watchers study other death practices.
Huh. Ebkatara. Know what it means?
Imperfectly. A horn growing twice?
It's more like growing memories. My mother's strength adds to mine.
Ah, you follow Ravain's death customs, Taash?
With my mom's horn? Yeah. You know about that stuff?
Watchers often learn other death practices. I've read that great care goes into Ravaini memorial jewelry.
Yeah. Got the best goldsmith in the Lords. She did little runes in the old Kunari language along the edges. Even had a seer do a blessing. My mother would hate that.
And you?
I'm glad she's with me.
Thank you for sharing that.
Sure.
Have the Lords of Fortune picked a new expert to assess Kunari treasures?
Tried out a guy. Useless as tits on a drake. Couldn't tell a first expedition is Solitar from a Steel Age ritual jug.
Ridiculous. So you'll be handling things for the Lords?
I guess. Until we find a real expert. Like my mother.
I wish you luck in finding them.
Hey, that skull on your shelf was yelling.
Johanna must have been fearfully loud if you heard her in the hall.
Oh, no, I was in your room.
Taash!
I thought it meant something bad. Like a corpse coming to life. Is it still called a corpse when it's just the skull? Hezenkas wouldn't give me an answer.
First, no. Second, I thought the undead disturbed you.
It's not as scary if it's just a skull, which I guess it was. Is it still called a corpse when it's just the skull?
No, it's from the Tavain root word corpus, which... Never mind. I'll try talking to Johanna. Again. I know the idea of me becoming undead unnerved you, Taash.
Yeah, but it mattered to you.
It did. But not as much as Manfred. With the energy I would have poured into lichdom, he may yet return.
Then... sorry you won't get to be a lich. I'm sorry about Manfred.
Thank you, Taash. I know Manfred unnerved you.
Yeah, sometimes, but he was your friend.
He was indeed.
Manfred's real talky now.
Yes, indeed.
Okay, good for him.
Something amiss?
You don't smell that bad.
I beg your pardon?
What? You're dead.
Oh, yes. It must be the embalming. You see, lichdom requires removal of the intestinal organs. Oh, but the rest is secret.
Okay. You don't smell like rot. It's clean. Just a little of that after lightning smell you get from magic.
Then I shall take that as a compliment. Thank you, Taash.
You're welcome. Hey, is being a lich fun?
It is a thing long dreamed of, an everlasting mystery to embrace.
Okay. Good.
I hear you're the one who got that fancy alluvion up and running.
I did. Well, most of the way. Everyone helped out.
So tell me, how safe is it? Any reason to be worried?
Oh, you shouldn't worry at all.
So it's safe then?
No, just worrying won't help. Whatever happens would be instantaneous.
That's reassuring. Bellara, other than you and Rook, I've never heard about veil jumpers. How'd I miss that?
Oh, well, we're new. Just started up recently. You know, when Arlethan Forest started going all weird.
When was that?
Little bit before Elgranon and Gillinane showed up.
That can't be a coincidence.
Lines up nicely, doesn't it? Well, not nicely, but it lines up.
How does someone become a veil jumper?
Simple. You survive Arlethan Forest.
That's it?
The energies in Arlethan are wrong. Like, reality got scrambled. It's dangerous. Not everyone can stand it.
So if you can, then you've got what it takes. Sounds a lot like Grey Wardens.
Except for the archdemons and griffins. Oh, wish we had a few of those.
How many veil jumpers are there?
Hard to tell.
It's a secret?
Well, no. Maybe it should be. But it changes every day. Some get killed, some go missing, some just leave.
Who joins up for those kinds of odds?
Grey Wardens have better odds.
Good point. So why do you do it, Bellara? Why be a veil jumper?
Lots of reasons. Some personal, some not. But really, this is my home. It's in trouble. I can't just do nothing.
I can relate. It's good to fight for a cause.
And all the artifacts we find, the things they can do, it's incredible. They can change the world.
Or destroy it.
Well, I haven't slipped up. Not yet. So, you're a warden now, but you're also Dalish, right? Or at least you were?
I'll always be Dalish. That'll never change. The sight of an Aravel still brings back memories.
Good ones?
Some. Racing them through the forest as fast as the wind would take us.
I love doing that.
Then breaking my arm when our Aravel sailed off a ridge.
I love that too. Oh, good times.
If you say so. Bellara, how does someone have a good time breaking their arm on an Aravel?
No, that part hurt. Broke both of them, actually. Then I passed out.
Sounds like a real party.
It's what came after. Learning the remedies, seeing how a bit of that bark mixed with a dash of this flower could heal.
You sound like Harding in her garden.
But all the little pieces came together, made something new and better. It's why I love tinkering. Do you ever go back and see your clan, Davrin?
Not since I left the forest. Well, I did drop in on Uncle Eldrin, but he lives on his own.
So, you don't see family or friends?
No, been a long time.
Does that bother you?
I'm the one who left. That's on me.
You must miss them.
It comes and goes. Different part of my life.
When I was little, very little, I mean, we'd pass through towns and villages. I always wondered, what's that like? To settle down, to stop moving all the time.
Right? Have a house to call your own. Shop at the market instead of foraging for food. Make friends with outsiders.
But you got that chance. You did it. How was it?
It was different.
So how different was life outside your clan?
I started to see what I took for granted. I missed the food.
They didn't have any where you went?
Dalish food. You don't appreciate hollow milk till you don't have any. Butter, too. Nothing like it in Thedas.
What about the people?
I miss the sense of a common purpose, a clan acting as one. Everywhere else, people were in it for themselves. It's a reason I joined the Grey Wardens. Guess I needed that purpose again. The shared fight. What do veil jumpers usually eat?
Whatever Arlethan Force provides, pretty much.
So a lot of grilled challah, then.
Bite your tongue.
I'm kidding.
Do you ever regret leaving your clan, Davrin?
I don't regret the life I've lived. Joining the Wardens. The things I've seen and done.
There's a but in there.
But sometimes I wish I could have done both.
Not much room for that.
No. You're either part of the clan, giving yourself over to it, or you're not. I made my choice. The thing about being Dalish, I needed to see the rest of the world to understand why the Dalish part of it was special.
In what way?
I didn't appreciate my life at the time. How could I? A clan sticks to itself and you stick to the clan. Not much room for seeing what's outside it.
Right. I get that. Oh, hey, Davrin. Asan's feathers. When he molts, what are you doing with them?
Why don't I like where this is going?
It's nothing bad. I was just thinking we could make pillows with them.
Sleeping on Asan's old feathers is weird.
What's weird? Waste not, want not, right?
I smell them all day. At least I get a break at night. I meant to tell you, I gave Asan some leftovers the other day.
Oh, how do you like them?
He ate everything in 2 bites, so that part was easy. Maybe that's what upset his stomach.
How do you know?
I could smell it.
Did you get the biscuits I made? The ones I left in your room?
I did. A little hard, but they tasted good. And to thank you.
You ate them? All of them?
Why? What's wrong?
Well...
Bellara?
Those were dog biscuits for Asan. Wait, do griffins even like dog biscuits? Did you see the biscuits I left you? Did Asan get them and not, well, you?
Yeah, and your note, Asan biscuits inside, do not eat. So I didn't, and he did.
Oh, good. Did he like them?
3 squawks after the last bite says he did.
Great. And he didn't start floating or anything?
No, why would you ask?
No reason.
Bellara, did you put something different in the last batch of biscuits?
Oh, I didn't make those. Lucanis did. We've been helping each other in the kitchen.
Maybe ask Lucanis to use a little less red pepper. It makes Asan feel bloated.
Why can't you tell him?
He'll do it for you, no questions asked. Me? He'll make me pay for it. So, Taash said something interesting about you and Asan?
Oh? Can't imagine what that would have been.
Said that you were the one who covered him in olive oil.
I was trying to make him go faster. I thought it would decrease wind resistance.
It meant he spent an hour sliding around the kitchen while Taash laughed themselves to death.
The theory was sound.
So all these ancient elven relics you study, Bellara, how do you figure out what they do?
A lot of poking around, flipping switches, see what happens.
That's random.
It's not like there's anyone left to tell me how it works.
What if you flip a switch and demons pour out of the fade?
I'd flip the switch the other way.
That simple?
Well, not usually, but at least it stops the demons.
You ever have a relic do something unexpected?
Yes, but no. Well, but yes and no.
That clears it up.
A relic is only doing what it was designed to do. It's just being used wrong.
How do you know it's being used right?
Usually when my ears stop ringing, my eyes aren't watering, and my brain isn't vibrating.
Always a good sign. What's the most useful relic you found in all your veil jumping?
There was this weird one buried in a crypt.
What did it do?
It had this little knob thing on the end that rotated real fast. I realized I could use it to brush my teeth.
Wait, our ancient elven ancestors built a magical toothbrush?
And then buried it with the dead guy.
Got any relics that'll help with monster hunting?
There was one. It could hurl things into the fade.
Sounds great. I'll take it.
Well, but that would include you too. Whoever activates it disappears.
Then how'd you test it?
Ronath did. He was a veil jumper. We told him not to, but, well, hope he makes it back someday. Would you really do it, Davrin? Kill Lucanis because of spite?
We can't just let a trained assassin walk around when he's possessed by a demon.
I expect to wake up and see spite forcing him to smother me with a pillow in the night.
Simmer down. Nothing's happened yet.
Yet.
You guys really hit it off, huh?
The hitting comes later.
So it looks like you and Lucanis are becoming fast friends.
Lucanis is good. Real good. If Spike decides to kill us, Lucanis can take us all out in our sleep.
Well, when you put it that way, maybe I should just stop sleeping.
What do you think was going on at Demeter's Crossing? With the gods?
It felt like they were trying to flex their muscles, like they were testing out what they could do. Like the people there were just playthings. Morrigan called it a show of force.
I don't know her, but I'm inclined to agree. I heard about Demeter's Crossing.
It was horrible.
I also heard things didn't go the way you wanted with the mayor.
Rook let him go. I guess they had their reasons, but if you'd seen what happened, he didn't deserve mercy.
At least the mayor was banished to the wardens.
You're a warden. Is that really enough punishment?
Try sleeping on a lice-infested cot, then finding the same lice in your breakfast. He'll pay for what he did. At least the mayor got what he deserved.
I didn't know if Rook was going to let him off the hook or not, but now the forest can have him.
So you met a god, in the flesh. How are you feeling about it?
Well, our gods, technically. It's a little weird, more than a little, but honestly, it makes things easier.
How do you mean?
Well, they're real, but also, they're pretty evil and don't seem to care much about prayers. So it's suddenly very not complicated, you know?
Whatever keeps things simple.
Hey, Davrin, if you need to talk, about what you found out, I'm a good listener.
Thanks, but not sure you can help. It's a warden thing.
Well, it's also a your history was a lie thing, and, we're Dalish. Those are our gods out there. I feel like we're qualified.
Bellara, it seems like your brother Syrian's mixed up with the wrong crowd.
Yeah, I still don't understand.
Well, the Grey Wardens have taught me that no one's beyond redemption.
I hope so. You'll find them, the other Griffins. I know you will.
I appreciate your faith in me. Hope it's not misplaced.
It isn't. I've seen it. The way you care for Asan, you teared through 3 archdemons for him and for his family, so I know you'll find them.
Means more mouths to feed. Hey, do you know someone named Traylon? Little bit younger than you. Dark hair, big for an elf.
Oh, I know him. Knew him, when we were kids. Is he a warden friend of yours?
He was, until Weiss helped. Now they want to find his family. Tell them he died a hero.
I'll talk to Strife. He'll know what to do.
I heard about this Nadas Durthalan spirit you found.
I sure didn't expect that.
Be careful. The things that pop out of nowhere usually bite you in the ass.
Like Asan?
And that beak of his hurts. Bellara, I'm sorry about Syrian.
It's hard. At least I got to talk to him at the end. The real him.
That's something. But I'm sure it still hurts. If anything happened to Asan.
Cherish him while you can.
That's the truth.
Do you get many darkspawn up in Arlethan?
Sometimes, but not often. We don't have much of a deep roads up there either.
Thought the deep roads went damn near everywhere.
We'll find the beginnings of one here or there, but never more than that.
Huh. Wonder why that is.
There was one place with kind of a deep roads, right on the southern edge of the forest.
What do you mean, was?
Veil jumpers that found it destroyed the entrance, sealed themselves in, left a note telling us not to enter. We sent a second patrol right up to the debris. They heard laughing for 2 days, then nothing.
Well, that's a problem. Those veil jumpers, the ones who collapsed the deep roads entrance, reminds me of Ramesh.
Who's that?
Warden I know. Found some trouble in an old theg and collapsed a mountain on it. Some of the things he said he saw there, though, Your story just reminded me of it.
Oh, creepy. So why did they do it? Make an entire copy of Weishaupt, I mean.
Probably a memory of home. It was the last thing they recalled before the Blight took over. They were trying to relive that life, but didn't know how.
Well, that's very, very creepy and also kind of makes sense in a weird way.
The joys of being a warden. Survive the battle, and there's excitement to follow.
So, the other griffins, you decided what to do with them, right?
Yeah, they'll be happier in the forest. And who knows, maybe they'll drop in if we need them. Yeah, they'll go back to Evka and Antoine. Learn to be wardens again.
Right. Oh, that's great. But just to be sure, you didn't find an extra one, did you?
Bellara, you can't have a griffin.
I didn't say anything.
You don't have to.
The demon of Virantium, huh? And they called you that before the demon.
Ah, you don't have that enchanted barbed arrow in your quiver because you think it's pretty.
It is, though, isn't it? The red shimmer is the enfeebling magic, and the spike tip is designed to splinter inside the target.
Very nice.
I thought you'd like that. I really hope I don't have to use it, though. Cost me a lot of gold.
That's why you only have the one.
Well, I only need one. Especially from this close.
Thea told me you were fearless. Threatening the demon of Virantium to his face certainly proves it.
You know, it's actually the opposite. I'm afraid of what you are.
And brutally honest. She didn't mention that part.
I've seen demons. I know how they can corrupt. I know it won't even be your fault if it happens. But I won't let someone else turn on my friends, no matter how scared I am.
Good. Keep your bow close. You've been on this contract from the beginning, right?
I guess so.
What's your assessment of the targets?
Honestly, anybody the Venatori get excited about is trouble.
That's the truth. Harding, you come from Ferelden, right?
Sure do. Is this the start of a turnip joke?
Everyone likes turnips. No. Are you from Denerim, then?
No, the countryside near Redcliffe. Why?
I've never been to Ferelden.
Lucanis, you've really never been to Ferelden? But I thought you traveled all over.
The Crows don't take many contracts there. Not since the 5th Blight.
I heard Terran Loghain hired Crows in his fight over the throne.
And that's why we don't work there anymore.
So the Crows don't work in Ferelden anymore because of Loghain? Why exactly?
House Aranai embarrassed themselves so badly on that job, the Crows buried 6 different 8th Talons.
You're saying they actually die of embarrassment?
Some of them weren't dead at the time, but they got it eventually. So, the Redcliffe countryside.
It's beautiful. Green, so many trees, wild berries everywhere. Most of them aren't even poisonous.
Do you have wyverns there?
You know, I've never heard of any around, but there are dragons. They usually don't overlap territory.
Pity.
I just remembered. They have wyverns in Orlais across the border. Nobles hunt them for sport.
I've taken contracts in Orlais, but never in the countryside.
So if you have to take out a target and there were wyverns around, what would you do?
Kill the target and leave the body for the wyverns, of course. I need something for the bait.
And when the wyverns show up?
Nothing. Just seeing a wyvern is the whole point.
You know, I heard there was an Orlesian duke or something who kept wyverns as pets.
You can do that?
It's probably not easy to keep a wyvern.
I already have a snake, and it cannot be worse than keeping a Lario. Harding, you were in the Inquisition when it formed, right?
Pretty much from the beginning, yeah.
How did that happen?
Right place, right time, I guess. They needed folks who knew the terrain around Haven, and I didn't want to watch sheep.
Good career choice. I cannot imagine working for something as big and public as the Inquisition.
Oh, I didn't think of it that way. I was always out in the field, scouting areas, mostly alone. Besides, the Crows are a big public organization, too. Everyone everywhere's heard of them.
I think we'd have to spend less time stabbing each other to call ourselves an organization. Is it true that you've met the head of the Chantry, Harding?
Divine Victoria? Yeah, I met her. Before the really fancy hat.
How dangerous is she, really?
On a scale from 1 to 10? I'd give her an 11. Why?
The crows get a lot of contracts for her.
Maybe don't take them?
Agreed. We have enough trouble.
The wing thing. Do you do that on purpose?
I don't. Why?
So you just naturally look amazing when spite helps? Some people get possessed and become mounds of pulsating flesh. You get wings.
Lucky me. My demon has a sense of style.
There must be lots to do in Treviso. Anything you recommend?
Killing Antam or Venatori.
Oh, right. Sorry.
If you're still interested in Treviso, you should ask Thea to show you around.
And Dara, Thea? She's so intimidating.
You're joking. Thea?
She's so polished, you know? I bet she never makes a mistake with the silverware.
She does keep track of which ones Viago's poisoned. I'm giving it back. The arrow stays in your quiver.
I just wanted you to know that
You carried it because you couldn't trust me. Now carry it because I trust you. Long night?
I'm still getting used to the dream thing.
What was your dream about?
Tomatoes. Or maybe they were apples?
At least it wasn't the one where you show up to a job naked from the waist down.
Huh. Where did you put your extra knives? Lucanis, have you ever had a dream where you forgot you had a job to do?
And you only remember it at the last moment? All the time.
And then you go to do the job and your teeth fall out.
For me, it's always, and then I left my boots in Treviso somehow.
Lucanis, the dream where you're being chased by monsters?
Is it the one where you feel like you're stuck in mud, or the one where you just cannot avoid them?
It was the first one. My legs would only move at a snail's pace.
That one's not as bad as the one where I climb a wall and they're already at the top.
Lucanis, you ever wake up angry at someone for something they did in a dream?
Not personally, but Viago still stares daggers at me for throwing his pet snake out a window in a dream.
How could dream you do such a thing to an innocent snake?
If I ever meet him, I'll be sure to ask what he was thinking. You cannot help but flinch whenever I use my skills. You think, this time he's definitely gone full demon.
It's not personal.
If you're watching me in battle, you leave yourself open to our actual enemies.
The power of the demon-possessed assassin should make up for how twitchy everyone else gets, right?
What's it like when you use your magic?
Oh, it's like I'm touching something vast and eternal. A well deep inside.
Not so much like possession. Maybe it isn't that different after all.
No, but it was terrifying the first time it happened.
That I understand.
Sometimes when I get angry, it's like I'm back in that cavern, and she's waiting.
You mean the dark side of you?
Treviso's really beautiful. The canals, the bridges, the old spires. It's all gorgeous.
Isn't it? I've learned not to take it for granted.
You mentioned you don't sleep, Lucanis?
I try not to, even less in Treviso.
But how do you stay awake? What do you do?
I clean my gear, exercise, work on my Orlesian vocabulary. Knit.
Wait. The demon of Virantium lurks by night and knits?
What? It's just another kind of blade work. Dexterity training. Besides, good strangling cords cost a fortune these days. Do you find you're always hungry these days?
I do. It's so odd.
It's probably having to lift all those rocks.
But I'm lifting them with magic.
The energy still has to come from somewhere.
Have you thought about calling him something else?
Who?
Spite?
Spite?
Exactly. Imagine being called Spite all the time, like broody or short. Wouldn't you forget you could be anything else?
I don't think you understand how demons work.
I understand that they're spirits, and spirits have been known to change.
All right, I'll bite. What other name would you give Spite?
I don't know. Ask Spite what he wants to be called.
Huh?
It's his name, isn't it?
I think it's what he is, not what he's called. Asking just makes him irritable.
How do you keep Spite in check?
You've seen me. Poorly. Your own situation is different, isn't it?
It was. I mean, it is, but sometimes... Sometimes it just feels like this is just the beginning. There's something deep down, waiting. Does that make sense?
More than you know. Your reputation's earned. You're deadly with that bow. There have been many times I could have used you as my eyes.
Huh. Thanks.
You know, if you're ever interested in making a little coin...
What?
The crows pay well for people with your skills.
So, when you say I could make a little coin, you mean for murder?
Assassination, please. And no, that's my job. You'd be watching my exits, taking care of stray problems.
How much coin are we talking?
Depends on the contract. Maybe 6,000?
Gold? 6,000 gold? To watch your back?
Too low? We can negotiate.
That's a herd of goats in a barn. That's brand new books for an entire village.
That's good.
When this is done, you and me, we'll talk. I know that face. You're running what happened at Weishaupt through your head, aren't you?
I was so close.
It can't really help to dwell on your mistakes over and over.
I'm not dwelling. I'm analyzing.
Gillenane is a god, or godlike anyway. We did great. You did great. But analyze away, if you're sure it helps. You Neve the coffee. How does it work?
Huh?
You like it fancy. She likes it made with gutter water filtered through an old sock.
I don't think she likes it that way. That's just how she makes it.
How did you become such a good cook anyway? It doesn't feel like a crow thing.
I was stuck in prison for a year. Thinking about how I'd kill my enemies was entertaining until I ran out of ideas. That's when I started thinking up dishes. The things you make, Harding, are they typical Ferelden dishes?
Oh, no. I don't know how to make any of the real traditional staples. My ma always did the cooking. She can make all the classics: jam tart, cider porridge, turnip stew with 50 cloves of garlic.
She didn't teach you how to cook?
Nope. I'm entirely self-taught.
She must have many feelings about that.
Have you tried that coffee ice that's all the rage in Minrathous?
Coffee. Ice.
It's like snow, but made of coffee. It's sweet, and they put cream and toffee sauce on top.
I'm offended, and I don't know why.
I'm not always agreeable.
Aren't you?
Am I?
You're trying to agree with me right now.
Damn it, Lucanis. You know, Lucanis, you always try to keep the other crows and everyone around you happy.
No, I don't. It's impossible to make crows happy.
Oh, yes, you do. You were rushing around helping Taya with funeral plans instead of plotting revenge or something. You do everything Katerina tells you. You spared Ilario. You're nice to Taya and Viago. You made Taash 5 batches of deep-fried peppers yesterday.
Everyone likes deep-fried peppers.
That's exactly my point. Jeez, I don't try to be agreeable intentionally. I just don't like being at odds with others. It's terrifying when everyone else shares an opinion I don't.
So you just go along with it? Even if it feels wrong?
I try not to.
You don't have to make other people comfortable. That's all I'm saying.
How did you wind up specializing in killing mages, Lucanis?
Katerina wanted to tap new markets.
Markets? You make it sound like selling produce.
They can be similar. You want to sell assassination somewhere, you have to know what people want. Contracts on mages in the south are rare, but in Tevinter, Nevarra, Rivain, mages have status and enemies.
Ah, got it. Sell apples, you only get the apple eaters, but if you sell apples and dead mages...
It worked.
Okay, mages in Tevinter having contracts on their lives, I can imagine. But Rivain and Nevarra?
Seers in Rivain are powerful. Not all of them, of course, but not every Tevinter mage is a magister either. In Nevarra, forget what you know about nobles. The Mortalitasi hold all the power and influence.
Mages are powerful everywhere, aren't they?
Not in the way that puts a price on your head. Fireballs aren't a threat like coin and political pull.
So what special things do you know as a mage assassin? Or can you not reveal that?
There's no secrets to it. Be fast, strike hard, stay out of sight. And if that doesn't work, piss them off.
Why? So they'll make mistakes?
Because it'll probably cause a demon to eat them.
Oh yeah, that would do it.
I have to admit, I don't know much about the Titans.
Well, that makes two of us.
You're strangely open about that.
Is it strange? Hardly anyone knows about the Titans. And it wouldn't make sense to pretend I knew more when I don't, right? Your grandmother's fascinating. She must have led such an exciting life.
Oh, you have no idea. Ask her about the time she killed a man with a thimble.
Well, I'm gonna have to now because... how? So, you and Spite are allies now?
I'm not sure. Less adversaries, at least.
You and Ilario, that's gotta be uncomfortable.
His family. Of course it is.
You've talked, right? Honestly?
You think I was too hard on him?
No. He's an asshole and absolutely belongs where he is. So, do you think you'll ever let Ilario out?
Katerina could use someone else to yell at besides me.
Are you actually saying you might let him out one day?
Of course not. You'll have to wait for some public gathering. Katerina's birthday, for example. We'll flip some tables, scream, and take swings at each other in front of the celebration roast. Then either Thea ties us both up and kicks us down the cellar stairs, or Viago poisons us to get some peace.
Right.
The hard part would be convincing Katerina. Family things.
That veil bubble Rook and Harding found you in. How often do those happen in Arlathan?
Sometimes, often, never. Depends on the day, and they're unpredictable. And with Elgranon and Gillinane loose, who knows what might get twisted up.
Well, isn't that a treat?
Inherent instability and survival uncertainty aside, they really are fascinating.
I'll take your word for it.
This is exciting, isn't it? I'm excited.
You're going to have to catch me up here.
Oh, just everything. What we're doing, everything we're learning, the lighthouse.
Considering where that's led us, I'd take less of all three.
I wonder if the crows offer lessons, or just training, even.
Looking to learn their techniques?
Oh, no, not that. I don't want to be an assassin. Not really. But it's always good to learn new things, some of them assassin-adjacent.
Not scary at all. There's something on your mind.
It's just Demetta's Crossing. I can't stop thinking about it, those people. What if it happens again? What if it's happening all over right now and we just don't know about it?
Something happens somewhere remote. It could take a while for word to get out.
Neve?
What? If we pretend it's not possible, we might miss something.
I just want to help, but it's all so big.
Old stories about the Dreadwolf, about Solus. Do you think they're all about him?
What do you mean?
Maybe most of them are his, but over time the truth shifts and there's been a lot of time. Sometimes it's convenient to pin a story on someone else, or take credit for another one.
Huh. He could have lied, or inspired other liars, I guess that fits, but it makes things even more confusing. Solus's memories are...
Let's hope they lead somewhere.
So, I was thinking, and I want to help. I think I can help.
Help with what?
Finding Aelia. I mean, I've read enough serials, the crime ones. I bet I could help.
It's not that simple. The murderers in those stories, they're fantasies just waiting to be caught. And none of them are Venatori fanatics like Aelia.
Right, good point. But what if they were? There's so much to do here, so much to do out there.
One step at a time. Not that I follow my own advice.
Do you ever wonder what the fade smells like to a squirrel?
No.
Milk, eggs, cheese, bread. Milk, eggs, cheese, bread.
Restocking the pantry?
Yep. I repeat the list to myself so I remember.
Is that really all we need?
It's all some people will eat. What did you think of the ketchupuri? The ones that didn't catch fire?
They're a real treat, Belle. You know any Canary recipes?
I wish, but they only teach them to their cooks. And, well, they don't leave home much. Not many chances to, I guess.
Too bad. I've tried it a few times. It's quite good. Lots of spice. You may want water. Have you asked Taash?
I did, but that'd be a lot of oil. For the frying, I mean. There's something under the floor just before the alluvian room, an artifact of some kind.
What's it do?
I'm not sure. It's responding to the alluvian in some way. I'd love to learn more, but I need to move it.
Let's not break the mirror.
It probably wouldn't, I don't think. They're unconnected but connected, but you're right, no. Probably better it stays put.
Did you borrow my volume on Tevinter Focal Magic?
I did, and I'll bring it back once I find it again.
You know, I had a week once where nothing happened. Complete tedium. Sometimes I miss it.
Really? Didn't you find it, well, tedious?
That's the draw. Only thing to worry about is not having enough to worry about.
Oh, I do that anyways. Pretty much all the time, actually. Are you close with your family?
Not many of them.
Oh.
The ones who care about me care. If the rest want a piece of my story, they can read the papers like everyone else.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to.
You're fine. For all my troubles, can't say I don't get by on my own, and sometimes you'll find the people who'll stick. Did you stay up all night again? Those blinks are stretching pretty long.
No. Well, yes, sort of. But I think I'm onto something.
Look, I know I'm not one to talk, but even I sleep sometimes. You need to rest.
I will. Soon. I promise.
I wish I could believe that.
I got a letter from Strife and Ireland.
And how are the Veil Jumpers?
Good. Stressed. Busy. The usual. They found an artifact recently. Small. Strange hum. All it seems to do is repel wisps.
Really? Don't suppose they'd let me borrow it.
I can ask. How's that artifact the Veil Jumpers lent you?
You said it repelled wisps.
It does. I saw it working.
Well, I put it on my desk, and wouldn't you know it, every wisp in the lighthouse turned up.
Oh, you're interested, so they're interested. Fascinating. They really like you.
Yes, they do. You dozed off in your breakfast this morning. You might think about getting some rest.
I did. A little bit. At least an hour. I had a thought, and that became a plan, and then it was breakfast.
Just try not to fall asleep somewhere dangerous.
Oh, don't worry. Lucanis gave me some coffee. I'll be fine, I'm sure.
Well, you and coffee should mix well.
So, you and Rook?
Do I want to know where this is going?
It's not going anywhere. I mean, I don't mean your relationship's not going anywhere. I mean me, my question.
Right.
It's just nice, and you can solve cases together.
We could do that before.
But now, it's romantic. I can't believe you found the end to my cereal. The poison was inside the ring.
Glad it worked out.
It did. Well, not for the poison drinker, but he'd murdered the neighbor's cat, so for the cats. Anyway, Rook was right. Happily ever after.
Can't keep the two of you down. And when you don't read the sequels, those endings stick.
There's a sequel? Have you read it?
No, but trust me. Tragedy sells in Marathas. More story? Better chance things go sideways.
So, the sequel to my cereal story. It's all tragic and moody and...
Where's Rook's sunshine when you need it?
It hinted at a third series. Maybe things get better.
Hate to break it to you, but the paper said the run is over.
What? No, but it can't end here.
Sounds like a typical serial to me.
I liked Rook's version better.
All right, Belle. There's a rumor among the Docktown paper sellers. The author for your serial had notes on a third series.
Really?
It's never getting printed. I'll tell you that up front. But if I track down the notes...
Yes, please. Oh, wow.
What?
Does this mean you're working a case for me? The author note caper.
Let's not jump to caper before I've started. Part 3 of your serial story. I found the author's notes.
Really? Thank you. How did it go?
The notes were in a false bottom drawer. The author had been framed for murder, and he might be the heir to the parlous fortune.
So it was a caper.
It was a caper. So, Belle, how's the author note caper end?
There were more than just notes. He'd written the last chapter, and there were drawings of some of the characters.
Look at that. Happy ending after all.
Yes. Well, not in the story. That was tragic. But yes.
Good enough.
Anyway, you and Rook had me worried, but it ended happy. It's all blood magic and tears, and the second most innocent character was the killer.
I tried to warn you.
You talk a lot about jobs going sideways, but you win some too.
Doesn't always stick.
Not all of them, but enough, right?
All right. An early job. Kid went missing. Felt like the whole damn world gave up on them. But not their sister. She came to me after everyone turned her out. I still remember how tight that kid held my hand when I found them. Those two run a scroll shop now.
Neve, I'm almost done with the next part of my story. Do you think you could read it? You can be completely honest about what you think and,
Sure thing, Belle. I'll take a look when you're ready.
Great. Thank you. Neve, I took a lot of notes while you were away about what we did and who we met and what I thought you might notice. I know you like keeping notes. I thought if you came back, maybe it would help.
It's great, Belle. Really.
I'm sorry, no.
Thanks.
Have you ever been in it? Seen how it works?
I'm sorry. Been in what?
Oh, sorry. The Archon's Palace. Harding told me all about it. How it shoots bolts of magic, big ones.
No, never seen it from inside. I'm not the sort of person they put on the guest list.
I bet we could do that here. Make this place shoot magic bolts, just in case.
I want to ask in case of what, but I'm pretty sure I won't like the answer.
You know what? It's okay. Don't worry about it. Okay, not weapons, but maybe some kind of motivating force?
You're back on the lighthouse again, aren't you?
I'm just saying, we can move it anywhere, travel the Fade, go exploring.
Isn't your room currently not physically attached to the lighthouse?
Right. Good point. Okay, I'll stick to weapons.
That's better? I'm not sure anymore.
I wonder why Solus never put weapons on this thing. I bet he knew how.
My odds were stacked against him in that fight. And then some. Stealth would seem a better approach.
Right, stealth is good, but stealth with the magic fireball ballista just in case, much better.
Fair point.
So, I was wondering...
Not suspicious at all.
Well, since you can make people shadow dragons, I was just wondering...
Do you want to be a shadow dragon, Belle?
Yes, more than anything, yes! I met a shadow dragon once, or I think I did. I mean, they didn't say they were, probably a good idea, but I was pretty sure.
Why is that?
Most Tevinter are condescending, even the nice ones, but they weren't. And you remind me of them. So it makes sense.
I'll take that as a compliment.
I was talking to Antoine and Evka. They can focus more on studying Blight now that Lavendel's secure. I'm glad we could help them. And Lavendel.
It's a tough little place, and overdue for a break.
It reminds me so much of Demetta's Crossing. I know saving it doesn't bring those people back, but...
Still means something.
Yeah. Antoine lent me a compound he's been developing for flaming arrows. He's curious about how it reacts in the Fade.
Well, this is going nowhere safe.
I thought I could test him at the lighthouse. Although, Evka had the same reaction as you.
Can't imagine why.
Antoine lent me another one of the compounds he developed. We thought we could compare this one's reaction to the Fade with the other one.
If anything catches fire, you know where to find me.
Have you ever tracked down someone you didn't want to find?
Sure.
But if you didn't want to, why did you do it? What made it feel okay?
It didn't, but it was the move I had to make.
How did you know?
Look, I wish I had an easy answer, but I don't.
Right. Sometimes things are just bad in every way.
Something on your mind?
Syrian. I love him. I missed him, but I still ask why. He was my brother. He shouldn't have... Family shouldn't be this hard. How did it get like this? He's my brother. Family shouldn't be this hard.
Too many families are, but that's not on you. If your heart and gut say do what you can, do it. Just remember yourself, too.
I don't know. I still don't know if I will.
You stood by him when you could, and stood your ground when you had to. That's the best you could do for both of you. He saw it, too.
I thought I'd let go of Syrian the first time. I didn't. Not really. This time...
You never do. Funny, the things that wake you up years after you think they're gone.
I'm at peace with it. Real peace this time. So even if I carry it with me, it's lighter now. Maybe I'm not making sense. Am I making sense?
More than you think.
Neve, I just wanted to say what you did back in Arlethan. Thank you. Really, you're a good friend. A really, really good friend.
You helped me as much as I helped you. But you're welcome.
I never had a sister, but, well, you're one to me. And that means a lot.
Trying to pull the heartstrings means a lot to me too, Belle. And right back at you. I'd heard of archdemons before, but never one like that.
Honestly, with everything I've heard about Gillenane, I'm glad it wasn't worse. In the legends about her, she's nice. She created the Hala. She guides us to our destination. But if you read between the lines, it's, well, creepy.
Oh, good. That thing you said about Gillenane, it jogged a memory. A warden claimed he found his way under a mountain, saw a pool that merged creatures into new, terrible forms.
Right, that matches some of the legends. They say she healed people in those pools.
That warden, his story, it could have been demons or just nightmares of a bad time, but now I wonder.
Well, we haven't found one yet, so let's hope we never do. So the legends about Gillenane, creating the Hala, healing pools, they were true, but twisted. Wonder if that's true with Elgar'nan too. I really hope not.
Why's that?
Well, they say he can move the sun and the moon, which seems bad for a lot of reasons.
Oh, great. Well, powerful people claim a lot of tricks they can't pull. Here's hoping he's one of them.
I hope you're right.
Lucanis, if you lose control of Spite, I'll have to put you both down. No hard feelings.
Good. But you should know, all the people who ever tried to kill me are dead.
Taash will have my back. You can't handle both of us.
I once killed half a dozen Venatori while stuck inside an elevator. I'll take my chances. So, the Grey Wardens have griffons.
What of it?
It's another secret your order's been keeping.
What does that mean?
Wardens act like the heroes of Dedas, but they hide just as many shadows as they fight.
And your crows are saints?
No, but we don't pretend to be. We're honest about our work.
That place where Rook found you, the ossuary. What else goes on there?
Nothing good.
How did you survive it?
Shut down completely. Think nothing, feel nothing, except what you need to escape.
What's left?
If you're lucky, revenge. And bad dreams.
Spite still behaving?
As much as ever.
You live another day.
And so do you. Spite would shred you after I tore you apart.
Figured you more for a gentleman assassin.
I'm a professional, not a gentleman. I get the job done. Manners don't come into it. Davrin, if there's any advice you can send to Treviso about handling the Blight.
I'll pass it on, though some details are only for wardens.
Are you serious? You're clinging to your order's secrets now?
It's not about secrecy, Lucanis. When you're resistant to the Blight like we are, wardens can take more risks. Or do you want untrained civilians spreading it further?
Right. I'm sorry.
I mean, I get how you feel, but let's make this better, not worse.
Davrin, for all your worry about me, you've got your own problems.
I'll take them any day over being possessed.
You're a warden. You've got actual Blight inside you.
So you know a few warden's secrets.
Your blood reacts to darkspawn and can drive you mad when Archdemon shows up. And if you survive that, you eventually wander alone into the deep roads to die.
That's the vow I took.
Until you snap. It happened to this Isaiah you're tracking, your gloom howler.
Not me.
Everyone says that. I'll be watching. Davrin, you haven't asked me in a while.
If you mean spite, I'm laying low.
Right. Don't spook the quarry.
Especially when the quarry can lie to your face. You say spite's under control. How do I know that isn't spite talking?
The wings are a giveaway. But I'm glad we're keeping you on your toes. You know, Davrin, even if you had tried to come for me, you would have failed.
I kill archdemons for a living. I can take out one crow.
Not this crow.
I have a griffin. They eat crows.
I have a demon. They eat cats.
Good thing we'll never have to put any of this to the test.
Davrin, I can feel spite taking over. I'm losing control.
Rook, this is it. Here we go. I'll try to keep this clean and painless. Do you want it in the heart or the neck?
Shoulders.
Shoulders?
Feeling tight. Need a massage.
Wait.
A nice Orlesian hot stone rag should do the trick.
Not funny.
I disagree.
Lucanis, how do you decide when one of your targets deserves to die?
Usually when the client pays up front.
I'm serious. Do you just kill anyone?
No. There has to be merit.
Merit? Who decides that?
The talon of the house.
Which is you now. And then you just carry out the order?
It's my job.
Must be tough to sleep at night.
You kill for a living too, Davrin. How do you sleep at night?
Like a baby. The things I hunt are pure evil. Monsters. There are no shades of gray with Darkspawn. But you...
Provide a service.
What if your target doesn't deserve to die?
Who does? Good, bad. Everyone dies eventually. We just speed things up.
Could have fooled me. Then tell me this, Lucanis. Suppose you had a contract to assassinate me. Would you take it?
Depends. What did you do?
Nothing. Maybe I pissed off the wrong guy at a bar.
That's trivial. It's beneath the crows.
What if I stole the guy's money?
Then he couldn't afford to pay us.
You're avoiding the question.
Davrin, maybe I can teach you some new techniques.
Like what?
The art of walking in shadows, unseen, unheard.
Stealth doesn't usually work with monsters.
Why not?
Your targets are people. Their senses are dull. Their smell, hearing, it's barely there. You can sneak right up on them. But monsters? Darkspawn? They sense everything.
How do you handle it?
Brute force. Run fast, strike hard. And I'm not beneath killing them in their sleep.
A good strategy. You don't play fair.
And I'm still alive for it. They're not.
If I'd been faster, quicker with the dagger at Weishaupt, Gilanane would be dead now.
I was there, Lucanis. I saw it myself. From one professional to another, you did everything you could.
I missed the target.
You also pulled off the most incredible acrobatic assassination attempt I've ever seen.
Well, if you're going to kill, do it in style. Just remember the killing part.
Next time.
Is it strange for you, Davrin, being alive after Weishaupt?
I still don't know what to think.
Word among the crows is that few Grey Wardens have ever faced an archdemon and survived.
I could feel some kind of energy when my blade struck. I thought that was the end.
And now that it isn't?
I'll grow old with a griffin. I don't know. Never saw myself living very long. And I might not if we don't put an end to Elgernon and Gilanane. Lucanis, about what happened at Weishaupt.
Was an embarrassment to the crows.
Not what I meant. We were both thrown off our game. I shouldn't even be alive.
Neither should Gilanane.
Point is, you bounce back. We're not the sort who lose sight of our quarry because things got a little rough. We get near her again. You'll strike true. I'm sure of it. Lucanis, after Weishaupt, I think we might have bigger problems to deal with than each other.
We might.
I still don't trust Spite. I don't understand him, but I trust you.
I still say wardens are dangerous, but perhaps not you.
Fair enough.
It must haunt you, Davrin, knowing the blight inside you will be your end someday.
Spite could be yours.
Could be. But as a Grey Warden, it will be.
How do you know so much about wardens?
We've done business.
They hired you?
There was a contract.
Were they the mark?
It's complicated. Another time.
What was that warden business you were talking about, Lucanis?
Not all of your order meets their end so nobly.
What does that mean?
Some would rather leave before the blight takes them. The crows oblige.
Wait, you're saying they hire you to...
They're both the client and the mark.
What?
They make a choice. We oblige them.
I don't want to know anymore. Lucanis, did you ever change your mind about an assassination? Spare a target?
From time to time. Once, a target had killed an important politician and went on the run. The family wanted retribution. I let her live.
Why?
She was a servant. The politician had been beating her, so the servant returned the favor.
Self-defense.
Anyone would have done the same.
Any other targets you've spared, Lucanis?
I was sent to kill a murderer once. He robbed and poisoned a man.
Then why spare him?
He turned out to be 14 years old. I won't kill that young. There's still time for them to change. They deserve a chance. So the Gloomhowler was once a Grey Warden.
Not proud of it.
I wonder what happened to the Gloomhowler, Isaiah, that she became so twisted.
Probably lived in the shadows too long. Her guilt turned into rage.
Then she turned into a monster.
Something you and I could learn from. A person deals with death and darkness for a living. It doesn't always end well.
Then we'll just have to watch each other's backs.
Zara's dead, Lucanis. Figured you'd be happier.
Solve one problem, another takes its place.
I'll give you that. I hunted a viper claw once, only to find a blood wraith at the end of the trail.
I found Ilario at the end of mine.
Look on the bright side. What good are you as an assassin without a mark to hunt?
Davrin, you think killing is so black and white. But what about those wardens you had to kill to rescue the griffins?
They weren't wardens anymore.
You don't sound convinced. Did they deserve to die?
We didn't have a choice.
Isaiah would see it differently.
She was lost in the darkness.
According to you.
You agree with her?
Of course not. But it wasn't black and white. She was once a warden, just like you. And in her own way, she wanted to protect the griffins, just like you. Davrin, what else are the wardens hiding in their cauldron?
I don't know. I've never seen the place before.
That doesn't bother you? They hide secrets even from you?
Do crows announce every assassination to the rank and file?
I suppose not, though the secrecy can breed suspicion among my colleagues.
Same with the wardens. Secrecy breeds corruption.
Wardens were hiding archdemon blood so evil it could destroy the world, and now the Gloomhowler has some of it.
The only reason we had the archdemon blood was because we ended a blight. We saved the world. I don't see crows doing that.
True, but we also cannot end it. Davrin, you really think the griffins will be safe with the wardens?
I have to. The past is behind us. What happened was 400 years ago.
History has a bad habit of repeating.
It won't while I'm still around. If there's any hint of trouble, the wardens will have me to answer to.
Isn't that how Isaiah got into trouble?
Yeah, but I don't plan on turning into Darkspawn, so I think we're safe.
I seem to remember saying you couldn't trust wardens. Bad blood in their veins.
I thought we moved past all that.
Oh, we did. It's just, when I'm right, I'm right. I heard about a son helping the Hala.
It was a sight to see.
You're letting him go soft.
Uh-huh.
He's a predator at heart, like us. This will make him a sheepdog with wings. All anxiety, all the time.
I don't know about that. People can change. Maybe griffins can too.
We'll see if you think that when he's herding wisps in the lighthouse.
I can't believe we've got another archdemon to deal with.
This time will go better.
It has to.
Do you think you'll survive this one?
I don't know. Getting out of Weishaupt alive might have been a fluke.
It cannot be. A son needs you. I wouldn't mind you sticking around either.
You're not so bad yourself.
Davrin, I have a proposition.
Do I really want to hear this?
You're training a son, sharpening his skills.
Or trying to.
Let me help. Teach him the quiet kill.
You want to train Hassan?
No one ever looks up. My targets wouldn't see him coming.
A griffin assassin?
He's part eagle. Why not part crow? He'll be a natural.
No, Lucanis. Just no.
A son would be the perfect assassin.
Never.
How is it any different from what you're teaching him?
Griffins are born to hunt darkspawn. It's an instinct. What you're proposing, murder for hire, he's not a mercenary.
What if I pay him with gingerwort truffles?
We're done with this. Lucanis, I guess you can stop drinking coffee now.
Why?
Spite's not a problem anymore. Maybe you should step up to something stronger.
I like my liver.
Doesn't mean you can't show it a good time now and again.
Like gingerwort tea?
Forget I said anything.
I like coffee.
First Talon.
I'm aware.
Seeing if you've got the hang of your new title yet.
Right. Me. First Talon.
If you join the Wardens, you could become the first Warden who's also First Talon.
Is that the first Talon who is a warden, or the first Talon, first warden?
Or First Talon, First Warden.
The first Talon warden.
So many possibilities.
So, your mom wanted you to lay low, and now you're with us.
And because I wanted to be here.
Then it looks like we pleased everyone. Isn't that novel?
Yep. It's great. You were there when the gods escaped.
Sure was.
What was it like?
Strange. Chaotic. The stuff of nightmares that stick too long.
That's messed up.
Yeah.
Hey, Manfred, how does he work?
I'm sure Emmrich would fill you in if you asked.
Yeah, but he'd add details.
All right, then. The bare-bones answer from the non-necromancer. You get your parts, put the skeleton together, some fancy ritual later, and you've got a wisp inside running the show.
Manfred's a wisp? Like the ones at your desk? You could make a bunch of moving skeletons?
Me? No. Not without some research I don't want to do. Don't worry, those wisps are staying wisps.
Good. I heard you fought a dragon in Minrathous before I joined up.
Yeah, the shadow dragons and I dealt with it while Rook and the others fought a second in Treviso. Though you could call it more surviving than fighting. We barely drove it off. But now we have a dragon hunter, so here's to better luck next time.
That's what I'm here for.
The spirits around the Hall of Valor seem very invested in all of it.
Spirits like fun too.
Sure, but one of them was trying to take wages. So I said, I bet the demons in Marathas could teach you a thing or two about betting rings. The spirit said, I bet you're right, and handed me 5 gold. I feel a point was missed.
Hey, you got 5 gold. Take the win. It's weird. Minrathous being full of poor people.
Everywhere's got poor people.
No, I mean... My mother told me stories about Tevinter. Made it sound like it was all rich and powerful mages.
Your mother was in Parvalan before she came to Ravane. Her people were at war with Tevinter. Not surprised the stories she heard had us all wealthy and decadent.
So you're not rich? Even though you're a mage?
No. Why? You think I look it?
Your dresses are pretty.
Thanks. Little secret, my best coat was a gift. Saved a warehouse from an arsonist. The tailor was grateful. And your outfit includes more jewelry than mine.
Huh.
So, Taash, I've been thinking about what you said, about Tevinter fashion. A nice outfit lets people know you're under the protection of someone powerful, that they shouldn't cross you.
Like the Lords of Fortune wear trophies.
Sure, but in Minrathous, sometimes it's a bluff. People in Docktown might dress nicely, but no one is watching over them.
You are.
I'm trying.
How do Tevinter people eat in their fancy clothes?
Napkins? And some cheat stains of magic.
Huh. Bet you all eat fancy food.
Tell you what, we get some free time, I'll take you to Docktown. You can try our fancy food.
'Kay. I'll bring a napkin. Neve, that place you took me to.
Hal's fish fry stand.
That was amazing. They put it all inside the bread stuff?
The man makes a good wrap. Next time we'll get one with hot sauce.
Ooh, how hot?
I guess not hot enough for someone who breathes fire, but I'll do my best.
So, You and Lucanis? Nice.
I've got the feeling I missed something.
Adari. I have a really good sense of smell.
Well, that's...
Don't worry, he's into you too.
And isn't that something? So, Taash, look, Lucanis and I are...
I get it.
Get what?
He's a crow. Dangerous. Deadly. You have to trust that he won't kill you every time he touches you.
Oh, no.
And you're a mage. He's a mage killer. It's like you're his prey.
Not what I'm into, but thanks?
Anyway, I'm happy you two are doing it.
Thanks, Taash. Taash, that picture you painted of me and Lucanis, it's not really like that.
Really? Huh.
No, it's... we've both had our share of, well, pain, if I want to be dramatic, and reasons not to show it. So it's cautious, slow, but it's something. And more than I usually look for.
That's weird.
Isn't everything?
I still don't get you and Lucanis.
Back to this.
But I'm glad you're happy.
Thanks.
Let me know if you want me to punch him, so you can tend his wounds or something.
Again, not quite what I'm into, but thanks for caring.
So, you and Rook? Nice.
I've got the feeling I missed something.
Adari. I can smell it.
Well, that's...
On both of you.
Oh, really? Well, that's interesting.
Thanks, Taash.
What?
Nothing. You just looked lost in thought. In a good way.
Maybe.
Now, who could cause that?
Hey, Neve. Let me know if you need help on ladders.
Ladders?
Your leg thing? One of the lords. Fenced, he lost a hand. Climbing ladders hurt his shoulder after. He told us eventually. Then we helped him on the ladders. Your foot's got a hook shape. It might get caught.
My work leads strange places. If ladders had my number, I'd be out by now, but thanks for asking. Although, your horns have a hook shape. You worry about them getting caught?
Shit. I do now. Hey, Benst can help you if you ever need someone on locks. I'll ask him if you want. He likes me.
Sure he does. You're not bad to work with.
I'm not?
When you lose a limb, you have a metal leg or a hook for a hand, some things get harder. But you ask for help with one thing, and people think you can't do anything.
That's Vashadan. No one can go toe-to-toe with you in magic.
Thanks for noticing. Not everyone does.
Anyway, Benst doesn't have a hook. He's got a set of lockpicks.
No wonder ladders give him trouble.
Hey, Neve. Benst also had a jeweler add some stones to his lockpick hand. Pretty gems and stuff. I can get you a name if you want.
Why would I want gems on my leg?
'Cause it's like a boot you wear every day. Might as well look nice. That's what I did after I broke my horn. And my horn will grow back.
I work Minrathus. Put gems on my legs in the morning, and they be stolen by lunch. Besides, I like to keep a low profile when I'm hunting.
Oh, sneaky. Makes sense.
Does your jeweler work with inlay, Taash?
Why? You changed your mind?
If I save up enough, I might want a new leg. A choice of looks can't hurt.
Ooh, nice. How about gold with a ruby inlay?
I bang my leg all the time. Gold gets dinged up. Ruby inlay, though. I can work with that.
Let me know when you're ready. I'll get you a discount.
Thanks, Taash.
You deserve nice things. Have you taken a break lately?
Define lately. I've tried one or two. It's almost novel. I'll give Rana this. Extra eyes and Minrathus help.
Tried talking to one of the shadow dragons about dragons. That one you fought was the first real one he'd seen.
We don't get many live dragons in the city. Probably a first for most people.
Huh. Let me know if your friends want to see another one. I'll help them out.
Just bring them back breathing.
It'll be fine. I'll find a small one. Tevinter likes dragons because of your old gods?
Something like that.
Then what's with the snakes? There are snakes painted everywhere.
The snakes are like little dragons.
What? They are not.
Sure. Scales, sinuous, dangerous in their own way.
They don't have legs. You're making this up.
Or am I making a case for snake dragons?
You ever been to Ravane before all this?
Can't say I had the pleasure. Now I see why people write about the beaches. A little more blue and sunshine than my usual taste. But they've got their charm.
Had some good bonfires out there. Just don't ask Isabella how that Armada ship caught fire.
Way to tease the real story.
It wasn't me. That's all I'm saying.
Hey, Taash, you know anyone who makes wax seals?
Kelly in the Lords. She's great. You don't know anyone?
I've got a guy, but never hurts to compare prices.
You tell Kelly I sent you. She'll give you a deal.
What's that dice game the Lords play?
Gold Thief? I can teach you.
I'm in. We can clean out the shadows.
The Viper beat you at Gold Thief?
I swear that man has the worst beginner's luck.
But he won. Isn't that the best luck?
Not for me.
You can make a wall out of ice.
If I need to.
Let's say a mage attacks it with fire. Who wins?
Depends on who's better, or who gets tired first.
What if I use my fire breath? How's that end?
With the two of us standing in a puddle.
A tie? Yeah, sounds right.
I've heard the Ravani Armada can hold its own against unarmed dreadnoughts.
If the weather's right. Can't match the dreadnoughts cannon for cannon. You have to outsail them. The captain of the Siren's Call? She runs rings around them. No one can defeat her.
Sounds impressive.
She has a really big hat. Do you have any nicknames?
There's Slick, but that's just barracks. Papers call me all sorts of things. So do the Venatori when I'm doing my job right. For the most part, I prefer Neve.
Hey, that blood mage controlling people in your neighborhood?
Alia, what about her?
Why doesn't anybody in charge stop her?
Because she hasn't left Docktown. It's poor, doesn't have a lot of mages, so the people in power don't care.
That's Vashadan.
Not news to me.
How are your wisps?
They aren't my wisps.
But they are still wisps.
Yes.
Good. You're not going to ask about my mother?
I wasn't planning on it.
Most of the others did.
I know. I also know that some things, there's only so much you can talk about them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thanks. Hey. Nice job stopping Alia.
Thanks.
Did you get one of her rings or something? Something you can wear to show everyone you got her?
Doesn't work that way, Interventor. At least, not for the reputation I'm going for.
Huh. That's stupid. Maybe you can make an amulet with Alia's name on it.
Why would I want that?
To show you beat her.
I carry enough. Thanks. And I'm not looking to show off.
But that's... There was this Lord of Fortune, Wyborn. Spent years going after a legendary treasure. It was a magical dolphin idol carved from griffin bone. He finally got it. Sold it for a king's ransom.
And then he celebrated for months?
No, he was sad. He'd spent years hunting for it. And it was done. And he didn't have anything left to care about.
Taash, that story about Wyborn and his griffin bone idol. I thought Ravani wore jewelry as a way to brag, but it's not just that.
We wear our stories. Sometimes they're for others. Sometimes they're for ourselves. So you have something to hold on to when it feels like you haven't done enough.
I get that. But don't worry. I'm not lacking purpose now that Alia's gone. Docktown will remind me if I forget.
Okay. Good.
So, the Dragon King.
Stupid name.
Maybe, but nicknames say something. About your reputation, or who loves you, or a story that stuck.
What if he nicknamed himself? People do that. Like Cutter.
Then it tells us how he wants to be seen.
He's a little guy trying to look big. Hey, thanks for getting Elgarnon out of our heads when he was doing his ritual.
Wouldn't have without Bellara. I've encountered my share of blood magic, but Elgarnon, never seen power like that.
Huh. Let me know if you need my blood to counter it.
What? No.
I've got dragon blood. Heard it was stronger. Might help your spells or something.
I don't do blood magic. Ever. And you shouldn't offer your blood to anyone.
All right, just trying to help. You don't use blood magic?
No. But some mages in Tevinter do, even ones who aren't Venatori. Of course, they pretend that's not the case.
Why? Doesn't sound like it's a secret.
It's frowned on. But the real reason? If they can pull off a powerful trick without the blood, maybe that's something to respect. or fear, so they pretend not to need the boost.
That's Vashidon.
Yes, it is. Elgarnon's archdemon. You've never seen a dragon that big.
Nope. Elgarnon messed with her to make her bigger.
Well, first time and all that. Isn't this exciting?
Gonna be a big fight.
I could live with half as much excitement, a quarter. Maybe something the size of an archfennec.
Ugh, don't just sneak up on us.
You got me there.
Hey, Neve, why did Elgarnon go to the trouble of kidnapping all the Dalish shelves to feed his big dragon? Dragons eat anything. Elgarnon could have just gotten a herd of cattle to feed her when she woke up hungry. Is it a blood magic thing? Like, elves were better because of the magic Elgarnon used to wake the dragon?
You can use anything for blood magic. I've seen blood mages use servants, animals, anything you can imagine and worse. But waking the archdemon was a ritual. Rituals focus power through symbols people understand. So Elgarnon feeds the elves, who no longer worship him, to his dragon, right in front of the Venatori, who do worship him.
Oh, so he was just being an asshole.
The tablet your mother left. You think there are more like it?
What? Why?
Curiosity? Secrets only you can see?
It's not secrets. It's orders. I don't need more orders.
But, well, your call.
If we find another one of Solas's memories, what do you think it'll be?
Nothing cheery, but maybe something useful.
Saw your friend Alec poking around the library when he was here.
He thinks rare, fade-touched items could make a fortune, with the right buyer.
He wants to steal them?
I told him he could try running his plan by the caretaker. See what they think. He changed his mind pretty fast.
Huh. The shadow dragons were nice. May and the rest.
We have our moments.
They talked about gender stuff, and I didn't get all of it, but it helped. So, thanks.
Anytime. I got a letter from Maevaris. She asked how you were doing after your talk.
Good. Yeah. Tell her I'm good.
She's around if you want to talk more.
Maybe. Yeah.
I can't believe it. We're meeting after all those letters. It's an honor, Professor Emmrich. What should I call you? I mean, with everything you've done, it feels strange to just call you Emmrich.
Emmrich is fine, please. We're not in a classroom after all. Far less predictable.
Okay. Emmrich. Right. I might call you Professor Emmrich sometimes. So, does Manfred have, people, thoughts, and feelings?
His self-expression may be limited, but Manfred is as cognizant of his surroundings as you or I. To a certain degree.
Oh, Professor Emmrich, you know that confusing part of the lighthouse?
The crystalline wards that syncopate against the astrolabe?
That's it. I think I found out what they're... Oh, I'm sorry.
Quite all right. Working late?
A little. I'll catch up on sleep later.
I wonder if we've looked... No.
Sorry, Professor?
Oh, it's the necropolis. We've apparently lost a chamber there.
Most of them turn up eventually.
This time, Rook, there was a cavity left behind. The necropolis never leaves gaps in its new configurations. Something's amiss.
I'm sorry. Lost it to where?
We don't know. It's simply gone. Tell me, Bellara, what training did you have as a young mage?
My clan's keeper showed me the basics.
And afterwards?
I tried it a lot and saw what worked and what didn't. Then I met the Veil Jumpers and read books when I could find them.
I must introduce you to our head librarian.
Really? Thank you.
He's an excellent fellow, a little retiring, but Aldrich went through so much after he died.
Oh, I'll remember not to ask about that. The Watchers work so much with spirits, but none of you seem to get possessed.
The Grand Necropolis wards discourage it, even as they draw spirits near. By providing them with bodies, we offer them peaceful existence with little need to possess the living.
So no possessions ever?
Oh no. The first thing a Watcher learns are warding spells. A malignant spirit never stops searching.
The Grand Necropolis has so much background magic, but it's so tidy, quiet.
Unlike the enchantments of Arlathan?
Yeah, I mean, it's impressive, Professor. I haven't seen one time loop down there.
Does that happen often in the forest?
Strife and Ireland have stories. So, Professor Emmrich, I have a question about undead.
Certainly. What do you wish to know about? The ritual of unbeing? Transference spells?
Ghosts. I mean, that's what I want to know about.
You mean spirits? Creatures of the Fade? Well, surely you know all about them.
No, I mean ghosts. The kind that go, ooh, and knock things over.
Young mages do ask the complicated questions first.
I thought about it, but I don't get how they're complicated.
Beg pardon?
Oh, ghosts. What we were talking about before?
There are two main strands of thought. That ghosts are mortal souls returned, or that they're simply echoes reenacted by inhuman spirits.
What about ghosts knocking things off shelves, or writing in blood on the wall?
Writing in... Have you been reading those serials Harding's so fond of?
Oh, yeah. We swap them all the time.
Goodness. You've seen that?
Oh, no, not me, but I've read about it. In serials, I mean.
Yeah. Ah. If you're curious about the undead Bellara, I could arrange an excursion.
To see ghosts?
Far better. All sorts of unique entities dwell in the deep necropolis. Where should we start? The Unspoken Valley? The Charnel Bridge? Oh, but the nightmare fog's returned there lately.
Let's wait until it clears. I'll get new notebooks.
We've got to banish that one day.
So, ghosts are complicated. What about vampires?
Ah, there, the stories have a bit more substance to them.
Really? Vampires exist? I mean, really exist?
When a hunger demon possesses a corpse, the resulting abominations seek blood, you see.
Oh, okay. I knew about that.
Do I detect disappointment?
A little bit, sort of. So can those abominations turn into bats?
I was speaking with Neve earlier, Bellara. She's actually heard rumors of creatures that sound like your vampires from the serials.
Really? Where? How?
Certain Tevinter magisters have apparently attempted to bond with hunger demons. It would grant them tremendous power, but also an unending craving for blood.
That's amazing! And really bad, of course. I can't wait to ask Neve about it. So Neve said, if the rumors are true, they don't lead anywhere good about vampires in Minrathous. I think we should prove it. We can lure them out, see what works. Whenever we can, I mean.
We might cause a stir. They're very permissive about magical alterations in Minrathous. Then again, this is exactly the sort of thing Davrin keeps proposing.
Ooh, a group excursion.
But perhaps Neve could help us, in the name of discovery. I took a look at the archive spirit you recovered.
What do you think of it, Professor?
It's a work of art, though the tone leaves something to be desired.
I am so sick of hearing the word Anaris. Really?
Concatenating so much knowledge into a stable vibration folded into the Fade? Magnificent!
I just wish I could get at that knowledge.
Give yourself time, Bellara. Bellara, do you own a bronze candle holder shaped like a fennec?
I do. Did you see it?
I found it in the library. I don't believe it was there when we went to bed.
Oh, I just looked something up before sleeping. It got a little late.
If you're finding it difficult to rest in the lighthouse...
Thanks, Professor, but I'm fine. Did I tell you, Professor? That artifact that measures local ambient magic? I got it working.
I'll never understand how you made sense of all those minuscule cogs.
You won't believe what I found yesterday in the lighthouse, Professor.
Go on.
A box with wheels inside as small as a wheat grain. If we connect them up and restart the artifact, it'll do something. I'm not sure what, but let's try.
Is this one of those devices you've collected with all those rods and levers and such?
So many. I can't wait.
I wish I'd been more help with that elven artifact, Bellara.
But, Professor, you got the main enchantment working.
Oh, a child could reweave a fraying autotelic bond. It's the internal mechanisms that confound me.
Okay, the box has a lot of little bits, but if you look for sets of 3s...
I'll attempt it.
Are the Mornwatch's magic artifacts very different from the old elven ones?
Elven artifacts are powerful, but I've noticed a certain rigidity in their magic. Some of our own greatest treasures are lost. The skull of Sabanar, the key of dead dreamers, the crown of the moon.
That's too bad. Do yours ever make weird buzzing noises?
Is this about that elven device of many parts?
It's like there's an invisible bee somewhere inside it. So, Professor, I tried out that box-shaped elven artifact.
Alone?
No, Strife was there. Anyways, I thought such a complicated device would be for controlling energy or gravity or fade channeling.
What did it do?
It's a music box.
Oh, how harmless.
What did Strife think?
He laughed so hard he cried. You know what? I'm actually glad that elven artifact turned out to be a music box.
Oh?
It's so nice. Sometimes it's easy to forget the ancient elves were mostly regular people, not monster gods, and that those regular people were the first to try stopping Elgernon and Gillenane.
That ancient battle bought us time.
Yeah, and I'm not wasting it. Maybe they were cheering us when we wiped that smug smile off of Elgernon.
One hopes. How goes your study of the archive, Bellara? The veil jumpers must be ecstatic.
Really good. I'm making progress. They keep saying it's dense reading and super complicated, but I'll convince them. Some of it's just Anaris' plots or lists of feuds. He had a lot of feuds. But there's useful stuff too. Maybe in the far future, we can repair some of Arlethan.
Finally patch up those holes in reality?
One day.
One wonders, did Solus craft the lighthouse himself?
Too bad we can't ask.
It's for the best.
Yeah, I'd never trust the god of lies.
Nor I.
Right.
Though if one were, theoretically, in Rook's position...
I'd have so many questions about Arlethan.
To have even 5 minutes to ask Solus about the veil.
So?
Yes, indeed.
Elves came from spirits.
An incredible revelation of what happened thousands of years ago.
I asked Davrin what he thought, and he just shrugged.
He would.
Rook, do you feel any different?
As an elf, should I?
More spirity, maybe? I don't know. So, how does it work? Being half undead, I mean. Which half of Hezenkos is undead? That feels important.
I wasn't being quite so literal. The line between life and undeath can be porous.
Oh, okay. That makes more sense.
What were you imagining?
Well, one leg's alive, other's undead, so you kind of just go in circles.
I must say, of all our theories throughout the ages, no one thought ancient elves came from spirits was very likely.
Wait, the Mornwatch knew?
Not at all. It was only one proposition amongst thousands, and not well credited.
I'll say.
You could write a paper for the Watchers, or both of us could.
What a wonderful idea. Though we'll have some difficulty citing our sources.
Right, I guess Solus's memories are technically a diary? I never get used to it. The ancient elven magic, I mean.
How so?
It feels weird. Different from other magic.
It is more powerful than most of what we're used to, certainly.
Maybe. A little bit, but it's more than that. It feels almost cold.
How interesting. Is it an external sensation?
No, it's inside cold, not outside cold. Do you think more spirits could ever become elves?
As our world changes over the ages, so do the Fade's inhabitants. I suspect they'd look quite different.
So not, say, elves with wings, like a bird's or a bat's?
With pointed teeth? And a tragic craving for blood?
Yes! No, I didn't mean like a vampire. Maybe. Why do you think Anaris hasn't made himself a new mortal form yet?
There are complexities to crafting a body that can reason.
Demons make bodies, but not great ones.
Physical laws baffle them. It's why so many spirits prefer possession.
So maybe Anaris is scared a new body could go wrong? He's still aiming for something, though.
It seems unlikely. I understand what you meant about old elven magic feeling cold, Bellara.
Really? I don't even know if I did.
The Morn Watch pulls on very different magic for our rituals. It's more still than what you'd use to manipulate rock or summon lightning. It anticipates.
I'm not sure I'd like that. Magic just waiting for me?
Perhaps, but it lends a solid foundation to our work.
Maybe bracing is the right word.
For what?
The ancient elven magic that we were talking about. Every time I use one of the artifacts, it wakes me up like a bucket of cold water, only not cold. I wonder why that is.
All magic touches the fade. Perhaps the old elves tapped something we've lost.
What you said about ancient elven magic, the way it touches the fade, I think you're right.
You've made a discovery?
So, don't be mad, but I went outside the bubble at the lighthouse.
Bellara! That was rather foolhardy.
I know, but I was safe, mostly. Anyways, when I went out there, I could feel it. Somewhere, like the elven magic.
Ancient elven magic draws from the deep fade. Fascinating. The amount of magic you could harness.
Explains a lot about how they did what they did.
How have you been feeling, Bellara?
Fine. Good. I keep going over my last conversation with Syrian. Was there something I could have said to him so he'd stop being such a damn idiot?
The perfect set of words? If only you could have found them.
Yes. Sorry. I know it's stupid.
I think it's the most natural wish in the world.
What a waste. What happened with Hezenkos, I mean.
She could have turned her considerable intellect to the good of Navarra, and now...
No, I mean the giant bone skeleton. That big thing she wanted to become. You go to all that trouble and you make it look like that? I'd give it wings, or more arms, or something.
You've put a lot of thought into this, I see.
No, I mean, I never do it. Probably. You know who Hezenkos reminded me of? Anaris. Just something about them both.
Their willingness to sacrifice others? That endless ache for power?
Yeah, maybe that's it.
With Anaris banished and Hezenkos defeated, at least they'll never meet.
I had a great sleep last night.
Hopefully the start of many more.
I think getting rid of the archive was actually kind of a relief. Does that sound bad? All that knowledge, but...
A terrible will behind it.
Yeah. Let it stay dead. We've got better things to build. I'm glad you have Manfred back, Professor.
Thank you. So am I.
He seems even more aware of things now. I got him to mix up a bunch of different inks and he barely spilled any.
Is that why Manfred was stained green the other day?
Yeah. Emmrich, is everything okay? I mean, it probably is. I just, you seem a little off. Sorry, that's probably rude.
No. I do have quite a lot on my mind. Choices I must commit to.
Well, if you want to talk or not, I'm here to listen.
Thank you, Bellara. That's most kind.
You know what helps me when I have a big choice to make?
Tell me.
I write a list. Good parts on one side, bad parts on the other. And there you go. Decision made. Well, until I regret it and worry.
My decision is about a certain life-altering path I might take in the Morn Watch. I'm afraid it doesn't lend itself well to a tally.
Well, just in case, the list can help. Professor Emmrich, I have more lich questions.
Of course. I'll...
Can you feel non-tangible stuff? Breezes, heat, dryness? And I don't want to pry or anything, but what if you crack? Can you repair yourself or... Oh, casting! What's spell casting as undead like? Easier? Harder? Same mental inscriptions? Wait, I just thought of... Oh, you know what? It's okay. I'll make another list.
Answer all that I can? Have you ever considered joining a formal order of mages, Bellara?
Huh, I don't know. Can I even do that?
The Morn Watch would be open to it.
That's true, we would.
Aw, thanks, Rook. Professor? Thanks, Professor. Really. But the Veil Jumpers need me. Arlathan's weird and dangerous, very, very dangerous. But it's home.
I thought as much. The offer stands if you reconsider.
Hey, Taash, when did you start breathing fire?
When I was a toddler. Started doing it like burping.
Diaper changes must have been exciting.
My mother would do it outside. She'd splash me with water first.
And you were okay with that? You didn't fuss?
Nah, I liked the water. Cool, sharp. Learned to swim before I learned to walk. Hey, Harding.
Whoa, legs. Taash.
Legs?
A slip of the tongue.
You're acting weird.
What? No. Really?
Yeah, like that. Weird.
I had a dream last night, and you were in it.
What was I doing?
Nothing.
Okay. What were you doing?
Nothing?
You doing okay with hearing the rocks and stuff?
Most of the time. Why?
I got sick when I was young. Couldn't breathe through my nose for months. Finally got better. Then all at once I could smell everything.
Like what someone had for breakfast?
Who'd been in a room before I got there, who was hungover, who was having her fertile time.
Oh, wow. That must have been overwhelming.
I learned to deal with it. Wanted to make sure you weren't feeling that way.
I'm all right, but thanks.
You're angry.
Huh?
The Oracle. You're angry at her.
I'm not angry at her. I just thought she'd be more helpful.
Yep. So you're angry.
I'm frustrated. It's different.
You can be angry if you want. It's okay.
I'm not. I'm really not angry, Taash.
Okay.
Okay. I was angry.
Huh?
After talking to the Oracle, I was angry. I was angry at her for not being able to explain why I got this magic. And I was angry that I was angry.
I punch things when I get angry. Sometimes I yell. You can come and punch things and yell with me if you want.
Yeah. That sounds like fun.
Okay? Good.
Taash, are you all right? You're limping.
I'm not.
Okay, that was an exaggeration, but you're favoring your left...
Oh, right. Yeah. Bruised toe.
Ah.
It's fine. How did you even notice? What? Were you looking at my legs?
Taash, you're twice my height. From where I stand, you're all legs.
They come together eventually.
I'm not used to spirits being friendly, like in the Hall of Valor.
Why not? Spirits like to party.
I just can't imagine Ferelden's spirits making a big arena for people to fight in.
Oh, right. People in Ferelden are like the Canary, afraid of spirits and stuff.
That's probably the first time I've heard anyone say Fereldens are like the Canary. Like the Canary? You're lucky you're cute.
I'm cute? Did Varric write that book?
What book?
At lunch. You were reading.
Oh, no. Definitely not Varric's. Varric has good taste.
What is it? Is it a sex book?
No, it's not that.
'Kay.
It's got a lot of blood and gore.
Ooh. I looked at your book. It was fun when the guy got burned alive in his armor.
Oh, yeah. The moment when Marcel stops being a knight and becomes the Nightmare.
Yeah. That was great.
Oh, it's outrageous, but I just love it when the good guys win in ridiculous ways. Varric once told me stories don't have to always be sensible or say something important. Sometimes we just spin stories to make others happy.
Chakra toebra. Chakra toebra. Stupid crisp consonants.
Your consonants sound pretty crisp to me. I like the way Kinari sounds when you speak it.
Nah, I'm saying it wrong.
That's what Shathan says?
Hmm.
She's real hard on you, huh?
She's trying to teach me. Like a Tamasran.
I don't think that's a Tamasran thing. I think it's a mom thing.
What do you do when your mother pushes on something?
Pushes?
Like chores, or studying, stuff like that.
Oh, you know, I might complain, but I know she's just looking out for me.
Huh.
If we really disagree, though, we talk about it. Why? Is there something you want to talk with your mom about?
No. You and your mother get along. She must miss you being closer to home.
Oh, I'm sure she does. My ma used to say watching me grow was like flying a kite. You gotta give your kite a good long line. That's the only way you get to see it soar. Keep the line too taut, and it'll snap. Why do you ask? Don't you think Shathan misses you?
She's the one who sent me away. Could you teach me how to fly a kite?
You've never flown a kite?
We didn't have a lot when I was a kid. Not enough to buy one.
I'll have to check out the shops in Minrathous. I saw a dragon-theme one the other day.
There are dragon kites? Cool. You and your mother talk about stuff a lot.
She's my ma. I don't know what I'd do without her. Just knowing she's out there, ready with a hug, makes the world seem brighter, you know? Shathan not a hugger?
Our horns would get tangled up. You talk about your ma a lot.
Is it annoying?
Nah. What about your father? He around?
My da? He lives in Amaranthine. He and ma split up a few years ago.
Oh. Sorry.
No, don't be sorry. They tried to keep it going when I was little, but eventually, well, I think they're happier now.
I don't know my father. Kinari stuff is weird.
Taash?
Yeah?
I swear on all the dogs in Ferelden, I did not make her do this, but my ma sent you something. There's a letter and some homemade candy. She calls it a hug from afar.
Oh.
She'd rather give you a real hug, of course, but she can't, so this is so awkward.
No, it's good. I like snacks, and hugs aren't bad. Your mother's candy was good.
Oh, I'm glad to hear it.
My mother got candy once. Trade for a job that couldn't pay. She hid it in a jar in a high cupboard. I'd climb up in the middle of the night to grab some. She'd find some candies eaten and blame it on rats.
Of course she did.
Hey, what'd you mean by of course she did?
Oh, when your mother knew that you took the candies?
No, she blamed the rats.
She blamed the rats for climbing into a high cupboard and opening a jar?
Well, yeah, she... Oh. Oh. You write to your mother a lot.
Oh, I didn't mean to remind you of your own mother.
No, it's okay. It's good that you write.
Taash.
Just make sure to tell her anything that needs telling.
Taash.
It's good. Hey, can you control what kind of rocks you make?
I don't think so. I'm not really making the stone. I'm just moving it around me.
Oh. Okay.
Why did you want to know?
I thought it would be neat if you could learn to make gemstones.
Ooh, like diamonds or rubies? That would be neat.
Right?
You just want me to make you shiny things, don't you? I'll work on it. You move around a lot during fights, Taash. It sometimes makes it a little hard to shoot at things with you moving around in front of me.
You want to ride on my horns?
No. Well, not in battle, anyway.
What if you made a rock platform for yourself? Then you'd be up higher.
No, it's fine. I don't want to hit you.
You're a good shot. You're okay with killing people.
What?
Killing people. You know.
I don't like killing people.
Right. But it doesn't bug you. I have to be pissed off to kill someone. You don't.
Oh, well, I grew up on a farm.
Huh. What did you mean about growing up on a farm?
What? Oh, you mean about killing. In the Inquisition, most of the scouts came from farms.
Why? Farmers aren't sneaky.
A scout has to take down people who aren't their enemy personally, people who aren't trying to kill them. But you also don't want people who enjoy killing. You need people who can kill someone, if necessary, but don't go looking for it. That's farmers.
Huh. The farmers thing still doesn't make any sense.
Okay, before the Inquisition, I tended sheep for the lady who lived a mile off from us. One spring evening, I noticed an old wolf lurking around the fields. And my ma says, "Lace, deal with him." I didn't want to. He was gaunt and limping. I felt bad. But an old wolf's still a wolf, and he got to the lambs. One of them, the wolf only got to her partway, and I had to finish the job.
You killed a baby sheep?
I had to. But if I dealt with the wolf early, the lambs would be alive. So that's when I learned. Sometimes a quick kill prevents more suffering.
Whoa. Farmers are tough. I saw you looking at ribbons in the market last time we were there.
Oh, yes. I might send something home to my ma. They've got fancy kinds we didn't have in Ferelden.
I know a guy in Ravane who decorates armor with fancy stuff. I can get you a discount if you want.
I'm not sure my mom would appreciate Ravani fashion.
Oh, right. Ferelden people mostly wear brown.
We sometimes wear other colors.
Gray isn't a color.
How are you doing, Taash? Sleep well last night?
You were there. You tell me.
So, Taash, the way my lyrium magic shows up when
I pick you up and pin you to the wall and bite your shoulder.
Together. When we're together. I just wanted to make sure my lyrium wasn't hurting you.
I'm mostly fireproof.
It's not fire. I'll make sure it's okay next time we're together.
You're gonna have other stuff to think about next time we're togethering.
You're impossible.
You okay? You warm enough out here?
I'm fine. It's no colder out here than usual. Why? Wait, were you gonna get me a coat or something?
Maybe. If you needed one.
What if you were my coat?
Hey, the red version of you, is she ever coming back?
No, she's part of me. The part that I couldn't accept before. The part that was angry.
Oh, okay. I'm glad you accepted the angry part.
Why do you ask?
Nothing. Just be fun to have two of you around.
For what?
Nothing.
Doesn't sound like nothing. Wait. Oh. Taash, really? Taash?
It was just an idea. And Red You was angry. You smell good when you're angry. Do you not like the archery bracer?
I love it. Why are you asking?
You're not using it. I saw it inside your pack.
It's so special, I don't want it to get lost or dirty or scraped up.
It's supposed to be useful.
Aw, Taash. I promise to use it.
Okay, good. You deserve to have new stuff.
So where'd you get the cheese, Taash?
There was a guy in Minrathous.
Oh, we should go together. A little trip to the city, just the two of us.
Minrathous is rainy and smells like rich people hurting poor people.
Okay.
It's not romantic.
Oh, so where would you suggest for romantic?
Oh, the beach? Yeah, definitely the beach. You're not wearing your hairpin.
I was afraid it'd fall out and I'd lose it.
Oh, yeah. You flip around a lot. But don't worry if you do lose it. I can get you another one. Rook can lend me the gold as payment for eavesdropping on people's conversations. Right?
I bet you love Mabari hounds. They're so smart. I had one named Contessa. Did I ever tell you?
Had one?
Well, they don't live forever, no matter how much you want them to.
We should get one. They could play with us on.
This is a weird question, but do you think I could sit on your shoulders in battle one day?
Why?
I could shoot at people and you could axe them. We'd be walking artillery. Unstoppable.
Oh. Oh. Yes.
Why are the other Lords of Fortune always jumping off the docks?
It's a drunk game. We found an old goblet made from fool's gold in a ruin once. Kept it as a trophy. Someone tosses it into the water, the others dive in and hunt for it. Whoever finds the goblet gets free drinks for the rest of the night.
Oh, well, that sounds like fun?
Hey, you can use your stone thing to raise the seabed for me. Make things easier.
Isn't that cheating?
It's not against the rule.
The rule? There's only one?
Yep. No punching in the junk.
Well, if you're only gonna have one rule, I suppose that's the one to have.
Hey, Taash, I saw Isabella in the Hall of Valor. Does she always fight wearing so little?
What do you mean? She's got the feathers. She's got the shiny bits.
It just kind of looks like she's fighting in her underwear.
You all must wear a lot of feathered underwear in Ferelden.
Taash.
You could wear underwear like that if you wanted. I wouldn't mind. Is that what your underwear looks like? Wait, I've seen your underwear. Hey, you asked about Isabella's armor? It's a Ravani thing. She'd wear something simpler if we were sneaking through a ruin or something. But she wears the fancy feathers and stuff for ceremonies. Or to impress an enemy in a big fight.
And she doesn't mind the lack of protection?
Ravane is hot. We'd bake in heavy armor.
So instead, you fight in your underwear.
Hey, we're the Lords of Fortune. Isabella says it's plunderwear.
What about when you lords jump off that giant cliff?
Another drunk game. You get drunk and jump off the giant cliff.
Huh. Any rule for that one?
Don't hit the water face first.
Do the Lords of Fortune do anything sober?
Not all of us drink.
Really? But drunk games.
Okay, yeah, most of the lords drink. I drink. But not everyone.
Is there a rule about not drinking while playing a drunk game?
You gotta be okay being just as stupid as the drunk people. So your rock stuff happens whenever you want to have sex with Rook.
Oh no. Does everyone know?
You'll be okay. Just gotta get it under control.
What makes you so sure?
First girl I was with, I accidentally set her hair on fire.
I hope the girl wasn't angry at you.
She was the one who hooked her legs over my horns, but I learned to control my fire. You'll do the same.
Thanks, Taash.
You'll find whatever's hurting the dwarves.
What? Oh. Yes, I hope so.
You'll find 'em, then you'll kill 'em.
You make it sound so easy.
I've seen you shoot. Whoever it is already dead.
Huh. Thanks, Taash.
Hey, what the elves did to your titans, that's messed up.
It was. But sometimes it feels like this anger shouldn't be mine. I wasn't even alive back then.
That's Vashadan. You remember it. It's you.
Yes, I guess you're right. But it was a war. The elves had no choice because the titans were dangerous and...
No, it wasn't your fault.
But I don't remember everything. What if the titans deserved...
Hey, it wasn't your fault.
Thanks, Taash. Once, back at Skyhold, Solus told me he was sorry that dwarves couldn't dream. I thought that he was just sad, but now I think he was trying to apologize.
No, that's a Vashadan apology.
Why do you say that?
It was to make him feel better. A real apology would be to make you feel better.
You're right. I wish I could talk to him.
Why? To hear him whine about how sad it made him?
Thanks, Taash. I'm so sorry about how things went with your mother, Taash.
It's fine.
It's not fine. She hurt you.
She just doesn't get my gender crap. I'm weird.
No.
What?
You're not weird. Your mother might need some time to deal with it, but that's her, not you. You shared who you are. That takes courage, and it's okay to be hurt that she didn't understand.
Huh. You're really pretty when you get like that.
Well, that's good to know.
Okay. Thanks.
How are you feeling about using they for yourself, Taash?
Good. There's a lot of stuff.
Stuff?
Gender stuff. Trans as if you're a man in a woman's body. Non-binary is not fitting into male or female. Gender fluid is kind of both. It's all this new crap to learn, like a whole other stupid language.
But it makes you feel better about yourself?
I guess. It's just more work.
You're worth it. What's wrong, Taash?
I already had to deal with being the only Adari I knew. Now I'm the only non-normal gender crap person around.
That's not true. Maevaris is a trans woman, right? And Ritsivas with the Veil Jumpers is non-binary.
But they're mages and veil jumpers. There's nobody normal.
Back in the Inquisition, a mercenary company called the Chargers joined up with us. Their lieutenant, Krem, was a trans man. I didn't know the word at the time, but that's what he was. There are people like you everywhere. It's just that not everyone has the words for it yet.
And Krem was just a normal person?
Well, he stood on the chairs, but otherwise, yes.
Oh, well, thanks. That helps. Lavendel was nice.
Nice. We had to help the Grey Wardens defend the village from Darkspawn.
Yeah, but... never mind. It's stupid.
Hey, no. Whatever it is, it's not stupid. You can tell me.
Just... It was nice that the villagers looked happy to see us. To see me.
Why wouldn't people be happy to see you?
'Cause I look weird to normal people.
Taash.
What? I do. You know what I mean.
I do. And it's not okay.
I didn't say it right before. About looking weird to normal people.
Taash, normal is a silly word. What's normal anyway?
You know what I mean. They look at me and see horns and axes and crap. What is she? Better keep an eye on her.
But you're not a she.
I am to them.
Hey, You are my person. And nobody gets to say things like that about my person.
Okay. The thing about Lavendel, it wasn't like that. People weren't afraid of me. They weren't looking at me like that. I think it's 'cause of Flynn. They know them, or maybe it's because we saved the village.
Hey, you don't have to save a village from Darkspawn for people to see who you are. I care about you for who you are, not just because of what you do.
Okay. Yeah. Thanks. Anyway, Lavendel was nice.
Good. I hope we visit another place like it soon.